All right. Thank you for the introductions, y'all. We're going to be moving into the actual debate portion. I am excited for this. This is the open discussion. This will be an hour, and then we're at $7. So basically, at 60 additional minutes of, or based on audience engagement, we'll do up to an additional 60 minutes. So it's an hour, but could be up to 2 hours, just depending on that. We'll in the middle of that, though, I do give y'all a chance to take a break. So if y'all need to run to the restroom, during the debate, I get it. If you need to run to the restroom, let me know. We'll just pause it for a second. It's not a big deal. Nobody's trying to keep you here, and you guys aren't workhorses or anything, right? I get it. But I am excited for this debate. Let me know when you're ready, and I'll go ahead and start the hour-long timer for this.
Ready?
That's fine. Yep.
Mega bloodbath engaged.
Okay, Danny, so the principles of validity that you use when you make a logical inferences, are those true?
Sure. Well, the inference rules are fine. Yeah, I take those to be true.
Okay, and is truth what comports with reality?
Probably. There are different senses of truth. In the sense of truth as seen in formal systems, I wouldn't take.
What are you going on about?
I wouldn't really say that comports to quote unquote reality.
Oh, so what makes it true?
Got to get this kid on the right to make a claim. If you listen to him, you can already tell he's like, well, it's kind of truth in this regard, but maybe, perhaps, probably, like all this undefinitive language, right? This is how they operate, the unbelievers. They operate without certainty. So they played these games where they don't really know what's true or actually true. They can't really establish it completely, but it seems to be the case. Hammer them.
True.
I don't really think that there's really anything that makes it true. I just think that it's.
So he doesn't think that it makes it true. Okay. Is that what the gentleman is asking him?
True within the system. It's that you accept the system, and then
there it is. So you accept the system, and then the system, the arbitrary system, has things that are true within it, but you have to accept it. So what happens when you don't accept it and say, I reject that system? Is that rejecting a system of objective truth, of absolute truth? No. You're just rejecting the subjective system that this kid is abiding by.
What follows from what sort of constraint principles are implemented or based on whether you adopt that system. Now,
so those don't comport with reality.
Right, yeah.
Okay, but you use that system to determine what comports with reality.
Not exactly. I don't really think logic tells you about reality at all.
Wait, so whenever you're making propositions about the external world, I mean, you have to use reasoning in order to address and know anything about the external world, right?
I don't think so. I think I think when you perceive things, you're not reasoning.
When you perceive.
Speak for yourself, buddy.
Perceive things, you're not reasoning about what you're seeing?
No.
Okay, so when does the reasoning come in?
Well, once you have.
Hey, what's up, Kevin? I just turned this on, but I noticed Ace is challenging people to come on there and debate him about free will. So that might be kind of interesting. Although Ace can't take it. He's gonna lose that one, but if somebody else goes in there, that might be a good idea. But I might end up going over there. I'm in the mood, and it's easy. When people give up their will, consider what they think they're doing when they're having arguments, right? Who's responsible for the argument? Who's making the claim? If you're not doing it with a will. Anyway.
Certain commitments, right? They're entailments of this.
The reasoning come in.
Well, once you have certain commitments, right, they're entailments of those commitments, right, depending on what sort of systems you might adopt, like what formal system you might adopt. But yeah, I don't think logic.
I think that's kind of ridiculous, Danny. I mean, you're saying that going throughout life, we're not utilizing reason in order to interact with the external world?
No, the point is that we get data from our sense perception.
Kevin, if you're going to go over there, which I think you should, let me know if you're going over there, and I'll co-stream it while you're there. I'll put it up here, and then I'll critique it while you guys are talking. So I don't know how long it'll last. Doesn't sound like you need that much time. He might kick you, but that way you have a critique that you can look at afterward too. Yeah, it's live right now. I saw that. So if you want to do that, I'll go ahead and co-stream that while you're on there. That might be cool.
Okay, and so we can talk about what the implications of that data is. But
you have to evaluate it, right? And what is an evaluation?
I don't think you evaluate and
you don't evaluate data.
You cut me off. I don't think you evaluate like the fact, like you're seeing a red shirt, right? I don't think you're evaluating that. You're just seeing it.
No, you're not just seeing it. There's all sorts of assumptions that go into the observation of red, right? You're bringing in things from the past as you see that red to sort of, I mean, it doesn't seem like it needs much evaluation, right? It's like a common thing that you see, but there's already evaluation processes that are prior that you're bringing into that observation.
Well, I mean, but again, that proposition, I'm seeing a red shirt, would have truth value, no?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a true or false evaluation of what you're seeing. I think any time you engage in perception, to some degree, you are analyzing the true or falsity of what you're seeing such that you can interact it and then communicate about it in a meaningful way. I don't see how you can divorce that.
I just don't see why it would be analysis to see something red. How's that an analysis?
Well, because you're calling it red. So now you've given it a property called red, which is a part of analysis, Danny.
You're giving it a label, a name.
That's
what is it that you're giving a label or a name? So he tries to move the idea in another direction, but he can't escape the simplicity of what's being said here. Like you're making some sort of evaluation, even if it's quick, even if it's well known. And this is what the unbeliever does: is they've built a system by skipping steps that have to do with preconditions, transcendental categories, causality, meaning, value, purpose, things that they're including within their worldview that they haven't evaluated themselves. They're typically just want to say, oh, well, I just want to move into this system. Do you agree with it? I just want to start here. Can we agree to start here? When you don't agree with them and you stay focused on their evaluation, their verification principle, if they even have one, and the idea of what comes prior to these engagements, they tend to get lost and start trying to roll their eyes and say, let's just move past this. This is where you can lock in and point out the unbeliever really is standing on nothing.
And what that comes out of analysis.
No, look, it's very simple, right? Think about like children that don't have language or animals.
So look, I just want to be clear for the audience. Before we go on, you're saying that looking at a shirt.
Hey, let's not interrupt. Let's allow each other to make a point.
Yeah, that's cool. Stay there with him, right? Don't let him just move past. That's the idea. Hold on a sec. Okay, Kevin, I don't know if you're still here, but I'm going to be watching on the iPad to see if you pop in there, because nobody's in there now, and he's got the link up.
Obviously, you have plenty of time to both make your points, right?
Fair enough.
Yeah, like think about children and animals, right? They don't really reason to the fact that they're hungry, or that they're seeing the face, right, of their parent, or that they're seeing colors, or that they're having pains. They don't reason to those things, right? The idea is that there's a kind of perception that's not that you get a certain kind of data that you don't infer to, right? It's perceptual, it's causal, it's not something that you like evaluate in the way that you evaluate mathematics.
Okay.
See how he said it's causal right there? He's slipping in the transcendental category that he can't account for. He's trying to move around this simple idea that Eli is bringing forth, and then he's paving the way for Eli to start questioning on causality and other things if he wants to. It seems like Eli wants to stay here with him, which is fine because he's already in a mess.
Let me clarify and maybe qualify it, that in order to make a proposition about anything. So yeah, you can have like a purely neutral feeling of hunger, but in order for the toddler to say, I am hungry, in a way, even at the youngest of age, we're making propositions that have truth value. And there's something inherent to somebody hearing that proposition and saying, okay, this is true. Going back to the red shirt thing, you perceive the shirt, you perceive that it is red. That is now a truth claim. So in the most basic normative experience of life, perception of a shirt, identification of a property, you've now gotten to true or false. Is it true or false that it's red? In order for you to say it's red, you've made a truth claim about the shirt, which involves reason, which involves logic to some degree.
I mean, there's a difference between saying that it's red and
even mental, even the mental.
Yeah, right. You can think these things and not say them out loud. Come on, dude.
Proposition that the shirt is red, you're concluding is true.
Again, what I was saying before you interrupted, there's a difference between saying, right, or saying that it's red, or articulating that it's red, or using a label that thing is red, versus knowing that it's red. The
Sure, first and second order, right?
No, that's not what I'm talking about. But the point is, the way that you know that it's red is not via some inference.
It's not.
Of course not. It's
you're
obvious.
Not so wait a minute. When you're perceiving it, and the inference comes when you say that you know that the shirt is red.
No.
So where does the inference come in?
That's what I'm saying. There is no inference there. You see it.
There's no. Okay, wait. But
oh, you see it. There's no inference. I'm gonna throw it in. Okay, wait. We might have Kevin over there. Let me see.
Wingmaker says Kevin wants me to answer him. I didn't see a question from Kevin. Do you guys see a question from Kevin? Oh, there he is. Hang on, let's see. Kevin says, I was told you want me to come up to prove free will to you. Is that true? Fine. You need a link? Let me put the link in right now. And this will be a sweet time, Kevin. We can even get your testimony. I didn't see your thing before, but now I can see it. So come on in. Again, the rainstorm we're looking at, I think it's Indonesia. Hang on, let me see. Yep, nope. It says it's from Insomnia. That's not a place. I'm a village. I don't see an easy thing there. Kevin!
Hello, Ace. How's it going?
Fine. I'm so glad you're here.
Yeah. So I don't have a lot of time, but first of all, when we say free will, do you understand what we mean by that?
I have asked many free willers to explain what they mean. And I can't remember the word free will is not even in the New Testament. So I don't know what Christians mean when they say free will. Except for this.
Well, he likes to keep it that way. He hears different definitions and discussions, but he likes to make up his own when he talks about it because that's what people do. They build a straw man and knock it down.
The way they talk, the way a free willer talks, they mean the power of contrary choice. You ever heard that phrase? The power of contrary choice?
Yeah, or multiple choice possibilities. Yes, sir. Multiple choice options. Yes.
No,
The ability to
listen now.
choose between two or more possibilities.
Yeah, but that's before you make your choice. After you make your choice, then there is no other choice. So you can't have the power of contrary choice. You can choose item A or item B.
So Kevin's got to give his definition and stick to it instead of let Ace frame it the way he wants to, right?
But once you choose, you can't have chosen the other one because you already chose.
Well, that has nothing to do. All we're talking about is the ability to make those choices. So once you've decided what choice you want to make and you made it, you still had the option to choose differently. You just chose not to. Now, how I would demonstrate this is if you can open your Bible, look at 1 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 13, and I'll demonstrate it.
Okay, good. You want to pull that passage up or do you want me to?
Oh, I can't. I'm not at home.
Sure. Okay, I'll see it. Chapter 10, huh? You can go ahead and
1
start
Corinthians chapter 10, verse 13.
now. Okay, hang on. While I click the right buttons. We've got chapter 10, and let me highlight verse 13 for you. We'll put it in green for sustainability. Go ahead.
I
No
can't see
trial
it.
is taking you. Go ahead.
I can't see it, but off the top of my head, I think it would read something like, "There's no temptation that has overtaken you, but is common to man. But God, who is faithful, has provided a way out so that you may be able to bear it."
Right. That's King James. The one we have on the screen says, "No trial has taken you, except what is human. Now faithful is God, who will not be leaving you to be tried above what you are able, but together with the trial will be making the sequel also, so to enable you to undergo it." Pretty close. Go ahead.
So the thing is here is that if God has provided a means of escape for each instance of temptation, that shows and demonstrates that you have libertarian free will, because if God has determined every time you give into sin or temptation, this verse cannot be true, because if he has determined you give into it, there is no means of escape for that instance of temptation. Therefore, this verse proves that you have contrary choices.
Well, sir. Can we talk about the word choice just by itself?
Sure. What do you want? I got the dictionary online. Dictionary Buchanan. Yeah.
Okay, so if you go
It
into the
says
grocery store, If you go
Yeah.
into the grocery store and there's a beautiful steak right here, and
Oh,
over here there's a steak with maggots and it looks disgusting, which one is choice?
Neither. The choice is what you decide to choose or what you decide to pick.
right. So he tries to set up an example where obviously you would take that one. Kevin's answering right, like it's still either. We'll see.
Which one you decide to buy.
Right, and that is choice, and the other one is not choice because you decided not to buy the other one. It's not choice.
You're playing games with words. So choice just means the ability to choose between what's going on. It means to pick. Right? You could someone could have mental problems, or someone could have the intent to feed it to like an animal or something.
Yeah.
Some
Yeah, I've given that answer before too.
animals would like the meat with maggots in it.
Right.
So that doesn't mean they didn't have the ability to pick to buy that piece of meat. They just chose not to.
Mhm. That's
Choice
right.
demonstrates agency. We can't be human without agency.
Right.
Ace says right. We can't be human without agency, but he's not conceding. He doesn't agree with him. It becomes such a silly argument ultimately, because if you can't choose, if you're not conscious and you don't have agency and you're just determined, and you got two people here just making noise at each other, they're not actually making evaluations, they don't have actual knowledge, they're just determined to do and say whatever they're determined to do. Hopefully Kevin will get there with him.
Animals don't have agency like we do.
So according to the title of the show up right above you, it says that man's will is independent of God. Do you believe that?
Absolutely not.
No? Explain.
Because everything I do is grounded in the mind of God. So I couldn't even have the ability to make choices if God was not sustaining my being. He holds my atoms and molecules together in order for me to make my libertarian choices that he has granted me the ability to make because I'm made in his image.
So man's will is not independent of God. That sounds great. Because I wouldn't.
Yeah. But see, this is where Kevin obviously is going to depart from Ace. It's like, yeah, well, he's given us a will where we have agency, where we choose. It's not independent of him, but it has a what you might call a secondary component built into it, where you can choose to follow God or you can choose to reject God. Which, if you think about it, if you're trying to say that God makes people reject him without choice, then you have a God who's creating people who don't have a choice, who he makes reject him, who he makes disobey, and then he judges on top of it. There's a lot of problems there, right?
want to be out on my own.
Well, who believes that man's will is independent of God? That's not the Christian position.
You know, I have talked to a lot of Christians, and a lot of them act like man's will is entirely independent of God, and God cannot influence a man's will.
No, I think that's either a misunderstanding or a straw man of the Christian position.
Oh, a straw man. Well, you got to get away from experiences he's had with other Christians or what he thinks Christians are saying and just stay with what you're saying, right?
Freedom of the
I
will.
mean, I've been told that God is a perfect gentleman and he would never force his will on you.
Yeah, that can be true, and God is still sustaining your will. God can be a gentleman and ground your being and your ability to do things without supernaturally imposing or infringing upon it. He's still sustaining it. He's still the ground of all being.
Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, Kevin, how long do I have you?
A few more minutes and I'm going to take off.
Okay, I'm so glad you stopped by. And this is a lovely passage of scripture. 1 Corinthians, 10:13.
Now, Ace, would you concede that my argument is sound, that if God has provided a way to escape for every time you are tempted, Therefore, that means you can choose to take the escape of the temptation and not necessarily give into it.
Well, I know that the King James says escape, but these boys who put this version together say that escape is actually the word sequel. But if I go over to the King James, if God, I guess I could see how you could make that argument.
Well, no, the argument is that if God has provided a way out for every time you are tempted, that demonstrates that you don't have to give in to the temptation, right? So that's the time you give in to temptation. If that were the case, this verse would be false.
Yeah, I can see where you could make a good case on that.
All right. Well, thank you. I hope you think about that and hopefully repent of your determinism because you actually have free will.
Thank you very much. I feel so much better.
Yeah, see, I think Kevin's making a solid point, but Ace is not even taking it seriously. He's like, yeah, sure. The thing about Ace and others is they just want to keep talking. They think if they just keep talking, they can overcome fundamental problems. And this is where it gets old, right? Like he doesn't understand when he has a devastating position, which he has. He's like, oh, I'll just overlook it and keep going. I mean, what are you going to do when someone says, I don't need to be consistent, I don't need logic? If he's going to throw that out, then what happens next? Right? That was quite short. I guess I might go back to the other video, even though I'm not really feeling that much either.
It's not.
Of course not. It's
You're not
obvious.
in. So wait a minute. When you're perceiving it, and okay, the inference comes when you say that you know that the shirt is red.
No.
So where does the inference come in? There's redness of the shirt, and then there's you knowing that the shirt is red, and you're saying there's no inference, no reasoning, no logic done in this normative sense. I don't see
Quite
how you get
obviously, yes. Quite obviously, yeah.
there. Okay, so you don't think that saying the shirt is red is a truth claim?
That's not what I said. No.
Okay, but how can you have a truth claim with no logical inference?
I just gave you. You can claim. You can report your perceptions. You can report, hey, this shirt is
Right.
red, right? And someone might ask you why.
It's already happening in your head. You don't have to say it out loud to understand this point.
And you could say, well, I saw it, right? Usually it doesn't make sense to say, well, how do you know you saw the color red? Because you don't infer to that.
Okay, wait. So I'm just confused how any truth claim can have. You're saying that this is true and not false, right?
That's right.
Right. So truth and falsity belong in the category of logic and validity inference.
It's true that you.
I don't know if they belong in those categories, but they're part of the process. You use logic to perceive, to make a claim, use consistency, use identity. I don't know what he meant by in the category.
That formal systems rely on a notion of truth, right? But when you say
Right.
that it is true that the shirt is red, or when you say that when you point at something and say that's red, you don't infer to that. You just see it. You don't infer to that.
No, but how do you know that what you're seeing is in fact the case?
Well, that just goes back to how do you know you can trust your faculties, right? Like how do you?
Right, because that would presuppose knowledge as well.
Right. I think that a lot of that is practical for me, right? That but I don't really think that there's a kind of argument that needs to be given for why someone ought to trust what they see.
Oh, really? The fact that he doesn't think there needs to be an argument in itself is moving towards an ought, but he's, playing it safely. But that has no bearing on whether or not that argument can be presented. perhaps he's trying to push away from wanting to be questioned on the things prior to his system that he holds. I mean, I'm sure that's the case, because that's where atheists and unbelievers fail, is when you start challenging their assumptions. They get to the metaphysic typically of, oh, well, it just is the case. It's a brute fact. And they assume that's going to be okay, because in the past, perhaps they've had other people agree with them, or they've just been holding to that. But if you actually know how to question them on this and navigate it, it becomes a different discussion. So let's see what happens here.
You shouldn't have an argument for why you should have your perception is reliable. Again, so this is going to my point that what the atheist has to do is they say, grant me my metaphysics.
Yeah, Kevin, you say that was easy, but what you got to realize about Ace is he didn't learn anything. He's going to completely dismiss that. That's one of the problems with Ace. But it's worth critiquing him and pointing this out to others who may not see that. I've gotten to the level with him where it's like, if there's no will, if there's no choice, none of this has any validity. It's all determined. You recognizing that it's determined, as you claim, is also something you're determined to say. There's no evaluation process there. You've given up knowledge in this full determinism. But I know you had to go. You couldn't talk to him at length. But if you get to talk to him some more, you can watch how he'll just dismiss. And when you hone in on a point, he'll move around. And he'll never actually get it. So you have to sort of reach out to the audience and point out, like, okay, listen to what he's doing here. I told him A, and now he's deviating over to B and C. So it's sort of a long project. And that's the way I think it is with unbelievers or these strange heresies, is you have to sort of have your case laid out and then be ready to point out all the different logical fallacies that they're going to make. It's like you have to do all the work. You have to draw out the answer that you're trying to get to, because they're typically playing word games. Then once you get there, you can start to point out how he's reacting to it, how he's not addressing it, how he's trying to move around it, red herrings, tu quoques, things of that nature. But it is easy. What's not easy is getting him to admit it, or getting others to understand it, because a lot of these guys are playing different games and have it in their audience as well. Like, they're not interested in what's true. They're interested in their guy being funny and being entertaining, and they'll take that over the discussion itself. So he's geared to be very dismissive and challenge. Like, he'll say anyone can come in and he'll just do his thing. But when you really hone in on a concept that he can't get past, well, that's fine with him. He's just going to do other things. But that's cool that you popped in there at least.
Physics first, and then I can tell you all about my theory of knowledge. Your perception is reliable. Again, so this is going to my point that what the atheist has to do is they say, grant me my metaphysics first, and then I can tell you all about my theory of knowledge. And they want us,
yeah, right. Don't grant that, and you're going to get a different conversation. Good.
To grant the metaphysics of reliable perception and how it relates to the external world, but don't want to bridge the gap. So what I'm getting to, I completely disagree with you, by the way. I think that even the most normative of perception, in your brain, you're making a truth claim about the perception. And anytime truth is invoked, you're using reason and inference. I've never heard of anybody to deny this, but I believe that it's the case. Now, again, you've said that your principles of validity, in order to do any form of logic, not just formal, but again, even the informal examples that I've given, you're saying that those principles of validity don't comport with reality.
Yeah.
Okay.
And point of moderation, it seemed like Danny might have been trying to respond briefly to something you were saying there before moving on to the next part of that.
You said a lot of gibberish, so I don't really know what.
Oh, good. So he thinks what he's saying is gibberish, meaning he's trying to be pejorative, or if he really doesn't understand that, he's just way behind. Oh, Halsey, how you doing? No, I'm not going to come sing with you guys, but I appreciate the offer.
I would just say that there is going to be plenty of time. Oftentimes with these people at the end are like, hey, we've got like 8 minutes left. Let's move into the closings. So if he wants to jump in, please just allow him to jump in and be like, hey, yeah, at this point, and he'll do the same for you, right? It's just so that it's not like a Gish Gallop, not that you were, but so it doesn't end up being like a Gish Gallop or something, right?
Yeah, and I mean, if it gets bad, I can just appeal to the moderator. Sometimes we interrupt each other, sometimes we don't, right?
Yeah, forgive me. I'm ready to get to this. I just wasn't expecting that truth claims don't require reason. Like, I think I was not expecting that.
But I didn't say that.
Yeah, you did. You said
So you got to catch on. You hear that I didn't say that a lot. A lot of times, what's happening is he's picking up on things that you're implying through your line of reasoning. So when you say, "Oh, I didn't say that," it's like, "Well, no, you didn't, but you did." When you went from A to B to C earlier, you didn't outright say what I'm presenting now, but within the framework you presented, that is ultimately what you are saying. And so you have to bring it around for them.
there's no reasoning in perception, but perception gets you truth claims.
You see, that's different than what you just characterized me as saying.
So so you're saying the perception doesn't require reasoning, but the truth claim does.
No, there's certain truth. You can claim something, right? And then you can ask you, why do you believe that? And you could cite, well, I saw it or I heard it, right?
And all of this is using reasoning.
No, obviously not. Very obvious.
It's not using reason. What is he talking about? Why is it very obvious that he's not using reason?
Obviously no, right? When you don't reason when you hear something, right? Like you just hear it.
What?
This is so simple. Like you just hear it. Like it's like a blank slate, like a John Dewey type of philosophy. Like, oh, you hear something, and that's all that's happening. Like there's an interactive processes going on within the auditory response. And he's just like, oh, let's just say that I don't even really know why he's so confident right now.
No, okay, but again, I was talking about the evaluation, like perception itself. You perceive something, then you evaluate it such that you can say, okay, I perceive a shirt, then I perceive that the shirt is red. And that's why I said in the qualifying, well, okay, there's reasoning before you can get to any proposition, whether it's verbal or mental.
Yeah, so there are some perceptions that are in part inferential and in part not, right? So I try to give the example of this red shirt. I said, it's not inferential that when you point at that shirt, you say, I see the color red, the redness that you're seeing, that's not inferential. But it does require an inference to say it's a shirt, because you have to have a theory about, because if a baby saw this and I saw this and you saw this, right, we're going to form the belief that it's a shirt. They're not, but we're all going to see red. Okay.
Right.
So there's a kind of basic sense perception, and that's what I'm pointing out as not something that you infer to, right?
No, now, I grant. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Well, okay. So I'm granting that raw, pure perception may not require reasoning, but
that's all I'm saying.
Okay. But then, like I said with the qualifier, getting.
What is raw, pure perception, though? What the hell is that? You know? Without reasoning, like whenever information or observation is happening, you're not apart from the prior experience, the prior worldview that you've held up until that point. It's interactive. So I wouldn't necessarily agree with it, but maybe he's just trying to move forward. I don't know.
To any type of proposition, whether it's mental or verbal, to give properties to a thing. To call it red, to call it a shirt, to call it anything is now a truth claim that required reasoning, which requires principles of validity. Correct.
Yeah, but when you see red, you just sort of, it causes you to have a belief that there's something red, right? And that's not inferred, it's caused.
Okay, so
Go with causality, the transcendental category, like why he thinks causality is part of his worldview, why he's assuming it. It's part of the metaphysic.
again, but then when I'm talking about, we're getting to any type of truth claim proposition. Okay.
Right. I know.
Okay. That requires reasoning, which requires So you don't think that
Getting to truth doesn't require reasoning. This is what he's saying. This is what he thinks is so obvious.
we're getting to any type of truth claim proposition. Okay.
Right. I know.
Okay. That requires reasoning, which requires So you don't think that truth claims need
Some
require reasoning?
truth claims we infer to, some we do not. It's very, look, like I said, if you see something.
Good. It almost, I mean, it sounds like he understands a priori commitments. That we don't reason all truth. That's interesting for him to say that. I don't think that he's saying it in that manner, though. Because Eli here, it could be pointed out that his foundation of truth, Jesus Christ, is not going to be, it's not going to be inferred through reasoning. It's going to be an a priori commitment that he holds fundamentally. That's why you want to get to Danny's a priori commitment. It sounds like he understands, or at least you can move there with him based on what he's saying.
Thing that might cause you to have a certain belief about the external world. You didn't infer to that, it just caused.
Okay, let me put it to you this way. Is determining whether anything is true or false an act of reasoning?
No. Obviously, look, here's a clear example.
So distinguishing between true and false isn't reasoning.
Here's a clear example, okay? When you experience pain, you don't sit there and reason, am I in pain? I gotta think about this to make sure. No, what happens is that you feel something, you feel pain, and then that causes you to have a belief that I'm in pain. It's not something that you should sit down and deliberate. Oh, I got to think really hard to know whether I'm in pain. No.
Well, I mean,
the process happens quickly, but it's still a process. I mean, pain isn't an interesting thing to bring up, but
hold on. Now you're conflating.
One second. If someone punches you in the face, you don't infer that you're in pain. It's absolutely you don't infer that you're in pain.
Okay, but hold on. You're conflating like exhaustive inference with what could even be like micro inference. Like if I get punched in the face, initially all I'm feeling is pain. Probably like a second later. Yeah, probably like a second later, I go in my head. I'm like, I just got punched in the face, and I evaluated that with reason based off of the sense data.
No, I don't. It's obvious that people don't.
he keeps saying obvious as rhetoric, right? Like he's not making a solid point. He doesn't have a strong argument, so he keeps resorting to using the word obvious, and smiling and acting confident. But he's not saying much so far. But we do know that he's telling you he's confident and these things are obvious.
I don't think that that's so obvious. I think that there's obvious that what is obvious is that sense data comes in, the sense data is evaluated, and mental or verbal propositions are made which have truth value, and that truth value is a distinguishing between true or false, which is like definitionally reason.
No. Look, what I mean by reasoning is something like this, right? From a prior commitment, right? From a particular commitment, right? You can make inferences about the entailments of that commitment, right? And that's a kind of reasoning, right? But when you're in a state of pain, or let's say sensations, are not commitments, okay? Raw sense data is not commitment, right? That stuff can call you to have a commitment, and that is not an inference, right? On my understanding of inference is that inferences follow from, when you have a certain commitment or belief, right? You go to another sort of belief, right? From what's implied by that belief. But in the case of raw sense data, that causes you to have a commitment. It's not commitment to get commitment.
So he's leading Eli. He's got the door open for him to challenge his commitment. That's what I assume Eli wants to do overall. He's opening the door. Walk on through. Take it. Bring up causality. Bring up his a priori commitment.
It's
okay.
The commitment.
Oh, okay. So again, like I said, the raw perception, the raw sense data does not require reason. The evaluation does.
Give me the argument for that.
Again, because distinguishing between what is true and what is false is definition. It means you have a notion of truth. It means you have a notion of what's false.
Is that an argument? Right? Come on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not, again, so in order to, if you have a notion of truth, do you think that you can have any notion of truth
you have an argument
without rationality?
So he's demanding an argument, right? He's going to play off of that. Like, what's the argument? What's the argument? This is an interesting technique for him to use, but he doesn't want to Eli shouldn't get trapped here. He's going to get into this game where he's like, oh, I keep asking for an argument. You're not giving. He's like, well, we were having a discussion and working things out, and then you demanded an argument. So, what is the argument that I need to give you an argument right now, for instance, would be a reply to that. I'm trying to figure out if you're making sense, first of all.
Look, it's okay if you don't have an argument. We can move on from that.
See that move right there? Oh, it's okay. Like, he's confident. He's acting confident. He's saying things are obvious. Then he starts to get a little fuzzy, and he's like, what's the argument? What's the argument? Oh, I can see you don't have an argument. We can move on. Like, he's playing a game, right? Like, he's the authority. He knows what's going on. I'll go ahead and grant you, even though you're not having an argument. But, it's just rhetoric. Optics. He's selling the crowd confidence here. He isn't saying much. Eli, if Eli stays calm with this, he should be able to pick up on this. Sounds like he has a good idea.
Not completely formalized, but again,
what I want to informal. You can give me an informal argument. Just give me an argument.
Okay, so truth requires a theory of truth. Distinguish.
Why doesn't Eli just say Jesus Christ is the truth? Because the Bible says so. That he can do that, and let Danny here make his faces and laugh, but then you say, well, do you have a position to the contrary that you're going to lay out here? If he wants to play the game, give me an argument, give me a deductive syllogism every time he asks for that argument. If he's going to get that particular, then you watch for him and how he's responding to you, and stop him and say, what is the argument? Put it in a syllogism instead of just rebutting it, because I've noticed this in the few times I've seen him is he plays this game of rhetoric where he tries to trap you in like basic philosophical understandings. Like, do you even know what an argument is? You can't even make an argument. Like, that's going to be a win for him. But you want to stay to the concepts that he's actually brought up, like the a priori commitments. Like, what is Danny's a priori commitments that's getting him to act confidently, say any of these things? That's what we want to know.
Distinguishing between what is true and what is false requires that you have a theory of truth that such that you can also see what is false. So if you make a truth claim, you are committed to certain types of validity, which one of those could be with the getting punched in the face, is that your senses are reliable, and that every time I've ever been hurt, something bad is happening to me. So now I have to, do something about this. But again, reasoning.
You know what you're giving? Do you know what you're trying to give an argument for right now?
See, he's giving him information, and then he's going to just rely on it. That doesn't really sound like an argument. Do you even know what you're doing? Oh my gosh! I mean, do you even know what an argument is? Like, this is the rhetoric you're going to get from this kid. You got to get off of this. Like if this happens, you say, where along the way am I required to give you a formal argument? Can you make an argument as to why that's the case, that you just are getting stuck in the middle of this, to holding me to a specific argument that you want right now?
Yes, that distinguishing between the true and the false requires reason, and that we possess
I want an
faculties of
argument.
reason.
I want an argument.
It doesn't matter what he wants. He's just demanding that you do something a certain way right now. This is an authoritative move, right? This is a move to show, for him to try to demonstrate that he knows what's going on. He knows the way this is work, and you're deviating from that, that you're playing games. But you can actually point out that he's playing a game called, I'm asking for an argument right now, and I want to talk about what an argument is and get you tripped up as to the specifics of that. Ignoring the fact that Eli's trying to lay something out for him here conceptually. I think he's checked out of trying to listen to him, and he's like, I'm going to focus on what an argument is and how you don't know what an argument is, and ultimately how he shouldn't even be here because he doesn't know how to argument or what an argument is. I see that's the path he's paving here.
For why, from sense data, that you must reason to a particular belief, right? That's
No, I'm saying that truth claims require reasoning. Because you're saying that something is true.
So in one sense, right, you could say that when I want to vocalize or articulate in the English language my commitments or my beliefs, right? Yeah, traditionally, right, we have to reason about what words to use. Fine, okay? But I'm talking about the belief, right? When I believe that that thing is red, right, that is caused by the sense data that's delivered to me through my faculties, right? And what I'm saying is that there's no reason, and it's quite obvious, that that is non-inferential.
Okay, even if I granted that the first order is not inferential, that's the second order would need to say that this is the case, that that your sense data is reliable. Okay, I don't want to get too hung up on the immediate actions. I could even grant that maybe I'm getting in too deep with you get punched in the face and you feel pain. And again, not just being vocalized with the English language, but even the mental content that I just got punched in the face. I still hold that that's a truth claim that utilizes the human's faculty of reason, right? But again, this is all coming from the beginning of this debate that's saying this is also what's comporting with reality. And the shirt is what's comporting with reality. I want to get this back on track to what I was originally asking you, which is that your principles of validity that go into your reasoning and into your logic and into ultimately your theory of knowledge, those aren't based on reality per your own concession, right?
I mean, there's nothing, the way that the sense of truth there is not going to be a kind of correspondence theory of truth.
Okay, so what kind of theory of truth is that going to be?
I mean, people talk about...
people talk about, hold him to his worldview. He does this all the time. He uses generalities. He talks about other people when you ask him a specific question. This is a specific question about truth and how he knows what is true. And he's answering you. Well, people talk about
the truth there is not going to be a kind of correspondence theory of truth.
Okay, so what kind of theory of truth is that going to be?
I mean, people talk about truth as like that which is stipulated by the system or something, truth within the system. But I don't have a kind of robust articulation of that. It just seems quite obvious that, let's say, if you accept the principle of explosion, that principle.
So this is what other people say. I don't really know. I guess you could accept this. Do you know what this thing is? Do you realize what he's doing here? He's just moving away from the truth because he's suppressing the truth and unrighteousness. Some people say this. I don't really know. Do you know about this thing? You've got to hold this kid's feet to the fire. He's obnoxious.
Truth as like that which is stipulated by the system or something, truth within the system. But I don't have a kind of robust articulation of that. It just seems quite obvious that, let's say, if you accept the principle of explosion, that principle.
It's with contradictions that anything could be possible.
Yeah. Okay. Like if you accept classical logic, that's stipulated.
If you accept classical logic, right? Some guys do this, some guys do that. Eli needs to hone in on what he thinks right now, not what some guy thinks in another place that he doesn't know about another thing that they're not talking about.
It as true. Okay. So,
Right.
but I mean, what is in reality that's making that principle true? It just doesn't seem right to say that there's anything in reality that makes that true. It's just true within the system.
Okay, so then truth ultimately is relative.
No, that's not.
So then where does the objectivity come from?
That it doesn't depend on my preference, right? That in terms of what makes it true. What makes it true is that system.
Do you prefer
The system is what makes it true. So he's asking him about the objectivity, the truth. Basically, a metaphysical question. Of course, the gathering and understanding of it would be epistemology. And then the reference to ought we follow the truth would be the ethic. But he's relying on a system. He's saying, oh, no, the truth comes from the system. So the commitment is a system, an autonomous man-made system that you agree to. And the truth was in there, trying to avoid relativity. But Eli's question is prior to that. Like even in building the system, there are things in truth. There are truths before that, right? There's a commitment before the system itself. So there's a lot of rhetoric to work through here.
the system?
True. What makes it true is that system.
Do you prefer the system?
So a system makes it true. So I'm going to have a system that says whatever I like is true. Well, I know you don't agree to it, but I agree to it. So I'm now going to engage with my system that says whatever I like is true. It sounds crazy, but in a sense, when you read between the lines, that's essentially what the unbeliever has done.
You might accept a system and not prefer it.
Wait, but
I wish that.
wait. Hold on.
Yeah,
I'm not reading from no damn chat GPT. I promise you that.
All right, well, I'll just read the super chat. I was just going to wait till there was a break, but since you're reading it. Professor Hizzle, thank you so much for the super chat. He asks, Eli, are you reading from chat GPT? And then also states, Danny, your hair is majestic. Thank you very much, Hizzle. Greatly appreciated. And you said no to that, Eli?
No, I'm not reading ChatGPT. Absolutely not.
And there's a difference between accept and prefer. My grandmother passed away last month, right? I accept that as true. I don't prefer it. Okay.
Right. But hold on.
To conflate preference with accept, I don't know why you're doing that.
Wait, no.
He's not doing that. You're just running around the idea of truth with telling us about systems, telling us about other people, telling us about your grandmother and what you prefer within that. Eli needs to tighten up on the way he's asking this question. What is true in your worldview? What is unyielding? What is outside of you that is invariant, immovable, that you've picked up on epistemology, that you can see, that you know is true? And Danny so far is just saying, well, you just make a system and agree with it, and then you find truth based on the agreement. So this should be easier for Eli because I think he has the concept down, but he's getting stuck in Danny's runaround.
But what I mean by preferring the system and you accept the system and you have a preference toward it that it holds validity, that it ought be accepted.
Sorry, what?
Good. She's throwing in the ethic there too. The ought, and then that's Danny's why he's confused by that. Is there an ought in there? Oh shoot. Basic philosophy, right? Metaphysics, epistemology, ethics. The unbeliever typically doesn't even address the ethic. That's why I like to focus on that. Like at the end of the argument, you ask them like, ought I follow what you're saying? Ought I consider you relevant? And if they're consistent, they would say, well, no. I can't say that, but I want you to. I think it's kind of funny.
That it holds validity, that it ought be accepted.
Sorry, what?
So you're saying that, okay, maybe I don't prefer this system, but I choose it anyway. That choice is an ought claim now. And now I'm wondering, how is your ought claim any more than a preference?
No,
I
no,
prefer
no.
to use this because it's valid, and then you're just saying it's valid because it's valid at that point.
I'm not saying any of that. The point is that what makes that true? Like, so classical logic stipulates what sort of constraint principles you have, what sort of axioms you might have, right? So what's true there, right?
Classical logic does what?
So classical logic stipulates what sort of constraint principles you have, what sort of axioms you might have.
Logic wouldn't have to do with the reasoning, the determination of what you're calling an axiom. Logic is just going to be a consistency tool. So if you're going to bring in axioms, brute facts, ultimately your metaphysic it just is. Well, the win for Eli becomes, if that's really the route you're taking, then God just is, and God is prior to all the things you're talking about, and the necessary precondition to this debate and everything within it, all our existence. So if I'm using your system, the way you think about this, then my argument becomes God just is, and that wins the argument. You've conceded the debate.
Right. So what's true there, right, is given by that system. So when you
so a system that you create gives truth, is what he's trying to sell here.
Commit to that system, right, then you're committed to certain principles of being true.
So the system is true because the system is true.
That's not what I said.
No, it may not be what you said, but that's what's implied. You agree with the system. You hold it in place, and then you evaluate things through that system. So the system would have to be true in the sense that you're using it to validate what is true. So you didn't say that, no. But you implied it, and he's bringing it out because he's listening to you. What's up, Todd?
Not much. Just listening on this.
But you're basically saying it's the validity and truth of the system comes from the system. I don't know how that's you not saying the system is true because the system is true.
No. There's a difference between saying the system is true versus an axiom within the system is true.
Okay.
So the system is not true. Is that what he's going to try to pull there? And then they're saying there's an obviousness, a self-evident axiom within the system that is true. This is just.
Is that like
nonsense?
I think I actually somewhat understand. Let me throw this.
Of course you do. You subscribe to nonsense.
Yeah, right. No, like if you think about a set of rules, like the invention of a car, and then that leads to the rules of the road. Now, did the rules of the road, were they always there, or did they only happen by chance because the car was invented? And so, like, with the system in which we have around the car, that itself is the system, but like you said, the axioms may or may not be true if the system is subject to change. Like, I'm kind of special pleading to understand the point, but like from a reference of law, I think I can understand it in a systematic sense, not by like even though it is like you said, fashion, because I'm halfway listening. I think I caught in. I'm trying to follow. But did that make sense? Sorry.
What is your standard of truth in order to make that assessment?
That there happens to be the case for it, right?
The standard is there happens to be the case.
Right.
Okay, get out. I'm not in the mood.
Okay, we could talk about the axiom. The system is true because the system is true.
No. There's a difference between saying the system is true versus an axiom within the system is true.
Okay, we could talk about the axioms.
Do you see that? You see how you made that mistake?
Well, Yeah. Are the
Okay,
axioms within this?
I'm
Are
glad.
the axioms? Hold on. Are the axioms within the system?
And there's actually
Yeah.
a system, but
Yeah. So
but there's a difference between saying the system is true versus an axiom.
So the axiom in the system is true, but the system is not true. So the arbitrary system contains truths within it. So Eli needs to bring this back to how do you establish the system? Because he has an arbitrary system he's trying to bring in here and then trying to get you to buy that there's truths within the arbitrary system. He's completely arbitrary, but he's acting confident. He's talking fast, and he's tripping up Eli a little bit. Eli's still focused, but I think he's getting tripped up.
Axiom of this within the system is true.
well, if the system is true, then the axiom would have to be true.
Well,
I think he said that backwards. If the axiom is true, the system would have to be true.
true.
Well, if the system is true, then the axiom would have to be true.
Well, if you accept the system, then suddenly there
So you accept the arbitrary system, and then suddenly you find all these truths in the arbitrary system.
a certain set of axioms. So
Okay.
look, the system is true.
Well, if the system is true, then the axiom would have to be true.
Well, if you accept the system, then suddenly there are a certain set of axioms. So
Okay.
look,
So it's the acceptance of the system that makes it true.
remember,
Stay there. Stay there with him. Don't let him get away from that. It's actually what he's saying. Oh yeah, Tog. You want to go? You want to go around with me right now, Tog? I was just being gentle by letting you go. So I don't, we already got Danny doing the nonsense thing. I don't need you up here, doing nonsense too. Come back in, and I'll talk to you as long as I can take it. But what's the point? Do you do your own thing? You don't. What do you have to offer, Talk? You can think about different ideas when people are arguing. You can leave everything open. Get a worldview, dude. Come back when you have an established worldview. Yeah, see, he knows his worth. See, he's running away. He's trying to make an insult, and then I challenge him, and then he runs away. Well, stay away, dude. There's enough heretics and unbelievers around. I'm not trying to be enemies with you. It's just I'm not really in the mood for nonsense. I didn't expect you to pop in. And I'm having to listen to Danny, and you just want to add to the nonsense.
truth here is going to be a property, let's say, of propositions. Okay, so a formal system is a collection of these.
That makes it true.
Truth is a property of propositions. Oh, and that's true.
Remember,
Well, we have to agree on that. What if we don't?
truth here is going to be a property, let's say, of propositions. Okay, so a formal system is a collection of these constraint principles, of these axioms, principles, constraints, inference rules, all that stuff. Okay, and so when you isolate an inference rule or a axiom like the principle of explosion, okay, that's within that system, it's true. Okay, and that's
Okay.
what I'm saying.
Are metaphysics prior to epistemology?
Depends on I don't know what you mean by prior here.
Like you need to have some type of metaphysical account, and maybe even if you don't know it, we don't have to go there yet, but there's got to be something true about the metaphysics in order to get you to an epistemic system.
I guess you have to give an example.
Like, okay, the ontology of, I don't think you can divorce metaphysics from any of it. It's really, I'm doing a line of inquiry, but I'm going to go full mask off. I mean, you're talking about mind-dependent things. which require not.
Yeah, good point. You can't divorce metaphysics. In fact, metaphysics, epistemology, ethics, they're all interconnected. This is what the unbeliever does, is it divorces them when they need to. They perhaps are not even aware of it in many cases. That's where Eli hopefully can do a good job of establishing that. And he has this broken, compartmentalized worldview of metaphysics and epistemology separate when they're actually not going to be divorced from one another. There needs to be a thing there for you to know it, and for you to claim that you know something, there has to be something there prior to you picking up on that.
Knowledge of the fact that at least you have a mind and then that you have a body. And again, I don't think that any of this can be divorced from external reality. That's kind of what I'm asking about. If your principles of validity, if you're saying some truth is correspondence, what corresponds with reality, and some is not, and I'm saying, okay, then where is the truth coming from in that system? And you're saying, well, it's coming from the system. Well, no, not the system, the axiom. Okay, well, now let's go to the axiom. Is the axiom based off anything in reality?
Let's just put it this way. I don't say stuff like metaphysics is prior to epistemology or vice versa. I don't say stuff like that. That seems like, I don't know what the utility of saying that is. But what does this have to do with
Aristotle and
What's the validity or the utility of you telling us how you say stuff on top of that? I think he doesn't understand. And it's going to be a problem if he doesn't, because he's confident in his rhetoric. But that's fine. You know, let him not understand, and then you have to point out, his behavior following that.
Kant said so.
I don't
Doesn't
say
make it
this or vice versa. I don't say stuff like that. That seems like, I don't know what the utility of saying that is. But what does this have to do
both
with
Aristotle and Kant said so.
I don't
Doesn't
see,
make it true, but
no, you're saying you want to get back to the topic. So what does this have to do with atheism?
Like, you want to get back to that topic? What does that do with atheism? What let's see, Danny. You're a philosophy major. What does metaphysics and epistemology have to do with atheism, or anything? Anything you talk about is going to fall in those two categories. What kind of nonsense is that? Hey, what's up, Peter?
again, because ultimately you need a metaphysical account to have an epistemic system. But if you're going to have a metaphysical account, you have to then say you know about the metaphysical system, which now it's a what came first, the chicken or the egg. Like, I'm trying to find your starting point because
Right. Good. Thank you. Finally. Just throw it out there, right? What is this dude's starting point?
what I'm ultimately, the challenge of the night is I'm running tag, so it's centered around knowledge. Okay. You believe that knowledge exists, right?
I don't think knowledge is like an entity. There's states, right, where you can call them knowledge states, but like they're not like I'm a thing, you're a thing, but knowledge is not like an entity.
Well, so are you saying that only what exists or only what is material is what exists?
I'm not saying that.
Okay, so
Knowledge. I think knowledge is like an.
Okay, you believe that knowledge exists, right?
I don't think knowledge is like an entity. There's states, right, where you can call them knowledge states, but like they're not like I'm a thing, you're a thing, but knowledge is not like an entity.
Well, so
Okay, so knowledge isn't a thing. Cool, dude.
are you saying that only what exists or only what is material is what exists?
I'm not saying that.
Okay, so what is your criteria for existence?
Well, things exist. I'm fine to say events exist.
Is knowledge an event?
Yep. Foot in mouth on that one. Danny Moore refused to hold any worldview at all while trying to tell others they're wrong over and over. Right. I'm about done with this. Anyway, because that's exactly what he's doing. But it is interesting to watch it. If Eli's picking up on that or how he's navigating it, it's so ridiculous. Why would you debate without a worldview? Like, when are these guys going to get this?
I wouldn't say it's like an event. No,
Well, you kind of just did, didn't you? Because he said it's not a thing, but it exists. It doesn't exist like a thing, so it seems like it's an event. It's a happening in your mind. He seems like he asked you the right question, but you're pretending like, oh, I want to say no because why, Danny?
It's an event.
I wouldn't say it's like an event. No.
It's not an event in the mind.
Event in the mind. I mean, there's events by which we come to know things, but that's to say that knowledge is an event.
Okay, so it's an event that we come to know things. That's knowledge, but you want to keep talking and tell us how it's not an event. All right.
The mind. I mean, there's events by which we come to know things, but that's to say that knowledge is an event is a little bit strange.
So then, what is knowledge in your view?
Well, I guess there are different senses. I'm sort of partial to different senses of knowledge, or at least different standards of justification, and so I don't think there's really. I'm fine to use a working definition, like
JT.
Yeah, that's what he's asking. What you're fine to do, how you're going to utilize the thing. He's asking you what it is, where it exists, how you know, how you have knowledge of it. You know, ironically, right? And you're just like talking about what you want to do and how you want to do it.
senses. I'm sort of partial to different senses of knowledge, or at least different standards of justification.
Oh, okay.
And so I don't think there's really. I'm fine to use a working definition, like
JTB, JTB plus. I can go with either of those.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So now, all right, maybe let's get away from existence. You believe that you possess knowledge, right?
I'm fine to say that I know things.
Right. Okay.
Why does he answer like that? I'm fine to say that I know things. Why don't you narrow and say, so you know things? You know, it's almost like he's gotten in this routine of not answering something directly or not claiming a concrete worldview. So in all his speech, he's like, I'm okay with this. I like that. I don't really like. Some guys use this. It's just this constant movement of like telling you what other people may do or may think without establishing any reality.
And I'm looking for the atheist account for the possibility of knowing things.
I don't think atheism, that's like saying I need the white man's account.
Okay, that's fine. So go into what is your account? Like, right? Don't keep it open. You need to hone in on this clown.
Of the possibility of knowing things. Like what is what for me? I mean, like being white, right, has nothing to do with having an account of epistemology.
Okay. And I've heard this before, and this is where you're wrong, because you're saying that you can have you're saying that it's possible there's no God, which means it's possible to have an autonomous account for the possibility of knowledge, and I'm asking for that.
What do you mean by autonomous?
Individual to, I'm sorry to use the definition in the word in the definition, but to autonomous man apart from revelatory theism.
So autonomous just mean atheistic or something?
You could say that, but it's just that knowledge comes from the individual person.
Not knowledge comes from the individual person.
Yeah, knowledge. So the ultimate epistemic foundation is ultimately like, because you would agree that knowledge is mind dependent, right? And I think you would also agree that the only thing that exists is human minds, and that your knowledge is ultimately grounded in your mind.
Well, to say that something has knowledge does presuppose that it's an agent. Okay, in that sense, it's dependent, right? But what does this have to do with atheism?
Because you're saying that you can give an account for knowledge from an autonomous position. Let me simplify.
You got to ask him what facts in your worldview are dependent on God. Now, if he tries to say, I don't know, you got to move him to what facts do you currently hold today, right now, that are dependent on God? You got to get him to none. Show him he's living like an atheist, thinking like an atheist. Then if you want to, then you're saying this is what autonomous reasoning is. It's all about you. It's all about your system that you imagine to be the case that you're trying to promote and sell.
Not revelatory theism. We'll just do that. Fine. It's an atheist position, the one that is saying that at an individual level, I can have knowledge without revelatory theism.
Does God get knowledge from revelation?
He's asking him to concede that, and now he's pitching him a question. Don't let him.
Hold on. What's the prompt about, Danny?
Well, I'm understanding how God is this.
We could talk about it.
Nice. Trying to shift the burden over, and I want to talk about God all of a sudden because he doesn't want to explain how he's going to reason to his line of questioning about God. Eli's still trying to figure out, what the hell do you think is real, kid? You're giving me a bunch of rhetoric about things that may be, about things that people think about. What the hell do you think is real? What the hell do you think you know? And then, of course, the cherry on top is, why ought you follow any of it? What's the obligation in your worldview? It's all about you, kid.
That in the after panel, but I'm looking for you to give because you just said I don't see what that has to do with atheism. I just told you what that has to do with atheism because there's a positive claim baked into atheism that it's possible for an epistemic system to exist this way. That's legitimate and justified, and I'm looking for you to give that.
To give what?
To give what? I'm not saying anything is real or certain. Like, does he not understand what he's saying? He's saying, dude, you're here in a debate. That means you have a worldview, that you're representing something true, something that you know, and things that you think ought to be the case. And you're like, what? I don't understand.
Said I don't see what that has to do with atheism. I just told you what that has to do with atheism because there's a positive claim baked into atheism that it's possible for an epistemic system to exist this way. That's legitimate and justified, and I'm looking for you to give that.
To give what?
To give what? Justification? Epistemic justification? How dare you ask for that? It's like kryptonite to the unbeliever. The phrase epistemic justification.
Give the account for, the justification for, the possibility of knowledge that you said that you possess.
What turns on giving that account?
Huh?
What turns on giving that account?
Of knowledge that you said that you possess.
What turns on giving that account?
Huh?
What turns on giving that account?
What terms? I'm sorry, I'm not hearing you.
Like, what? It's a turn of phrase. It's a phrase that means like, what difference does it make whether I give an account or not?
Oh, what difference does it make if I give an account? Gee, I don't know. God just is. Debate over. No. You have to give an account. Oh, really? Does that make a difference? Yeah, it does. Oh, and by the way, Danny, you have to do the same thing. You have to give an account. Does that help?
It's
a phrase that means like, what difference does it make whether I give an account or not?
Because if you're saying that it's possible, and let's say I come into this going, I don't know anything about theism, any of that. I just want to know, is knowledge possible in the atheist worldview? Go. And you go, well, yeah, I have it, but I can't tell you how or why it's possible. Why would I be motivated to believe that autonomous epistemology is correct?
Okay, so you're saying I'm making the claim that it's possible to know.
Well, yeah, because you said.
So he's resorting to like, oh, you're saying I made the claim it's possible to know, so he can try to. Yeah, I didn't say that. No, I didn't. I didn't say that. So this is what I'm saying. What happens is you have to move into turning on your system to point out logical fallacies. The fact that they're not explicitly saying things, they're implying all sorts of things. And I think he wants to hone in on like, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. It's like, it's been implied. If you know things, then you have a system that would be in place where it's possible to know things.
How or why it's possible. Why would I be motivated to believe that autonomous epistemology is correct?
Okay, so you're saying I'm making the claim that it's possible to know.
Well, yeah, because you said you possess knowledge.
Yeah, so it does trivially follow that if something's true, it's possibly true. Is that, yeah, okay.
What
the claim that it's possible to know.
Well, yeah, because you said you possess knowledge.
Yeah, so it does trivially follow that if something's true, it's possibly true. Is that, yeah, okay.
Is that, yeah, okay? No, that's not okay. If it's true, it's possibly true. You see this line of reasoning or lack of? You see what happens when you just ask them questions about what is real, what they know? Well, yeah, I know it, but it's possible that I know. It's possible that I may know it. Okay.
Well, yeah, and again, that's why I was using the word it. Again, we can go back and forth on what exist means, but you have a claim to have possession of a thing. But then if you can't give an account for the possibility of you having a possession of that thing, I don't know how, and this is just one problem, by the way, but it's like, I'm not
Right. Exactly. This is one problem among many, which no matter what, if it's a problem with epistemology, it bleeds through your whole worldview. That's the great thing about focusing on these basics, is you can locate one thing and point out how it's carrying over to all facets of all their other claims.
Motivated to believe autonomous epistemology is true if you can't even give an account for the possibility of it. Second off, if we could even get into it, I want to know how it's possible in a teleological accidentalist world where there's all of a sudden principles of validity and there's knowledge and logic, which the definition of those words preclude accidentalism.
But what I'm asking for is, what difference does it make whether I give an account? Suppose.
So when somebody wants to play this game, what difference does it make? You know, there's many ways to handle this. Well, I'll tell you the difference once you give me the account, is one way to say it. And another way to say it is like, you asking what difference is not an answer. And then are you just going to keep asking me what difference it makes because you don't have an answer? So we'll see what he does.
I don't know how to give an account, or suppose I need to think about it. How does that
Okay, because my argument.
Well, if he needs to think about it, then why are you in a formal debate? If this is the first time it's been brought to your attention that you need to give an account for the claims you make, and you're a philosophy teacher. I mean, you must be kidding, dude. You must be joking on some strange level that I'm not picking up on. This is seriously not funny.
Argument that you are stuck in vicious circularity attempting to do this is because of the finitude of the human mind.
Oh, is that Eli out there? Cool, man. Yeah, right on, man. It's pretty painful to listen to this kid. I don't know how long I'm going to continue this, but yeah, I think you're doing a good job of just, staying with the basics, and he's either pretending not to know, or he really doesn't, which is amazing that he's, teaching people and doing live debates. And he's like, wow, I need to account for my claims. Wow. What a foreign concept.
That could never actually ground knowledge, and the dysteleological universe that the atheist is committed to. Ultimately, we can conclude that knowledge is not possible in an atheist worldview. You as an atheist claim to have knowledge, therefore atheism is impossible.
I don't get it. So if someone like...
That's right. You said it. You don't get it. But is he going to go into the substance of what Eli's just pointed out to him, that his purposeless worldview, while claiming he has knowledge, makes no sense? The vicious circularity of the discussion and how he's answering things. We'll see.
It's like
demonstrating the impossibility of in an atheist worldview. You as an atheist claim to have knowledge, therefore atheism is impossible.
I don't get it. So if someone it's like
demonstrating the impossibility of atheism.
As an analogy, it's like saying, I can possibly play the trumpet. And you're like, oh, really? We'll play the trumpet right now. But what does it matter? If I don't know how to play the trumpet right now, that doesn't undermine the claim that it's possible for me to play the trumpet.
the playing the trumpet is not fundamental to how you operate in the world. Okay, it's a superficial example of a demonstration you can give about an ability you have. He's challenging your whole system in place, your worldview, how you know anything, how you're making any claims, and you're sitting here going, "Oh, I don't see how that matters." Again, Eli, I was saying earlier, like if you can point out the concession here, like if he wants to take this route of he doesn't need justification, you're coming from a position God is a necessary precondition for all reality. And he's saying he doesn't have to justify it. We say, well, then if I play that card, God just is. God is the starting point for everything. No justification needed. Debate over. You say that's not my position, but I'm pointing out to you that the level of reasoning that you're using here is that you give way to me being able to say, God just is, because I know so. The end.
Again, that's why
in the same way, if I were to say it's possible that atheists can account for knowledge or whatever you said, and then you say, okay, give me that's such an account. Well, if I say I don't have an account right now, that it won't follow.
He's going to get one. He's making the claim right now, and he's going to find an account. He wasn't prepared for that. Okay, kid, come back when you find the account,
From that, therefore, it's not possible to give an account.
Okay, well, that's why I said it's only one part of it. So I want to jump off that analogy. If I put a trumpet in front of a guy who's claiming to be a trumpet player and
Yeah, Eli, you're doing a decent job here. I'm not in the best mood, and this Danny kid is kind of making it worse. Normally it wouldn't bother me. It's laughable, but it's just not just him. It's just the people. He's considered like one of the better atheists, and like dealing with atheists is like becomes a task of pointing out logical fallacies more than anything. Right. He has no justification for knowledge, and he concedes every argument. So it's like when you ask him to justify his claims, he acts confused, like, well, I don't see why you have to do that. But he'll sit there and say, this is so, this is the case, and in all sorts of ways. He's a friggin' teacher, right? But he's, I don't get why you have to make an account for it. Well, I guess he's kind of answered his own conundrum. He needs to go find that. Go find that before you teach, before you debate. Right. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that, Eli. I would have navigated some of this differently, but I think you're doing a good job. And I only watched a snippet of you critiquing it yesterday. That's the idea, go back and watch it, critique it, sharpen up. He is failing completely. Like if he, and again, yeah, the way to show him that, like if you're going to throw out epistemic justification, then you just proclaim your victory. God just is, and I know it. Debate over. If that's the route he's taken. So then he's going to say, well, no, you can't do that. And it's like, okay, well, then let's get into justification for your claims. If we don't want to do that, right? It's like you're giving him philosophy 101 lesson, the philosophy teacher.
he will not play the trumpet. It's not like totally deductive. That doesn't mean he can't play the trumpet, but you would also have a little bit of evidence that, like, if you suspect that this person cannot play the trumpet, you might be able to go, I think he might be full of crap. Then we go into the dysteleological versus teleological world. I'm looking for how you claim to be in possessions of things that are of principles of validity, of knowledge, of logic. And you, as a biological mechanism coming from a world that you hold to be dysteleological, I'm looking for how you get there. Because again, back to what we were saying with your axioms, ultimately, I believe that the atheist, that the axioms are ad hoc and arbitrary. Okay, so basically, you're saying that the truth of the system that I use to get to the truth of the external world is something that I either made up, and then it's like, okay, it's only true.
Yes. That's right. This is made up. The system he brought in earlier, you need to make a system. And then within that system, you establish truth that is made up, that is arbitrary. Exactly. And you can see his reaction to that when you say made up, like he wants to, it bothers him. It should. That's what you're trying to draw out, is they have a complete arbitrary system, a complete suppression of the truth of Jesus Christ, of the scriptures, into this autonomous system that's based on their feelings, that's based on their whims and agreements, ultimately. And in some ways, he won't deny this. In some ways, he hasn't denied it. In some ways, he's opened the door for you to go right into a prior commence earlier. And the funny thing is when you start to go there, he does this, he changes his mannerisms. Like, he's like, I don't understand. Why would I need to do that? And then you get caught going down these roads. Like this trumpet example is a surface level example, right? You're talking about things that are prior to any sort of evaluation or reasoning process. You want to know how he can even establish an arbitrary truth system. How did he even get there in the first place to think that's okay, right? Which also gets into ethics. Like, why would you think that's a reasonable or a justified way to live, where you just make up a system of truth to get other people to agree with it? This is how systems of slavery, of democide and genocide have come to be, because of autonomous systems that people aren't aware of, slowly growing into tyrannical mega bloodbaths. There it is right in front of me, because of these arbitrary autonomous systems. This is the broader point of promoting Christianity, but he's just acting in a lot of ways like he doesn't understand these things. And I think this might be part of his strategy. It's like, if I could just keep acting like these questions are strange and they don't matter, then most of his atheist audience will buy this, and call it word salad, perhaps, which goes into that point that Peter's making there, right? It's just saving face. I don't know, Monkey Boy. Maybe I've heard him with Darth. But yeah, I like the way that you go about these matters, Eli. I hope to see more of you, and I'll check that out.
True, because of the story that I made. I'm not saying you're saying. I'm saying that in a broad sense is what it. The truth of the external world is something that I either made up, and then it's like, okay, it's only true because of the story that I made. I'm not saying you're saying. I'm saying that in a.
That's good. Like, I think that you are saying that he does that, but you're not trying to be too abrasive. That's good.
Broad sense is what it reduces to, that either you made up the system and truth is what comports to my made up system, or you're saying that we have validity and reason baked into us, which I want to know how that's possible in a dysteleological universe. Or you're saying that the external world, the metaphysic, has validity baked into it, and I want to know how that's possible in a dysteleological universe. And none of these questions I think you'll be able to answer.
Okay, if I'm not...
That's good. You laid out 3 different possibilities there for him. Like, you're either saying this, or this. If you're not going to choose one of those, give me something at this point. Like, you're showing him you're listening, and he's not really saying anything. And he's got to engage. What is your worldview? Where are you coming from? How do you start? Right? What is established?
If I don't answer, right, what follows? If I'm not,
and
now he's like, "What's my best guess here? I probably shouldn't answer." Yeah, this is what I foresee happening as time goes on. People grasp the power of challenging assumptions, presuppositions on an ultimate level. Is the advice from one unbeliever to the other is don't engage. I've seen Dillahunty draw away from it. We've seen it with who's that guy, deconverted man. He's like, drop the precept. You can't use precept, which is just a comedy type of claim in itself, right? But this is because this is where they fail. when you challenge their assumptions. You have to know how to navigate the conversation, but this is where they fail. They have nothing established. They have nothing to stand on, no foundation. They reject Jesus Christ. And this is what you get, these kind of conversations.
None of these questions I think you'll be able to answer.
Okay, if I don't answer, right, what follows?
A lot of people are going to say that you're running and dodging. No, I'm kidding. But I think that I'm bringing up genuine, legitimate critiques of why atheism isn't possible, and I think you would be not engaging with my criticism.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, he's tried to move away from it. Like, why should I answer? Why do I have to answer? So the idea of this type of argumentation to tag transcendental categories, presuppositionalism, is that you're talking about things that are relevant, that people cannot escape. If they choose not to engage, they're just choosing not to engage in that which is relevant, which is going to be very difficult for them to point out how metaphysics, epistemology, and ethics are not relevant in this conversation, in their worldview in general. And you've got a philosophy teacher here too, right, on top of it. So come on. Yeah, they all wave the white flag when it comes to their own worldview. Just a matter of how good they are covering up. Yeah, well said. They want to play this game, like you said earlier. I don't know. It just is. But I know Christianity wrong. And you start saying, well, wait a second. If you don't know anything, how the hell are you going to argue that this thing is wrong? Oh, wait, isn't that an ethical claim? Assuming that I ought not follow the wrong thing. Just a simple line of question like that gets them all tripped up. Similar to the way Danny's getting tripped up here. Yeah, it's great how Eli is not letting him get around it. I think Eli is being generous here, charitable. I think because he's confident in his position, and he's just like, look, just you can dance if you want to, but we're just going to come back to these ideas. These ideas are going to remain relevant, even if I grant you forward, or you decide to grant yourself. We're going to come back to these fundamental ideas. They very much don't like this, but that's what's happening here. Yeah. Right. That's the idea. Can you imagine what the shit you get if you ask an atheist, ask me how I know God exists? I replied, if I refuse to answer, does that mean God's not possible? Right. That would be considered nonsense. And back to him saying he doesn't need to justify his knowledge claims. Can you imagine how if you walked into a debate and said God just is, because I know he is, the end, they'd be like, that's absurd. Interestingly enough, what he's revealed is your ability to do that now in this very debate. If you wanted to have a dramatic point of disengagement in a future debate, of course, you got, moderators and other people involved. If you get frustrated enough, you said, you've given me the open door to say God just is, and I just know that's the case. It's over, and you just left. Perhaps somebody will do that in the future, and they'll get the point across when they get done doing all their, oh, he just quit, he just walked out, and they realize, no, he didn't walk out or quit because he had a weak argument or because he was scared. He walked out with a point. His interlocutor wasn't picking up on what he just gave him. He gave him the win. He conceded the debate. So that would be an interesting predicament I'd like to see in the future by somebody. Yeah.
No, it could be that, right? Okay, suppose, there's an issue in epistemology that I don't know how to give an account for or solve, right? I just don't see how you're jumping from there to therefore atheism is impossible.
He keeps using this language like, I don't understand, I just don't see. Like, it's all about him, right? It's all about what he's currently feeling. You got to bring the philosophy teacher just back to basic philosophy. Say, I'm coming from a basic philosophical position, which the pillars of the philosophy are metaphysics, epistemology, ethics, the nature of being, the nature of knowing and how we know, and then the behavior, the ethic, and how we operate within that. Ultimately, into a complete paradigm. I'm arguing from a worldview, and you're arguing from a worldview. And it seems to me that you don't seem to think you have a worldview, or you're trying to avoid your worldview, because I'm asking questions about it. And you want to tell me about things that seem a certain way, or systems that people build and things other people think. And that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking about your worldview, what you think you know.
I don't get it.
Well, like, because I can claim that anything is possible, but if I can't demonstrate the possibility, then what motivates me to believe that it's possible?
What do you mean?
Or what motivates somebody else to believe that what I'm saying is possible? I'm just making an assertion at that point.
What do you mean demonstrate that? You mean like to show that there's no contradiction?
No, I'm asking you to give an account for the possibility of knowledge. You said you possess knowledge. You said, I'm Danny, I possess knowledge. I'm like, okay, Danny, can you demonstrate the possibility of you possessing knowledge?
What does that
Well,
mean?
what does that? Yeah, what is that question?
What does that mean? I'm going with, what does that mean? In hopes that he'll get tripped up in his explanation, and then I can create a quick red herring and start following that. It means when you make a claim, there are things prior to how you got to that claim. I want to know that system in place, that navigation process where you can say you know things. If you want to take the route and say you don't know anything, good. Then you don't know I'm wrong. Why are we here debating? Why'd you come here? To tell me that you don't know why I'm wrong, but your feelings are that you want to talk to me? What's going on here?
It have to do with me having knowledge.
No, I don't
You
even
claimed
understand.
you
I
had
don't
it.
even
That's
understand
what it has to do with it.
I don't even understand the question, right? You're saying the quote to say you're claiming, quote, demonstrate the possibility.
Okay. Yeah. Demonstrate, give an account for how it's possible for you to have the thing you claim you have.
But
This is really simple.
Turns on that.
What?
Did he say he's already done that? Let's do it again.
Yeah. Demonstrate, give an account for how it's possible for you to have the thing you claim you have.
But
This is really simple.
Turns on that.
What turns on that is you show that I'm wrong in the prompt that atheism is possible. I'm saying we have knowledge because
I don't like it that much when people laugh, but I think that Eli's laughs, little snide little laughs there, are warranted. Because the philosophy teacher's like, why do I need that? He's like, well, if you're going to tell me I don't know something, or that my position's wrong, you have to know things. You have to give an account why you know things. He's like, no, I just want to tell you that you're wrong, and I don't want to tell you how I know why. What's wrong with that? Well, see, these guys have been used to this simple type of argumentation, but when you say, well, how can you make it? I mean, it's just more claims that he has to go into. Like, why would it be irrelevant on how you got to the knowledge of you saying that I'm wrong? Why are you even asking me that? It's sort of like not to purposely flip it around, but it's just like, are you really on that level? Like you need me to tell you this? You're taken off guard by someone asking you to justify what you're claiming? Huh. It's almost like, well, you have to remain patient, ultimately, because it's all right there. If you just remain calm and say, okay, this is a little bit nonsensical, but I'll walk him through it. I'll give him a philosophy 101 lesson if he's genuinely asking for it.
You're saying you have knowledge, okay? I'm asking for a demonstration of the possibility that you have knowledge, okay?
No, what you said that meant is to give an account.
Yeah,
Right.
give an account.
But again, once again,
I'm trying to discern that you're not just making a bald assertion.
There's this faulty inference that you're making consistently, like over and over again, that if I don't give an account for knowledge as an atheist, that therefore atheism is impossible. You have to give me an argument for that.
Okay.
I don't know why you bid on that. I guess you're just confident enough to go down the roads, but he's just escaping this by saying, "Oh, you're doing a false inference." Okay, well, how do you know that, right? Before you move into him making a claim about you doing something false or faulty, you now want to escape your accountability for your justification and point again to something you think is wrong. You're not following the conversation, or if you are, then you're a deceptive one, because you know what I'm asking you, and then you're just trying to point to something else.
Making consistently, like over and over again, that if I don't give an account for knowledge as an atheist, that therefore atheism is impossible. You have to give me an argument for that.
Okay.
So you see how he flipped the burden? You have to give him something. You're asking him for account for any knowledge claims. Now you have to give him an argument. He's just calling authority on you.
Okay, I see where we're getting at. Forgive me. So, like I said, it's only one part of the argument. But when I go in and I make a reductio ad absurdum, that an autonomous position is stuck in vicious circularity, that is a symptom of a faulty system that can't be possible.
What do you mean vicious circular? Where's this coming from? What do you
means? This is where they don't understand worldviews, right? They try to argue that the transcendental argument for God is circular. You have to point out it's a meta-level argument. It's a paradigmatic argument about the nature of reality itself. Okay, it's not a simple circle. They try to get you to put in a deductive syllogism, which you can. The point is, it's not just a deductive argument. It's a transcendental argument about the reality, the nature of all things that start with God. It has inductive and deductive components to it. The autonomous man is starting with his own mind and trying to give you universal claims about all reality, about knowledge, about the nature of things. This is a vicious circle of one's own mind. That's why you have the worldview argument, to point out that all they're doing is giving you a personal account based on observation and feelings of what they're experiencing, no more than that. But they're talking like they know so many things so well, and then they can get on a debate panel and just prove that you're wrong about God and how absurd you are. This is the beauty of challenging them on this level, is all that falls apart and collapses so easily. And that's why you're getting this response like, I don't get it. What I don't understand why that means anything. You have to do this now. You have to give an argument, which I think Eli's being charitable here. But this kid, I don't know. He's getting away with a lot.
Again, the metaphysics has to inform the epistemology, but you have to have an epistemic principle by which to know the metaphysics that are informing the epistemology. And it's what came first, the chicken or the egg. And this is symptomatic of autonomous epistemology.
What's the
if
argument
autonomous epistemology were true, it would be able to give a...
So what's the argument for that, right? He did this earlier. You need to provide an argument, right? He's skipping past that any of his claims need justification into telling you how you need to navigate this conversation. No, I'm not going to answer that. I don't see the need for that. So I'm just going to tell you what to do, is what he's doing. Oh, I don't need to justify myself. I'm just going to tell you what to do.
Starting point, and the reason.
Yeah, maybe it is, it's an interesting phrase. Biggest mistake being too charitable. It's not a bad thing to be charitable, but yeah, when it works against you, it's sort of like Romans 12:9, like love must be genuine, abhor what is evil, cling to what is good. Like you have to put the foot down at some point and say, no, you're being dishonest, you're being vague. In fact, you're actually being evil. You're suppressing the truth and unrighteousness. And I see what you're doing. I've asked you repeatedly. I started this way. Then you need justification for your claims. You seemed confused, but then you go back into more claims and more demands about what I need to do. All those things fall back on what I am asking you, how you know anything at all. And you haven't even touched ethics, which is always there, right? It's just his opinion that you need to do anything, that these things need to happen a certain way. The best he has is what he pointed out himself earlier, is dialectics, logical agreements. That's how he navigates reality. Sense data, observation, his feelings, and he gets other people to agree with him. And then he moves forward.
That this is symptomatic of the autonomous epistemology is because clearly and obviously knowledge is not grounded in autonomous man.
Okay, when you said able to give,
it would be able to give a starting point. And the reason that this is symptomatic of the autonomous epistemology is because clearly and obviously knowledge is not grounded in autonomous man.
Good point.
Okay,
Great
when
point.
you said able to give, what modality was that?
Oh, look. Don't let, you can't let him cross-examine you. You're cross-examining him on a fundamental point, and now he's cross-examining you, on modalities, right? No.
It could be any modality.
Okay, well, do you think there's a contradiction in the statement that Danny gave an account for his knowledge?
A contradiction in the statement Danny gave an account.
He's not going to give an account, so he's going to play a game where I'm going to make statements about something that could have happened and see if they're contradictory without giving an account for knowledge. The level of sophistry here is, it's basically not inviting for me to want to even continue this.
For his knowledge.
Danny the atheist gave an account for knowledge.
Yeah.
There's a contradiction there.
Well, just in that one statement, not necessarily, but I think if
It's
you
not
were
any
to
modality, so it's not any modality, right?
Okay, well, so I guess, like I said, I'm looking for primarily metaphysical, because again, this goes back to you saying that actually my principles of validity that get me to reasoning and logic, which also ultimately get me to my epistemology, don't have to be based in reality. So that's why we can go back to that conversation.
We agree.
The validity based in.
So we agree then that it's logically possible for atheists to give an account of knowledge. You just want to say it's metaphysically impossible.
I think it's metaphysically impossible for an atheist to have knowledge if atheism were true.
Okay, that's not the question. The question is,
Yeah, doesn't matter if that's not the question. That is the broader point. Bring it back to that. Right.
do we agree that it's logically possible for atheists to give an account?
I think that you would. Maybe it could be in the deepest depths of formal logic, but I am confident that there would probably be a logical contradiction.
That's progress. So we agree.
Yeah, that's progress, meaning you're escaping fundamental questions and steering this in another direction. That's progress to you right now. He tries to weasel out with logical possibility. Modal and formal logic gets so complex, I didn't want to go there necessarily, but in hindsight, I give plenty of formal contradictions for atheism. Yeah, right. He's trying to go into narrow categories, which are subdivisions or things that are that follow all the categories that you're talking about. Like no matter where he wants to go, they're always going to fall back on his metaphysical, epistemological, and ethical view of reality, aka his worldview. So when he tries to do these things, you might want to be charitable and try to answer, but it always falls back on, how is this getting us to you and the possibility of knowledge from an atheistic worldview? How is this getting you to giving me an account for the knowledge you claim, as I've asked you multiple times? Okay, you saying this is progress means you're trying to score little points here and there. When are we going to get back to the real conversation?
it's logically possible. Now you want to say, okay, but it's metaphysical.
I said might be. Again, I would need to know a lot more about formal logic than I do to make a declarative statement. But I also said I think it's more likely that you would run into logical contradictions, especially like we could get into that. But that's why I'm saying I think generally speaking, like I don't think that you can make a possible world argument where atheism is true.
A possible world argument. What is
right?
But okay, so you want to say it's metaphysically impossible. You don't want to claim it's logically impossible.
Not yet, no. But I'm not saying that it's not either. I'm just saying I don't have enough to make that statement.
So just like in other modalities, like in logic, when you take a formal system, you have these axioms, these constraint principles, right, that dictate what's possible.
Yeah, we know, Danny, you can make up things and get people to agree with them. That's not what he's asking you. And I think you know that at this point. You're just trying to talk about other things to make it sound like you know what you're talking about. And perhaps Eli's not, up on this topic like you are. It's not going to solve any of the problems he's asked you.
What's impossible, what's necessarily true, what's not.
Right.
I look at metaphysical possibility very similarly, right? So you have a system by which you have a certain you have a system by which you have certain metaphysical facts that I'm committed to, right, that make it impossible for me to account for something. So what are those facts?
Wait, what did he just say?
Now we're getting somewhere.
You have a system by which you have certain metaphysical facts that I'm committed to, right, that make it impossible for me to account for something. So what are those facts?
So instead of giving an account, he wants you to make an argument about how you already think that he can't make an account. What a weasel. That is a weasel.
Okay, so ask that one more time. I want to make sure I got you right.
Kind of like in logic, right? There's certain axioms that make certain propositions necessarily true or necessarily false. Okay, impossible.
Right.
Tautological, whatever. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So now you say, okay, well, let's put formal systems away. It's not logic I'm talking about. It's a metaphysical impossibility here, but it still works the same way. They're going to be, instead of logical axioms, they're going to be, I guess, metaphysical axioms, we'll call them, right? By which makes it such that when you infer from those, it's impossible for atheists to give an account, or it's impossible. So I want to know those facts.
Okay, well, hold on. This is important because you said that the axioms of, I guess you're talking about your system. I'm really looking for your system.
Wait, he's still not talking about his system. He's talking about this is the way philosophy works. In my understanding, we have logical, it's trying to interchange metaphysics and logic. And that's what he's focused on, right? Like the logical applicability, the consistency of things, which gets into ethics, of course. Like, why do you think it's wrong to be inconsistent? But aside from that, Eli wants the reasoning, the reasons, the purpose, the meaning in the worldview prior to making these syllogism and logical propositions. He wants the reasoning that's going into the propositions themselves, the meaning that's going into them, which you keep avoiding. You just want to talk about surface level ideas and try to win that way.
Here,
my logical system.
Yeah, just how you're getting to the fact that you said I'm in possession of knowledge. That implies that you have an epistemic.
Another way to do this, to cut out any confusion with an unbeliever, is to say up front, I don't agree with you about anything. And that sounds overwhelming. And the point of saying that is, even when I do agree with you, I can make an argument as to why ultimately I do not agree with you. Even if we agree that we know things, that you know things and I know things, I can disagree because your system doesn't allow you to know things. That's why I'm asking you about your system. Because I know your fallen system is not going to give that account. That's why you're running from that and creating a different discussion.
Theory. So I'm working from your system here. Now you said that
you don't want to say.
Let me respond. So you said the axioms were not based off of external reality. Okay, so you don't actually
I don't know
have
what you're
any
talking about right now.
metaphysical.
You're making. I don't accept any robust metaphysical modality. I don't accept that. Right? You're the one that's presenting the system.
Oh, wait, so you don't have any robust metaphysical modality?
Right. So he's just going to reject metaphysics, basically, which comes down to the question, like, tell me something objectively true.
So again, let's go back to your systems of validity. They're not based on external reality. So what is the validity based off of?
You're talking about logical validity.
Yeah.
But then that goes back to formal systems. You're saying this is not. You're not talking about logic, right? You say you want to go to.
Well, I'm talking about the possibility of logic. It's a metalogical question prior to the doing of, because you're saying, yeah,
Good. That's the line of questioning. That's where you want to go.
this axiom by which I prove everything else. And that relies on principles of validity. And I asked you what in nature that lines up with. You had nothing. So
what is his ultimate commitment, right? What is he ultimately presupposing? What is the ultimate authority in his worldview? Because Eli knows that it's him. Whatever he thinks he is his own ultimate authority. I have no robust metaphysical modality. I don't know anything about the external world, which knowledge is impossible. Right. That's what, and that's key. I know when you're doing the live debate, it's hard to catch those things, but there's all sorts of concessions in here. And, props for you, first of all, for going on a live debate. But over time, it becomes easier and easier. And like I was saying earlier, it'd be interesting to see when people just walk out or stop and say, look, it's done. It's actually over. That's the strength of the transcendental argument, is that they can be done. People don't think that can happen for some reason. Like, you didn't let me finish. You didn't let me keep talking. It's like, no, within 5 minutes, I established that you don't think anything's real. You don't think anything is actually true. You don't know anything for certain. And your ethical system is based on your feelings, what you want to be the case, what you feel is right. You destroy the possibility of knowledge, of anything real and true in your worldview. And I got that from asking you a few questions, from your answers. It's just people don't think that's possible to do. It's interesting to me, because people will talk and talk and talk and keep talking even when you've shown that their worldview collapses. So sometimes it is more effective just to stop. Or maybe, this is not the place to do it, obviously, in this debate, but I'm just kind of thinking through this as I watch this and think about these matters. Sometimes it's like, you know what, let's stop. And rewind the tape 5-10 minutes, and I'm going to go back and walk you through. It's like you stop the discussion and go into a critique with them right as part of the discussion, like, because it becomes a teaching experience when you know these things on a level where you're not going to deviate from basic philosophy, metaphysics, epistemology, ethics. And that's all they want to do, even though they're still within, the realm of philosophy and subcategories or subdivisions of these ideas. You just have to stay on that firm foundation. That's the point of the transcendental argument. Jesus Christ is the foundation. It's unmoving. It's unyielding. And no autonomous man will ever overcome that.
So now I'm asking, what is the first epistemic principle, the validity of that? Where is that validity coming from?
It sounds like you're contradicting yourself. You're saying on one hand,
where is the validity coming from? The idea, if not asked the exact same way, is being represented or represented, and you're not answering again.
Validity of that, where is that validity coming from?
it sounds like you're contradicting yourself. You're saying on one hand, I'm not talking about any kind of logical formal system. I'm going on to metaphysics. And then you're out now demanding me.
again, I don't think that these things exist in a vacuum. That's what I'm pointing out. I think that ultimately I think that they're interrelational. You're saying,
Yes, right. They're interrelational. They apply to all people. This is the power of, again, the tag. You can make these objective claims about all people, the universality of all the creation, of all man, which was created in his image, that we are not talking about things that I'm just interested in that are not or may not be applicable to you. I am talking about things that are applicable to you, to me, to everybody, to this discussion itself, that are fundamental, that are inescapable, that are interconnected, right? You can't divorce ethics from your point and say, well, that's the completion of my argument. You're moving your argument forward the whole time with the ethical system that it relies on, with the implication that one ought to navigate in a certain way. You ask questions like, ought we follow the truth? What happens when you ask Danny, well, ought we follow logic? Right? Has anyone asked him that? Oh, Ace, yeah, Ace, you're way behind these matters. Ace is taking a different route. He's like, oh, I don't need logic. I don't need consistency, which, is obviously a defeater, but he's still fun to talk to. Did you end your stream already? You're challenging people to prove that will was independent of God. Didn't Kevin come in there and point out that God gave you a will, the ability to choose? Doesn't it say in the scriptures that we are not God, that our thoughts are not his, our ways are not his? Doesn't it show us in the scriptures that we are to align ourselves with God's will? I mean, this is what I pointed out to you at length. When you even try to engage in a determined way, like you lose sense of reality, in fact, because if you're determined and I'm determined, well, they're just two vessels making noise that aren't evaluating what is true versus what is false, that don't have an actual position that can be moved forward, because it's all just determined rhetoric. But, on the level you're operating is, you're just like, oh, well, I can't overcome that, so I just don't care. And I have 30 or 40 people who will make fun of you and dismiss what you say, so I'm going to go with that and then just keep pushing my sail. Like, that's basically Ace Theo in a nutshell. I mean, look at the types of comments. Peter's will is best. It's like, that's kind of the level you're on, Ace. Like, you don't really know how to engage in these matters, so you just keep saying things to try to get people marginalized emotionally. But interestingly enough, Ace, you've become more emotionally marginalized over time. If you review your old footage versus now, like you're more confident in acting like a fool, which is not a good step. But again, you come from a position where there's no objective ethics, and you're fully determined, so you're not even responsible if you act like a fool. So, Eli, also, I'm pointing out is that to say you know anything about the external world presupposes you have logic. But if truth is what comports with the external world, then which comes first? It's a circle. Yeah. Right. His assumptions, he's exactly what he doesn't want to talk about. And then when you say, you're implying that you know things, you're using logic, he'll try to catch you on, I didn't say that, and then you're having to move into how he's implying it. And then he finds little avenues to talk about something else real quick. But I think you have a confident enough display even in this debate, and I think you have enough knowledge that if you do see him in the future, that you can just lay out right up front, like, I'm just going to stay on the same topics. I'm going to stay on metaphysical commitment, epistemic justification, and your moral system. I'm always going to be resorting back to those three basic pillars of philosophy. So as long as you know that, and that entails you giving information about your worldview and how you think about those things, we can have a discussion. Now, if somebody doesn't want to have a discussion about that, well, that tells you something in itself, which makes it easier instead of going on for hours. People who pretend they want to talk about that stuff, and then when you bring it to the table, they keep moving around it, while ironically still talking about that stuff. And they're still making claims and doing things that entail knowledge and reality and ethics.
You're saying, well, no, I don't even have an exhaustive metaphysical account. Okay,
No,
so
I don't accept any robust metaphysical modality.
okay, fine. But what I'm saying is that you utilize logic and reason to come to the conclusion that it's possible there is no God. And then you claim to be in possession of this thing called knowledge. And I'm just trying to figure out how you get there from an autonomous system to show that atheism, it is possible for atheism to do this. Because if it's not possible for atheism to do this, and I can make a counterexample for that being a symptom of the impossibility of atheism, then I've demonstrated that atheism is impossible. So back to your principle, and you really don't want to get down to your first principles.
All of what I said there was in the context of the logical modality, the modal, the variety.
Right, but that's presupposing that it's valid.
And point of
He doesn't understand presupposing that it's valid, really.
All of what I said there was in the context of
I think he's learned to block out the certain words like presuppose and epistemic justification. When you bring up those terms, he's like, I don't get it. Like you can see it a visible display even.
Down to your first principles.
All of what I said there was in the context of the logical modality, the modal, the variety.
Right, but that's presupposing that it's valid.
And point of moderation, Eli, I've been I know Danny hasn't asked, but there has been a lot of interrupt.
Eli, I know Danny hasn't answered any questions straightforward, and he won't get to his reason as why his claims are justified. But this guy.
When Danny's trying to.
Okay. He's fine. He's fine.
Okay.
So
Eli's the one with the problem. Like you're here just running your mouth, and he's asked you, can you just simply justify the knowledge that you're bringing forth? Yeah, but Eli's a problem. Got to moderate him. Again,
when I was talking about all that stuff, we were talking about the logical modality. Now we're moving on from the logical modality, but then I thought we were, and now you're going back to it. So I don't know what you're asking.
I'm just looking for, again, this is what I'm saying is that ultimately you're going to be stuck in this loop of what came first, the chicken or the egg. So you use, and this is coming back from everything we've been talking about. Do you agree that you use reason normatively in order to exist in reality?
You're reifying reason. Like, I don't think reason is an entity. Like,
I didn't even say anything about that. I'm saying using reason and logic to say that to get from first to second order knowledge in life, in debates, to make the claim that it's possible there's no God and I also have knowledge. Okay. You're saying all these things, and I'm trying to get to the foundation of your belief system that leads you to this belief.
Yes. How many times is he going to bring this up? And how many times are you going to pretend that you don't understand something? Like, why would I need to do that? You need to make an argument. Oh, good. PMars is here because I need to chill a little bit. PMars can make some great points. And I don't have to do so much talking. I'm getting worn out by this. Hey, man. I don't know if you watch any of this, but
No,
Eli.
It looks like I missed it. You were watching it for a while.
I know, man. It's. I'm wearing myself out here, but I'll let you do most of the talking. Hopefully, I don't know. I'm also talkative.
Is this pre-sub, and we've kind of been into the weeds at this point with Danny? Or what's going on here?
he's confused. Like Danny's acting confused about like epistemic justification, right? Like he's playing this. Like I don't understand why.
Philosophy teacher. He's a philosophy teacher.
I know. It's incredible, right? Like he suddenly doesn't understand these things. Eli is here with us. The guy on the left, he's in the chat. So, do you know him?
Debating Monkey Boy. Monkey Boy asked me, "What's the argument logic exists?"
Mm.
So watch out for that one. That's a tough one.
Yeah. Well, does he provide the answer?
Well, I said no. This is what Monkey Boy asked me when I was talking to him about, God's necessary for logic. Logic exists, therefore God. He goes, "What's the argument logic exists?" I'm like, well,
nice.
If logic doesn't exist, why would you ask for an argument? It doesn't even make sense.
Yeah. It's like Aristotle, the sophist. Yeah. Oh boy.
And how it's possible in a dysteleological universe. This is very clear. So going back to your first principle, which you seem to really want to get away from, what makes your epistemic first principle valid if it's not comporting with reality?
I guess I don't know what you mean by quote. What is epistemic first principle? I don't know what you mean by that.
So
Interesting how he doesn't know anything relating to epistemology. It's a little ironic.
that, like the axiom of the system, when you were talking, like because the Stanford Encyclopedia. So again, the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy.
Yeah, what system? I haven't revealed any worldview. What system are you talking about? That's exactly what I'm hiding.
If Eli is in the chat, am I detecting Father Deacon Ananias's argument about first order and second order knowledge?
Yeah, you might be. It's an Eastern Orthodox type of argument.
Well, Father Deacon Ananias is Eastern Orthodox, and he's like a logic professor. And he wrote a paper on this argument, and I read this paper. And so I'm kind of familiar with this argument. If that's
okay. I listened to a little bit of it too. Yeah. Oh, you just wanted to point that out. You didn't have a question or anything?
No, I was asking Eli. He confirmed that. I was
okay. Cool.
Sounds like he got this from Father Deacon.
Yeah, right on.
He says that epistemics and logic are closely allied. In order for you to say that you know something, you also have to take a logical inference in order to do that. Now,
I don't accept that.
Okay, so what?
I don't
He doesn't accept it. Is he going to need knowledge and justification of that knowledge in order to not accept that, by the way? Because that's just going to bring us back to what he's been trying to get answered for an hour now.
Well, I think Danny's going to want to be like postmodernism, like anything's true type view. Yeah. I've never really been, I've seen him talk a lot. I can never really hone down his position. So I'm assuming he's one of these, like, I have every position. I could be this, I could be that.
Yeah. I think that's similar. I think that's somewhat what he's trying to do. He's definitely trying to avoid any type of worldview discussion. Because when he gets asked questions, he goes into like, oh, well, some people do this, and then there's all these other systems of this. It's like, dude, what's your system? What do you think?
So Malpass teaches them not to answer our questions.
He brought that up too. Yeah, he said, what if I don't answer?
Okay. Yeah, he's probably, it sounds like he's doing what Malpass, he's trying to do. So to me, this is like really bad faith because he basically knows that, and I mean, this is cheating because he's going to know that, well, if I answer these questions, I'm screwed. So like, I'll go with Malpass strategy and just not answer the questions. Just say like, I don't know. But so what I would do is just, I would say, my opponent is refusing to put forth a worldview. Here, I actually had this written down better for when this happens, because this happens all the time.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you can hold off on it or just give,
Yeah, I'm looking at my notes. So give me a second. I'll grab it.
Because I was making the point too that he's taking that route is also like conceding as well. Like if you don't have to justify your claims, then God just is, debate over type of thing.
It's demonstrating the conclusion of tag is that you don't have a counter claim or counter absolute or refusing to put forth like a worldview is like demonstrating tag, basically. Did I write it down? Let me see here. Maybe they freaking right.
It's demonstrating the ad absurdum, in a sense. You're saying there.
Well, we're trying to conclude that there's no other foundation for logic. So it's like my opponent's refusal to offer a foundation demonstrates the conclusion of my argument.
Yeah, right.
Say something.
You're
like
making a concrete, positive claim that this is the reason, this is the why it's in place. You're saying it's not, yet offer nothing to back that claim up.
I forgot. I think I forgot to write that down. But I would. Yeah, you should point out like, look, my opponent's like refusing to put forth a worldview, and this demonstrates what I'm saying is that there is no other worldview that can account for these transcendental categories.
Yeah. Thank you for doing that. Why did you make it so hard? Why did you make it 2 hours? Why didn't you say that up front?
Again, now we're back to truth claims requiring logic. I just think it's so. Why do you think that you don't need to have that you don't use logic in order to come to a theory of knowledge?
That's not what I said. What I deny is that to know something, it doesn't always require an inference.
Oh, okay, but so I guess again, let's make the distinguish between first and second order here. I would agree that I can even grant. I don't want to say agree, but I'll grant that the first order doesn't necessarily need a robust logical system that you're aware of. But to get to the second order, to say that you know or you know that you have to have a epistemic theory, and that theory is based off of principles and logical inference so that you know it's true that your theory that theory is true, for example, such that you would use it.
I'm not even sure I understand you, but if what you're saying is that I need this like robust theory of justification that covers every sense of justification.
No, you need some sort of justification. Don't go to the extreme or robot. Just give something, dude.
Under the sun. No, I think that justification is a very vague term, right? I think that the way I'm justified, for example, that I'm in pain, right, is not near the same sort of thing where like I'm justified in accepting a conclusion given the form of an argument, right? Like I just
like I said, I'm granting you.
They want to like control, so it's like a it's like a pragmatism type thing. So he wants to like he wants to be able to define words. So they think they can just define words however they want, and then this like escapes them. See, he's like, I think justification is a vague term. It could be anything. So it's kind of like this postmodernism. If we can define words, Richard Rorty, he's a famous philosopher. He said something like this: like if truth is a property of sentences, and sentences depend on vocabularies, and vocabularies depend on definitions, and we determine definitions, and ultimately we determine truth. So this is kind of where Danny's going.
Yeah, good point there. Crackers in the pantry fallacy, right, Eli? So I was pointing out earlier, he's given surface level examples as though like the thing you're asking him for is the same as the example he posits. And notice after he inserts that example, he doesn't answer the original question, which he's trying to draw him back to now. And also it's worth saying that when he doesn't answer, he keeps going into more claims, and you're asking him how he's justifying any knowledge. So he just keeps lumping on more problems for himself.
It sounds to me like he's saying like I could take any epistemology, right? Like I could just adopt whatever for whatever moment, whatever I want. Like one moment I'm an empiricist, the next moment I'm a rationalist, then I'm a pragmatist, then I'm a whatever. Like I think that's what he's saying. Because he's saying justification is a vague term. So to me, I'm taking that he's saying like, well, it depends on your epistemology. But then he's like, but to his view, you don't have to justify epistemology. It could just be anything. But then if that's the case, why are you asking us Christians to justify God? Because God would represent our epistemology,
Exactly. Because I've been getting away with it.
Is not near the same sort of thing where like I'm justified in accepting a conclusion given the form of an argument, right? Like I just don't. I think,
like I said, I'm granting you first order now. Like I'm granting you first order. You're in pain. The shirt is red. I'm granting you first order. Now, when we get to the second order, which ironically you need in order to actually affirm the first order, you have to have a justification for the second order. But that's another circle that the atheist autonomous epistemology gets into. You keep making these claims about your system.
He doesn't want to get, so his strategy is to not to commit. Oh, my cats. Hey, get out of here. So he's purposely like, I don't want to commit to any epistemology so I can assume every epistemology. That's what
Yeah.
Possess knowledge. I have a system which possesses validity. I have a epistemic system.
I should add this too. So when you point out, oh, there's something wrong with this epistemology, he'll just switch to, oh, now I'm Bayesian epistemology. And then you go, oh, there's something wrong with that. Then it goes, oh, now I'm a pragmatist. Oh, there's something wrong with that. Oh, now I'm an empiricist. He'll just keep, anytime you point out something wrong with a particular epistemology, he'll just flip and chameleon.
It becomes a moving the goalpost fallacy on some level, an epistemic oscillator. There's nothing binding it, so you assume whatever it is. So there's no standard in place ultimately. So
he's just gonna run the clock out. Eventually the debate's over, and we didn't talk about anything, but it looks like you were unable to prove your position because you kept shifting the goals.
Yeah, good point.
Gets into. You keep making these claims about your system. I possess knowledge. I have a system which possesses validity. I have a epistemic system. And I'm just looking for, when you're doing these mental activities and it comes down to your first principle, and this can work in any form. This is such a fundamental question. It doesn't matter if we're going metaphysically, logically, or epistemically. What is it about the validity of the axiom, the foundation of any system in your worldview, that makes it valid, such that you can continue on and do the rest of it?
what?
That laughter was the perfect response at this point. Like, you just laid it out for him like the fifth time, and he's like, "Huh? I don't get it."
I don't know. What you're
Yeah.
asking.
Okay, so you have in your logical system is
So
based
like
on axioms.
classical logic or something.
Logic requires principles of validity, yes?
Sure. Inference.
Okay, you have knowledge of these principles of validity.
Sure.
Okay. And though you already agreed that those principles of validity are true, but in this sense, truth isn't what comports with reality. It's what's comporting with the system. And the system makes it true. And then I called out and said, well, wait, doesn't that mean the system's true because the system's true? And you said, well, no, it's true based on the axioms. Okay, now we're going down the rabbit hole to the axiom. What's making the axiom true?
Again, I don't think there's an intelligible answer to that. It's just like asking what, like, for example, what makes the principle of explosion true? I'll ask you.
What makes anything true is whether or not it comports with one reality.
What does it mean to say that reality makes it such that that
because first of all, and I want to be very careful here, I like talking about my position, and I'm happy to get into it in the after panel, but this topic is about atheism. This is kind of a two-quote.
I'm trying to show you.
It's kind of a two-quote way.
The point is that you're not asking an intelligible question.
Well, no, okay. Now you just made that claim that I'm not asking an intelligible question.
Yeah.
That's based off logical inference. So
No.
you're basically saying I can't give you an intelligible answer for why my axioms are true. And how do I know that it's true that I can't do that? Because my axioms are true. This is the vicious circularity. And then you're going to.
Yeah, well done there, Eli.
Turn it back on me. Will you do it? Well,
I was just gonna add that, like, when he said, I don't know, he got cut off. I don't know if he was gonna. He's probably gonna say this too, but I would say truth is what corresponds to God's revealed reality, not just reality alone. I'd say God's revealed reality. Truth corresponds to God's revealed reality. That's how.
Yeah.
my system's
All right, look,
very
look,
different
Eli,
from yours.
Eli, look, I let you talk a lot. Okay.
Okay.
Look, I'm just saying.
No too quickly.
I'm just saying. No, I'm just saying it doesn't really. I don't know what it means to say that reality is in such a way where now the principle of explosion is true. I don't know what that means, and so I'm asking you, right?
Okay.
What does it mean for some of these inference rules, constraint principles that we see?
See, another thing too, he keeps resorting to, I don't know what that means when you ask him a tough question. So what's interesting about that is pulling him back to his nonsense and saying, why are you singling out, that you don't know these things? But when I ask you how you know anything at all, you don't have a system in place. Are you starting to put this together now?
Eli,
Yeah, that was basically it.
Eli, I think, was doing a good job of pressing him, like, okay, so it's truth is what corresponds to the system, and then the system's based off axioms, and then what makes the axioms true? And then he wants to go like, what does that mean? That's incoherent. Because he wants to say, well, just grant me my axioms, right?
Right.
But then, like, well, so, like, basically God is an axiom in this. And this,
There it is.
like, I wouldn't say God's an axiom. I don't like saying
Yeah.
it like that. But, like, if he can make that move, why can't I do that, right? So this doesn't make any sense. Like, why are you?
That's right. It's not an axiom. It's your ultimate commitment, your ultimate authority. But it's your
He doesn't want to say, look, I just start with it's true because it's true. He doesn't want to say it like that. So then he's like changing subject now, I think.
Yeah.
In classical logic, to be made true by reality. I don't know. This seems unintelligible.
Well, hold on. Well, first of all, again, I don't think you can escape the reality thing because even your mind is existing within reality. So it could be even something being true within a system, even if I granted that, the actual foundation, again, the epistemic first principle of the system has to make sense. I agree there could be virtuous circularity and self-reference and self-justification. I believe that the theistic revelatory theism gives an account because God actually does the work to say, oh, it makes sense why our epistemic first principle, that which can't go further, is the case that's the one that can't go further. You're just stuck and going, well, I'm stuck. What do you want me to do? And I'm saying, yeah, you're stuck. You can't give an account for these things. And the reason for that is the symptomatic nature of autonomous epistemology.
Yes. Excellent.
He's probably gonna, he might want to make a move here. Like sometimes they'll say, like, "Oh, well, we both have the same problem," and
he's already called him on the two quoques.
Oh, he's already done. Okay.
Well, he just brought that up. Yeah. Besides, to make that claim about what my problem is, you have to have epistemic privilege to that knowledge, which you can't answer yet.
So, when they say we have the same problem, what they're doing is they're dogmatically asserting their epistemology. Like,
right.
They're assigning the problems of empiricism or rationalism to the problems of revelational Christian epistemology.
And it's also a universal claim. It can be pointed out. You can't get to universal claims about other people's knowledge through empiricism.
We should point out, like, different starting points are going to have different problems. Like, if you start with empiricism, you're going to have the problems of empiricism. But if I start with God's revelation, then I would have different problems. I wouldn't have these, like, skeptical problems.
What problem would you have, for an example, if they asked?
by starting with Revelation?
Yeah.
Geez, that's a good question. I mean, I would still probably have like the mind body problem. I can't really explain like how my mind can enter the mechanism and how I know that God unifies my mind and my body, but I can't really explain how it works, I guess. I mean, there's things you can't explain. The problems with my epistemology aren't going to be like devastating, right? They're not like incoherent problems.
Right.
They're like surface level problems. So it's just different problems.
Yeah.
Like what we might have a problem with like absolute divine simplicity or something like that. Like how explaining I can't really answer this question the best, but our worldview would just have different problems because based on our starting point. We wouldn't have empirical problems because we're not empiricists. So I'm more familiar with like the problems in their worldview because I'm always trying to attack them. Problems in Christian worldview, I'm actually not too familiar with. Like I think there's absolute divine simplicity might be a problem, but actually I should probably do more research on that.
Well, yeah, you would find out those things with other believers. Like if you were to engage with Jay Dyer, you might find some problems.
The thing with like, while there might be problems in a Christian worldview, it's not going to be like catastrophic to the point of like logic collapses.
Yeah,
Right.
that's what I'm saying. You have this conversation with another believer. You guys are with the same foundation of how reality starts. God is a necessary precondition. However, there's just discrepancies within that. But yeah, these guys, no metaphysical commitment, no epistemic justification, subjective ethic to boot.
Well,
It's
I'm
impossible.
saying it doesn't make sense to me. You have to make it intelligible to understand a statement like the principle of explosion is made true.
So that's an authoritative claim right there. You have to make it intelligible to me.
Yeah. It's crazy, right? Because he's asking for epistemic justification, which he still hasn't received. And he's making these authority claims about how you have to reason and how you have to do things. But he can't justify why that's the case if you ask him.
So what's your rational authority, Danny? Mine's Jesus. So are you using Jesus to say I have to do these things?
I don't understand.
True, because it comports to reality. You have not.
Okay. I'll even grant that maybe not like comporting with reality in the sense that we're getting into my worldview. And again, I will happily go into the after panel, but I could be a non-theist. I could have no clue. I'm asking you, who is the atheist, who's holding the atheist position. It's possible there's no God. I have a system that tells me it's possible there's no God. And I go, okay, what is it about your system that allows you to know that that's true? And you're just like, you're asking me unintelligible questions. I think that's a cop-out, Danny.
I think
That was really well put, Eli. If you're still there. That was good.
Yeah.
what's unintelligible is to ask me what makes certain constraint principles.
What makes anything true?
Again,
Yeah, that's what presupposition makes a fact true. That's what we're,
Yeah, he's got to go like the basic, simple, short-winded responses to get it through to this kid. But he's saying again, like he's already addressed this, right?
what makes certain constraint principles.
What makes anything true?
Plurality.
Again, I think I lean towards a pluralist view of truth, right? Such that there.
I mean,
Dude, am I a mind reader or what's going on?
yeah, you did say that, right? Nice.
Are certain senses of truth that are not such that proposition is made true by a certain relation to reality. Okay, I gave an example of of something like the principle of explosion. If that's true, right, then I don't know what it would mean for reality to make that true.
Yeah.
Okay, well, again, forget about that.
No, it's almost like I pre-watched this whole thing the way I can just like, oh, Danny's gonna say this now, and then he says it. It's like funny.
Yeah, that's probably the way it'll get as you continue on. You narrow everybody down to just a few basic categories of worldviews. You know how they're going to respond.
Oh, I know this strategy, right? I face this strategy a lot.
Yeah.
Even though I've never really interacted with Danny very much, and so, but I just know like his group of people, the way they think.
Look at this runaround. What makes anything true? Like he just went into like a very vague sort of answer.
Plurality. Anything's true. If it's a plurality, if anything's true, then nothing's true. So
he just says like what sounds like a complex, self-negating.
He's arguing for skepticism. He's arguing I don't know anything, but he's saying it in a way that he's putting lipstick on a pig. Like he won't just come out and be like, yeah, I don't know anything. Anything can be true. He won't say it like that. He'll go, I believe in a plurality of a pluralism of a epistemic category. You know, like he'll just put a bunch of jargon in there. So, but if he just said in plain English his view, it sounds stupid.
Yeah, that's where the translation comes in, right? Like, okay, so what you just said is, I don't know anything to be true.
Yeah.
You did it so eloquently.
But then they'll deny that at the same time. They're so weird. So
Makes certain constraint principles.
What makes anything true?
Again, I think I lean towards a pluralist view of truth, right? Such that there are certain senses of truth that are not such that that proposition made true by a certain relation to reality. Okay, I gave an example of of something like the principle of explosion. If that's true, right, then I don't know what it would mean for reality to make that true.
Okay, well, forget about that. I'm trying to step inside your worldview and figure out how you know that you ought to lean toward there's something.
So what would it mean to make something true? Like, how is something true?
Yeah, he did that earlier. He asked him what truth was, and he says you make up he didn't say you make it up, but he said you have a system in place and that you agree on, and that determines what's true within that system.
So it's like, how do you know what it means for something to be true if you don't know what it means to make it true? You see what I'm saying? It's like, how do you skip this step?
Yeah, he's skipping it over and over because this whole time in his mind, he's held to the idea that you just make an agreement and call it truth. The stronger the agreement is, the closer to this thing we call truth it is.
Let's agree it into existence.
Yeah, that's basically it.
Something in your rational faculties that says I lean towards pluralism, and I know this, and I know that certain classical systems of validity are true. And again, we got all the way down to your axiom, and I'm like, okay, what makes that valid? And now you're running all over the place. And this is me pointing out to you that
I should maybe point out the contradiction in pluralism. That might be helpful. So pluralism wants to say no one has an exclusive truth claim. Anything can be true, right? Everyone has a piece of the truth or something like that, right? No, so that's a contradiction when you say no one can make exclusive truth claims. That would exclude truth claims like Christianity, which are exclusive truth claims. So by declaring there are no exclusive truth claims, you exclude truth claims, self-referential contradiction. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, he's denied his own claim.
Yeah. So that's the contradiction in pluralism.
Works itself out nicely. Thank you.
it's got to be something. Either the validity is based off of something, or it's based on the fact that I made a system, and then all truth is relative, and any system works.
That's what he is saying. Yeah.
I made a system, and then all truth is relative, and any system works. Where is the objectivity of this? Where is the objectivity of validity in any system that's autonomous?
I don't know what you're asking.
He doesn't know again. Okay, well, good.
What the hell? That's pretty obvious what he's acting. That's pretty. I don't know. I hate this. It's like cheating.
Do you believe it? Do you believe? You don't believe Danny? He doesn't.
No, this is
He doesn't know.
This is cheating. This is the I don't know what you mean escape hatch.
Yeah, I'm starting to see that too. It's how they're working against commitments, a priori commitments. They don't have one, so when you bring them into question, they
He looks like
it's
he's
a
really
foreign
hard.
thing.
He looks like he's thinking really hard.
Or like when they say I don't know, don't you say that's the backbone of your epistemology? Why do you keep saying it? You've already established you don't
The
know.
church of I don't know, and then they want to say, "Oh, it's humble. I'm being humble."
Oh, so they're bringing in ethics. That's subjective.
It's ridiculous.
It's kind of wonderful though too. Gives us something to do.
Is validity objective or relative?
So when you say validity, you mean like inference rules?
Yeah.
Okay, I think
For you to do logic.
I don't think inference rules are made true by people's preferences.
Okay, so then what are they made true by, Danny?
Not anything in reality, right?
They're made true by not anything in reality. Did he say? Come on.
I don't think inference rules are made true by people's preferences.
Okay, so then what are they made true by,
What
Danny?
the hell, dude?
Not
That's a contradiction to what he just was been saying this whole time. Whatever.
Yeah, but well, listen to the follow up too.
people's preferences.
Okay, so then what are they made true by, Danny?
Not anything in reality, right? They're made true with
Not an answer.
What the heck does that mean?
Oh hell! It's a non. So this is the malpass. Don't answer any questions. This is cheating.
Cheating isn't wrong in their purview, though.
Right. So people that watch him won't see it as cheating. They're literally like scapegoating Christians and religion. They think all that we want to be gay and they won't let us be gay, so they're evil. That's literally their mentality.
Yeah, I don't know how much you do know about this kid, but that is his case. I caught him on a stream talking about breaking away from Catholicism. Maybe it was another sect, but then he's like, when I finally broke away from that, I started doing a bunch of gay stuff.
They don't have to be gay themselves, so they could be like sympathetic to the gay cause, right? Be straight or something, but it's basically like a lot of it comes down to like they're pro-gay and they see Christianity as like holding gays would be like leading the world, but Christians are holding them back or something.
Yeah.
Listen. I'm anything.
Forget real, then what's it? Okay, so then what are they made true
I like his response there.
by, Danny?
They're made true by people's preferences.
Okay, so then what are they made true by, Danny?
Yeah, press no.
Not anything in reality, right? They're made true with.
Not an answer. Forget.
That's like debate over. They're not true by anything in reality. So now we're not debating reality. Now I'd be pointing out, okay, so it's anime debate. We're in La La Land. What the hell? We're not talking about.
Yeah, maybe you should make like a checklist. Like if you concede the debate 3 times, I have to end the stream type of thing. You know, because he keeps doing it.
One thing I think at the beginning of the debate, if you could commit them to like, you know, hey, would you commit to that we can know something's true in a non-arbitrary way?
Yeah.
If they commit to that, then you can keep hey, you committed to not being arbitrary. Okay, but if they don't commit to that, be like, well, why would I even debate you if you're just going to be arbitrary? If we can just sit here and be arbitrary in the debate, what's the whole point? So maybe I think that might be good at the start of a debate, because then you could hold their feet to the fire, or just avoid talking to someone who's like just going to openly be arbitrary.
Yeah, I think that is a good move too. you likely get stuck there for a while. What do you mean arbitrary? But that is ideal, because what happens, as you well know from dealing with these guys, is it moves away from a worldview discussion. A lot of times you don't even get into the worldview, into you pointing out logical fallacies, into you teaching them things about their own worldview. You have to do all the work.
Of course, they don't want,
yeah.
They don't want the worldview discussion. They want their worldview to be dogmatically accepted. And when we argue from a neutral territory, like in evidentialism, when we try to say, oh, the logic is neutral and empiricism is neutral, and we'll just argue from these things. Well, that's their view. That's their whole worldview. You've just given them their worldview.
Yeah.
That's what they want to do.
What's up, re-exam? How you doing, man? Re-exam is do you know who that is? I forgot his name. Him and
sounds familiar.
Him and Eli were doing a review of this yesterday.
Oh, okay.
And re-exam is well known on these matters too. So I'm glad to meet these guys. This is cool.
Well, then what's it made true by?
I already answered this question. Do you remember?
You said because of the system. And then you said the system is made true because of the axioms. What makes the axiom true now, Danny?
No, okay. There are different.
This is where he goes, I don't know. I changed the subject last time. So I like that Eli keeps bringing this up, because he didn't really answer this last time either. So if they don't answer, just keep bringing it up.
Oh, absolutely.
The axioms. What makes the axiom true now, Danny?
No, okay. There are different systems. Again, it's weird to say that classical logic is true. That's weird, right? I would say I accept classical logic, okay, meaning that I commit myself to following these rules.
Is there any form of logic that's true?
I just don't really.
He's like telling his life story. What is this?
Think of it that way. I don't really think of, like, some people. Wait 1 second. There's debate about whether following the classical logic, okay, meaning that I commit myself to following these rules.
Is there any form of logic that's true?
I mean, I just don't really think of it that way. I don't really think of, like, some people. Wait 1 second. There's debate about whether there's a debate about whether there's one, quote, true logic, right? I don't look at that.
Okay.
I look at it, right? That
so
I evaluate a principle based on my experiences, right?
That's huge. So he's saying logic is optional; it's not necessary. So you can just go, okay, well, I'm gonna create a logical system where I can beg the question: God exists because God exists. Thank you for the debate, Danny.
Yeah, that opportunity has presented itself like over 10 times in this debate, in fact. And I think his rebuttal to stuff, I was like, well, that's weird. Why don't you want to be logical? That's weird. It's not the point that it's weird.
That's unintuitive.
Yeah, it's like, and what's the part? Like, ultimately, what is the problem, Danny? Like, if it gets just down to it, like, you don't seem to think anything's real. You don't seem to know anything for certain. Like, what is the problem? Are you identifying the problem? Oh gosh, Will Freeman, what brings you here, dude?
I just wanted to check on you, see if you
want to check on me.
Yeah. You want to hear the rest of my sentence, or would you rather me just stop there?
But when do you check on me?
When it has to do with digital audio workstations.
Digital audio workstation, music stuff?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, I mean,
just going to make a recommendation.
Music stuff, that's cool, but maybe not.
Don't want to distract you. Just want to give you the name in the private chat, Reaper.fm.
Well, are you? I should ask if you're doing okay. You sound like you're cutting in and out or something.
That's right.
Oh, maybe I was too far away from the mic.
You said Reaper.fm. I heard something like that.
Yeah, I put it in the private chat for JG.
Oh, cool. Yeah, man.
Yep. I hope you enjoy it. Have a good
That's
one.
cool. Oh, thanks. Appreciate it.
So it seems like that for, every time there are cases where I'm faced with this kind of inference that the truth is guaranteed, or there can be cases where I don't understand what it would mean to not accept it. For example, I accept that A is A. I really don't know what it would mean to believe that A is equal to not A. Like, I don't know. So
it doesn't follow that it's true, right? Like, I understand A is A. What would it mean not to be? That doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean anything. It doesn't follow that there's a guarantee that it's true or anything. There's nothing
Because of
that it maps onto reality. Like, does A equal A map onto reality? Does that truth map onto reality or not?
yeah.
if you're asking me, right, why am I causally disposed, or what might be some reasons for accepting a certain formal system over another, right? We'd have to get into comparing those formal systems. Okay.
Okay.
It's not like you're familiar with these formal systems, right? That's like philosophical logic stuff that we could do.
Okay.
But I don't know what it has to do with. I don't know what this has to do with atheism or at all.
Hold on. I'm going to get there. So again, you're saying that it's not relative. Okay. And I'm talking about any system. I'm really looking for yours because that's easier to talk about. It's hard for me to ask questions about 100 systems at once. But really, in any system, if it's not relative and it's not that.
When he says, well, what would it mean if A doesn't equal A? You could just hop all over that. You could say, yeah, exactly. If reality is unstable, right? So if A could exist and not be A, like if A could exist as B, then reality would be unstable and nothing would mean anything. So Danny's actually kind of correct here that this is a precept point that if A doesn't equal A, nothing means anything. So that's semantics, right? Meaning. So God is a semantic presupposition for any meaning, because you need a fixed, unchanging reference point for meaning so that A can always equal A. Because if it were the case that A could exist as not A could exist as B, now your thoughts could be my thoughts. You could be me and I could be you. So reality crumbles. So you need a fixed reference point. So why would anything mean anything without a semantic presupposition and a fixed reference point? Could have pressed him on that there.
Or even if you said that to him, because the way he's saying, like, I don't know and I don't understand, at least you're giving him something to understand about the catastrophic nature of choosing the alternative, which is essentially doing. Yeah.
Well, always listen to what they say, and it's like a fool. Remember, what does it say? Like,
don't answer the fool according to his folly, lest you become like him, and then you do answer him according to his folly, so he doesn't think himself wise in his own vain conceit.
That's the kind of the strategy. So he's saying, "Oh, I'm not sure what it would mean for A to not equal A." Be like, exactly. And so this is answering that. Assume that's not true. Answer the fool to his folly. It's like there'd be no stability in reality, no meaning to anything. So A has to equal A. What guarantees that, right? And saying that I don't know, the impossibility of the contrary doesn't guarantee it. Because we're talking about we need a metaphysical principle to guarantee it, not an argument. Does that make sense? An argument isn't a metaphysical principle. So Eli's asking, what's your metaphysical principle that A equals A? And he gives an argument. So this is kind of a trick, you see? Because he's not really, it's kind of like seems like he's answering, but he's not answering because he's not giving the principle. He's just giving an argument.
Well, I think he actually believes this account, though, even if it is a trick.
No, but it's not an answer to the question.
Right. Danny ultimately doesn't have a metaphysical commitment. That's the problem that
So-
Eli's continually trying to point out.
There's a difference between metaphysical assumptions and arguments, and in these debates of precept, people seem to like confuse those two things.
Well, the argument's going to have to be based on a principle. It's not
Yeah,
vice versa.
we start with principle, and then we build arguments on the principle. So
Right.
you're asking for a principle, and he's giving you an argument. You see, he's not really answering the question.
Yeah, it's typical that they're always granting a step forward from what you're asking them.
Truth ultimately is just based on whatever system you pick. Then what? Yeah, in any system that you go with, like classical, for example, like you clearly believe that there's a way to decipher truth. But if the system that you're using to decipher truth is actually like, well, we can't even really know, like to determine or deduce or deductively, inductively, like, is it possible to know truth, to know that anything's true?
You're treating again, you're reifying truth. So there are certain statements. So there's the statement that the capital of France is Paris. I think that it makes sense to talk about a correspondence theory there. What makes the sentence true that
You see what he did there?
France?
You're reifying truth. He's trying to say, what is truth? I'm saying Jesus is the truth. What are you saying the truth is? Right? And when he goes, you're reifying truth, now he's smuggled in his version of truth. He's smuggled it in.
It's a constant smuggle. It's a constant grant.
Has a capital named Paris, right? Is going to be, you need certain stuff in reality to make that true. Okay. But again, not all statements that are true work that way. And I don't see what the difficulty is.
Well, no,
Would it make help to have Eli define what he means by truth?
I mean, really, when you think about the overall idea here, Danny is not making any concrete claims. His best pivot points are like, I just don't understand it. I just don't see the purpose of that. Like, that's how he's getting by with his rhetoric and his little community. Is he posits these sort of implications on an emotional level, like that doesn't make sense. I don't understand that. But he's never really bringing anything to the table that's established. Go ahead.
I don't see how that follows. So, now I just lost my train of thought.
Yeah, that's it.
Because
yeah, I just lost it. Shoot, never mind.
What are you trying to do? I thought you were.
I was gonna say something about what's going on here. No, I just forgot what I was gonna say. Whatever, just keep playing.
but I hear you defining truth. You've defined truth a few times. Maybe Eli provides his definite. Would that help?
I thought he was giving it. He thinks that truth corresponds to reality, and like I think that's.
I remember. Okay, so like Eli's asking, what makes something true in any context? So ultimate, there's what ultimately makes something true in any context. And then Danny goes, well, it depends on the context. But it literally doesn't. So he's muddying the waters here. He's like obfuscating kind of.
Yeah, I really think that Danny's convinced that when you ask him a question about the fundamental nature of truth, that you just, for whatever reason, you skip to some sort of agreement based on your feelings. I think he thinks that somehow is the correct answer. He wouldn't say it that exact way, but that seems to be what he's doing. He's saying, well, you make a system. It depends on the system. It's like, where did the system come from?
With that prompt and he's acting like this, that's so bad.
Yeah.
You've defined truth a few times. Maybe Eli provides his definite. Would that help?
That doesn't help.
He did define truth a few times, did he?
Defining it's not going to help because they disagree. So Eli thinks Jesus makes things true. Danny thinks everything can be true. That's pretty where I understand where we're at.
Well, that's what I like about when you do this, when you just say Jesus is the truth, you can't do anything without him, stop being silly. Like, it irks them, but it really is your position too, and it moves them to negate that, which puts them in a position of making a claim in the affirmative, right? Like, so it's needed at this point. Jesus is the truth. What's your standard? Let's go.
I thought he was giving it. He thinks that truth corresponds to reality, and like I think that's what you
Well, I was using that as a colloquial kind of similar to JTB. Like we can use.
Yeah. Okay, I'm with you.
It doesn't get us anywhere, though. That which comports with reality. Reality is still in question, because you say, "What is reality?" You say that which is true. You just get a circle, right?
Remember, I said that which corresponds to God's revealed reality, and then he can't do this shit.
Yeah. Yes, that's good.
There, I'm with you there. But then when you ask me what makes axioms within, like, say, intuitionistic logic true, right? Well, there's,
Hold on. But isn't whenever you use correspondence, that's based off an axiom now?
I don't know what you're saying.
Like, okay, dude. So you're saying that we can come to truth, which is necessary to come to knowledge, okay? And we're taking that, okay? Well, how do we do that? We have systems, okay? And what are those systems based off of that we know that they are valid and legitimate? Well, those are the axioms. And then when we start questioning that, you start going into, well, we don't even know which system's right, and what do you even mean by a true system? And I'm going, wait a minute, all the way back up to your original proposition that truth is knowable and we can come to truth. If that's based on something that is so in flux that we don't even know which one's the right one, I don't know how that's not relativism.
Alan, is your name? I don't know what your name is.
Oh, he's asking me, are theism and pantheism?
Eli. Sorry, Eli. Alan's name covered your name. I thought your name was Alan first.
No, they're not, because you need a teleological universe for knowledge to be possible, and that only comes from a personal God. Deism and pantheism don't include a personal God. So
I guess we can address that now. Thank you, Kurt.
Yep.
Yeah,
so again, I don't know how this doesn't end up in relativism when you're saying, well, it depends on the system and there's no way to validate the system.
When do you say depends on the system? What are you talking about?
Okay, we're going all the way back down now, that you're saying that truth is something that an individual can come to. And that, I mean, you're agreeing it's objective, right? That truth is objective?
Some truths are objective, some are not.
Yeah. I noticed that. So he was saying truth corresponds to reality for one, and then he was going to clarify, and Danny cut him off. So I figured I figured that was the case, but Danny cut you off.
So, yeah, I would ask him what the objective truth is here.
Okay, I mean, I can see where that could go, but ultimately, like, deductive truth in a classical system.
Oh, in a logic. Okay, so like in classical logic, when we say that the principle of exclusion is true, that's you're committed.
Or
to
even like we could get more simple with just basic premises. Like, okay, isn't it that if the premises are true, the conclusion's true, that brings it from valid to sound, right? And that would be a principle that you have. And then that's how you can. That's a way that you can discern. Sorry, I mean, I might be butchering that.
Okay, that's fine. Finish. Yeah, but okay. The point is that they're inference rules.
That was inference rule. So that's an inference rule, which I would classify as a principle of validity.
Sure.
Fine. Okay, and the conclusion that you come to, you can have confidence that that's the conclusion's true now, right? And that you use these systems as a tool to decipher what is true and what is false. This is non-controversial.
Is all of this just a question about how do I know or anything?
Because we're taught you claimed that have knowledge and that you're in possession of knowledge. And I'm trying to get to the possibility of knowledge in your worldview. And you're basically saying, Candace Owens, you can't ask those questions.
Well, I don't even know what questions. I can't even get clear on your question.
No. Your worldview, and you're basically saying, Candace Owens, you can't ask those questions.
Well, I don't even know what questions I can't even get clear on your question.
No, because I'm asking, what is the validity of your axiom come from? And you're like, that's just so. You're basically doing argument from incredulity and saying that's just such an out there question. I can't even figure it out. Now it's back to my positive claim that your inability to do that is symptomatic of autonomous epistemology, because ultimately the vicious circularity indicates that knowledge is not grounded in autonomous man.
Actually, let me grant that.
Yeah, good point. Oh, he's going to grant that. Devastating grant, dude. He's not following. He's not tracking.
I hate when they say I can grant that. It's like, bro, that's like. I feel like that's a power move or something. Like, oh, in a sense, it can be a charitable move too, though, right? You can understand it both ways. But the thing about this grant is the grant devastates his position. He's not even catching that. It doesn't make any sense to say that here. It just doesn't make sense. So,
right.
Suppose I say, I don't know how to answer your question. Does that mean that therefore atheism is impossible?
Well, that is not, so that would be invalid move for me to say, well, because you don't know it, it's impossible. I would go into.
So how are you getting that? So how are you getting
there? I'm getting there. So again, this is symptomatic of the reason why it's impossible, because as an autonomous man trying to say that, well,
you grant that, fine, but
dude, you gotta let me finish, man. I'm showing you, I'm demonstrating the impossibility here. I know it's hard.
Well, yeah, I think you're saying, Eli, he agreed to that dichotomy earlier in the conversation. So yeah, it's a lot of this is about referring back to the initial agreements, like PMars was saying up front, get them to agree, which seems obvious to everyone. Well, you're going to be using non-arbitrary claims, right? I mean, of course. And then you're just going to be slamming them with arbitrariness the whole way through. Be a great thing to start doing.
Okay. I'm demonstrating it. If your starting point, if you're saying knowledge is possible, and here's how I do it, and then your starting point is viciously circular, this is indicating that the impossibility of you being able to give the account is because knowledge is not grounded in autonomous man. It's grounded from something else. If knowledge is mind dependent, that's something else that could ground things that are universal, ultimately and objectively valid, would come from a God, a universal, ultimate truth, ultimate.
Let's go over that argument carefully. So it looks like you're trying to give an argument for why atheism is impossible. So what's like your starting premise here?
It just that sounded like ChatGPT a little bit. It looks like I'm just kidding. But
it would be good to point out here too is you could just be like, "Yo, Danny, any average skeptic could defeat your view." Like, what are we talking about here, dude? You can't defeat skepticism. Any mediocre skeptic could make arguments and destroy you. Simple as that.
Yeah, skepticism, the way I think about it is complete nonsense. How do you make sense of one moment to the next without being skeptical of induction, uniformity in nature, identity over time?
You just make David Hume's arguments, and that would destroy every view he could put forth, all of his pluralism.
Yeah. They skip Hume, I notice, the unbelievers. They don't tend to ever talk about him. Interestingly enough. Yeah, that was a good little reversal joke there, Eli.
So again, first of all, the starting premise, I could do a type where I could even reduce it this much. I need to, do you mind really quick if I look up the formula? Or you could tell me, what's the formula for Modens Tollens again? It's P then Q, not Q, therefore not P, right? Let's try to make sure I got that. Mm-hmm. Okay, so if knowledge, a teleological universe, then the atheist is saying there's no teleological universe.
Well,
therefore there's no
why
knowledge.
would you say that? Why are atheists committed to no teleology?
But here again, because this is such a broken conversation, we want to always pull him back to his worldview, not what other atheists are thinking. Just a kind of a key reminder there, because he wants to stay away from a commitment. So let's not be concerned about all these atheists. Let's be concerned with you.
Oh, you believe the universe is teleological?
No, I'm saying that's not implied by atheism. If I think
No, but he did that by asking him a direct question, and he tried to homogenize it to all atheists, which is, part of his game.
that
Yes, it is.
there's no contradiction between, like, say, holding a natural teleology and atheism. There's just no
No,
contradiction.
because teleology cannot come from a non-personal, not a mind. Like this
What's
again.
the
This is
argument for that?
Is that you?
it's the impossibility of the contrary is precluded in the definition of purpose, of a mind, of knowledge, of all of these things. For something to be purposeful implies intent. How does a non-sentient, non-mind, non-personal entity give purpose and intent? Please explain that to me.
Okay, just to clarify, you're not using the sense of teleology that's like the kind of the Aristotelian sense of teleology. You're not using that, because if what you're saying that teleology,
Dude, he's asking you how you have any purpose that's grounded in any standard. Okay, we don't need to get into Platonism or different philosophies. He's asking your worldview. How do you get purpose and meaning that are not arbitrary or subjective?
He's saying, like, at base reality, do we have intentionality and aboutness or not? Because it's generally understood that to get intentionality and aboutness, you need a mind. So at base reality, is there a mind? Atheists would say no. So there's no intentionality at base reality. That's teleology. I don't know what the hell Danny's talking about here.
Well, he wants to talk about other philosophers and other philosophies that are not his worldview, because apparently he forgot to bring him.
His worldview is pluralism. They're all his worldview. His worldviews.
Oh, that's right. They're all his. So he gets to just pick from the array and throw it out there and say, what about this one? What about this one?
is like intention, then I agree that
It's purpose. Isn't that
But
not
that's
controversial?
it is extremely controversial. Oh my gosh, you wouldn't believe. The point is that there's senses of purpose, right?
It's not.
That people want.
Yeah, it's not controversial. I don't know. The worldview buffet.
Yeah.
Want to say are in not doesn't imply any intention, like natural teleology, right? There's final causes, right? Those are not taken to be explicitly.
So this is where the philosophy student wants to show like he has read different philosophers' takes. So what? We're asking for a unification of these ideas.
Not addressing the issue. He's talking about other things like semi-related topics. This Darth calls this rabbit trailing. So it's like he wants to. So this is now optically to the audience. It's like, oh look, Danny's teaching philosophy to the dumb Christian.
Right.
Intentional, right? Now, if what I actually might agree with you, right, that purposes require intentionality.
And that is the first hour.
It's been an hour.
You can finish up your point though.
That to me is almost authoritative too. Like I might even agree with you. Like even me, like that's so stupid. Like you're not even making sense up until this point. You're not even answering the fundamental questions. What do I care what you agree with?
It's like when he says I grant that, it's like condescending. It's just condescending language.
But not in all cases though, PMars. I push back a little bit there. You know what I mean?
In this case.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, I might actually agree with you there. And if that's what you mean, right? If then your statement that atheists have to reject teleology is like saying atheists have to reject intentions. No, I think we have intentions. I think you do. I do. I think
I know, but it's inconsistent for you to say that if you're a product of a dysteleological universe.
But dysteleological universe, meaning like, given that I think that, let's just assume that humans or organisms in the earth are the only organisms that have intentionality, right, in the universe, right? That's I don't see a contradiction between believing that and believing that there was a point earlier that there was no intentionality. I don't see.
Well, okay. I mean, this is I tend to.
I don't see.
All that what we call intentionality emerges from a non-intentional state, so it would be an illusion. it would ultimately be an illusion of intentionality. It wouldn't be real, because there'd be ultimately nothing to make the intention real. So we would have the illusion of intentionality.
Yes, good point. And if Danny is saying, I don't see the contradiction there, if you want to have this conversation with him, it doesn't seem like there's really any problems. Like, even if you want to believe something that is contradictory, how is he going to be able to say, well, no, you can't actually do that thing? Because he's a pluralist and he's a subjective moralist. So where is the finger pointing with Danny? Where can he actually establish that you ought not think that way, or believe that way, or argue in such a way?
Jay Dyer put it. Oh, sorry.
That's it. Go ahead.
Jay Dyer phrased it something like this: like, if you are the result of a meaningless process, then you are not a meaningful agent.
There it is.
Point earlier that there was no intentionality. I don't see a problem.
Well, okay. I mean, this is I tend to not make the low tier mega church pastor arguments, but I would need an argument for how intentionality and purpose can arise out of non-intentionality and purpose, how you make that switch from one to the other. And again, too, in order for the human to have these
right. That's like the nihilist. Nothing has any meaning, and then they want to go into a discussion and debate. Yeah.
It's basically what I just said.
mental faculties.
Yeah.
Of purpose and of intent, again, we're back to some type of faculty of reasoning, some type of rudimentary principle of knowledge, some type of rudimentary theory of logic and knowledge. So all of these things that you've got going on in your brain need to have some type of foundation that matches and grounds and gives an account for it. And if I can demonstrate in a positive argument that the reasons why you can't are because the metaphysics of your worldview make it impossible, then that would be the argument for why atheism is impossible.
All right, are we in an hour?
Yeah. So if y'all need to run to the restroom,
Yeah. It's better he responded there.
Care what really he's saying there. He's not really listening.
Devastation.
Is it an hour?
this is a really good time to run to the restroom. Otherwise, we'll move into the second half. Right now, we're at 53 minutes for the second half. Usually hits the hour. And then we'll move into the close.
Oh, closing. So this is at the end then.
Is it?
He says we're moving to.
Oh yeah, Eli. What makes this more than 3 hours long if this is near the end of the closing?
Well, they probably have a bunch of random people show up and join the panel at the end, and it turns into like a
there you go. PMars has been around for a while. Yeah.
Closings after that. When we move into the second portion here, there are some super chats I'll read at the start of it, and then we'll move back into this. And then at the tail end after the conclusions, there's a bunch of the $2 super chats. I'll just go through all those and thank everybody. Let me see. Are y'all ready to get back into this, or do y'all need to go to the restroom or anything?
I'm gonna either fill up my glass of water or fill up my bread in the fridge. One of the two.
Cool. You can take just a moment.
Or take some.
What was the second part of the?
Some like Tylenol and aspirin for the headache. Danny just fucking gave you.
An extension, basically, just depending on the audience engagement, we extend it. You guys can be a little bit more open with the topic, but it's just, same topic, but you get be a little bit more open with how you address that, right? And there were some audience questions. Let's see if there's any for you here while he's walking around. Oh, they're all Eli. Okay.
Yeah, I do appreciate though, Nix, that we don't disagree about the logic. Like you want to say that there's some metaphysical issues with atheism. You're not prepared to defend, or at least you don't want to defend the idea that it's logically impossible, right? So that's sort of refreshing to hear.
Well, yeah, for sure, but only because that's a nod to I think that you could come up with some type. We would have to like give your account in a formal sense of the possibility of atheism, and I think that I would lean towards that it ultimately would be logically impossible. I'm just vocalizing my own personal inefficiencies in what I'm knowledgeable about to like thoroughly demonstrate why it's logically impossible. But I think there's lots of things that are logically possible that without the metaphysical backing, it's like couldn't we say like Superman is logically possible? But we all know that Superman's a fictional thing. Well, I take the atheism the same way when we talk about logical possibility. It's like, yeah, I could see potentially somebody who's super knowledgeable about formal and modal logic could make an argument that he's as logically atheism is as logically possible as Superman. But the metaphysics is where I'm talking about how the world actually is, how the world actually functions and operates, and that's why I think it's so important.
No, but
All right, real fast. I'm starting.
I don't know
this
about
time,
that.
right? I get you.
Like, God what determines what's possible? So your ultimate commitment about reality is going to dictate what would be possible or not possible. So it's like they don't even have anything in their model that determines what's possible. So possibility is just chance. It's just chaos. It's like anything. We have God that limits possibility and determines possibility. So it kind of doesn't even make sense to talk. How do you even talk about logical possibility if nothing determines possibility? So they have modal. It's called maybe modal skepticism or some maybe a modal collapse, without having the metaphysics to support modal logic.
Right. I think he's trying to be a little charitable, agreeable, or maybe Eli hasn't considered that. I don't know. But yeah, there's going to be a collapse fundamentally that you just don't overstep.
I appreciate y'all both. With this, let's go into these super chat questions real fast, and then we'll resume this. Hizzle says, truth isn't a tribute to a proposition. Eli, logic isn't a proposition. Did your God teach you to be this dishonest? Thank you, Hizzle. Greatly appreciated. And then David Woodman C asks, will Eli ever shut up long enough to let Danny answer a question?
Oh, yeah. Or like, I'll shut up right now if he ever wants to give me that epistemic justification I asked for 2 hours ago.
Answer? You mean Danny, like, give us a lecture about 8th grade philosophy?
Thank you so much for the super chat.
No, I'm just kidding.
And then Kurt asks, Eli, is polytheism as practiced by the Greeks possible?
Nope.
And then Nobody in Fire, Eli, the contrapositive, impossibility of the contrary of the necessity claim means you're begging the question. Do you understand this?
No, I can and have to a certain degree demonstrated the impossibility of the contrary. You need a teleological universe in order for any of these things to work. You need an account for, I still think that it's wild that he said that metaphysics isn't prior to epistemology. I mean, you have to have some type of notion of.
I just don't really understand that claim very well.
I mean, there has to be an account for reality, for the reality of your knowledge. I mean, I think that it's,
you know what,
talking about like,
Danny made an impossibility of the contrary argument, but he said, well, A equals A because I don't know what it means for it not to. He's saying impossibility of the contrary there, right?
Right. Well, I mean,
Danny made an impossibility of the contrary argument.
I guess he would say that just because I don't know, I can't say it's impossible.
No,
right?
I'm saying, but that's essentially what he's saying. He's saying it's impossible not for A to equal A. When he's saying, I don't know what it means for it not to. That's essentially what he's saying.
Yeah. Right.
He's just saying it's impossible for A not to equal A, therefore A equals A. So he made this same basically logical reasoning for his argument, but because the guy's an atheist, he won't call Danny out, and because Danny used different words, or I don't know.
Yeah, this is an interesting point, re-exam. You'd think the most practiced atheist would be aware of how a precept works. Yes.
No, this is his strategy, because Malpass says don't answer their questions. That's what Danny did.
Yeah. True that. It is funny how they boast about how they understand presuppositionalism, how it's this, it's that, it's been debunked, how they know the script, and then you get into a conversation and they don't know anything, and then they actually claim they don't know anything as an epistemology. It's wild, man. Has me coming back for more.
Even theory of mind and things like this.
To give an account for the reality, don't you have to know things?
Well, this is the circularity.
But see, that's interesting too, because Eli's talking about one being prior to, and I think I tend to think of them as interconnected. That that to know something, there has to be something that's known, and for you to be able to make the knowledge claim, there has to be something you're relying on. Or did I repeat the same one?
They are interconnected, but I think like epistemology is downstream of ontology, and then ethics is downstream of epistemology.
Because the metaphysic is going to be establishment of being, and then picking up on that would be downstream, and then how to act within that would be downstream from picking up on it.
Something exists, then it would be true that something exists, and then like
you ought to follow what is true.
Obligated to know what is true.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
I'm pointing out.
Right. So why would we make the claim that one is prior to the other? It seems like there's not. Why would?
Well, no, I'm saying that that's a problem. Like you don't have a starting point. So number one, again.
Why would?
Well, no, I'm saying that that's a problem. Like you don't have a starting point. So number one, again, this isn't the
what to knowledge.
Correct.
I don't. Well, number one, you haven't given an argument for why I need a
starting point.
He says correct, and then he needs an argument. This guy.
So number one, again, this isn't the
what to knowledge.
Correct.
I don't. Well, number one, you haven't given an argument for why I need a starting point.
Because you're saying that something's possible. Again, it's not like, again, going to the logical, well, I'm not saying that de facto, because you can't give this explanation and account for the possibility, that just that alone, the value of you not being able to do it is what makes it impossible per se. What I'm saying is that is symptomatic of the issues that ultimately make your position impossible.
Yeah, well said.
It's a demonstration that why should we be motivated to accept somebody saying, I have an autonomous epistemology, I possess knowledge, and that's possible because I possess it. I can't give you a demonstration, and I won't, and I think it's a ridiculous question. I'm saying that it's an end of.
If he says, why do I need a starting point? Say, oh, so you don't, excuse me. So you don't start reasoning? Do you start reasoning or do you not start reasoning?
Yeah, interesting way to put it.
If you don't have a starting point, then you never start reasoning.
I hadn't thought of it like that. Nice.
Virtually any other case, if you're saying something's possible, you can give a demonstration and account for that possibility. But in this one, uniquely,
you'd be like, do I need a starting point? It's like, well, when do you want to start reasoning? Like you could posit it as a question. When would you like to start reasoning?
And then they'll also say, why do I need a stopping point, right? So we have a starting point, and then there's also a terminus. That's the ground. The ground is the stopping point.
The stopping point as in
the final justification for why something is.
You can't, and that's why, again, getting to the axioms, it appears that we're wanting to move away from that really fast, and I would too if I was an atheist, because ultimately it's reducing to relativism, it's reducing to solipsism, and again, none of these things are possible in a dysteleological worldview.
Yeah, I just don't. I think you of all people should understand why none of that really works, because.
What kind of phrase is you of all people? It's like a form of poisoning the well.
It's condescending, isn't it? I think this whole.
I mean, certainly. I mean, I think it even falls into fallacy territory. Like it's like a poisoning of the well, in a sense. It's sort of a framing,
These things are possible in this teleological worldview.
Yeah, I just don't. I think you of all people should understand
no true
why
Scotsman.
none of that really works.
nice.
Only a true Scotsman would.
Yes, thank you.
Because presumably you're Trinitarian. Do you think that when I press when I press Trinitarians about how they understand the Trinity, and they don't know how to give a satisfactory model or adequate model of the Trinity, do you think that's symptomatic that it's incoherent?
Well, no. Again, I think that somebody being unable to do something out of like maybe lacking the knowledge or lacking the skill. What I'm saying is that no atheist can. It's not like, because here's the thing: a Trinitarian could possibly give an account. I'm saying atheist, it's impossible. You can't do it. And that's
logically, well, you don't mean logically impossible.
I'm saying that I'm not sure. Full disclosure, I'm not sure what modality exactly. I'm saying that you being unable to do it is not a skill. It's not. Well, hold on. Just maybe you can help me, Danny. Maybe you can help me. It's not a skill issue. It's a system issue, and that's why.
No, look. Here's what because you said something like, okay, you might be saying something like this, like. Every time I talk to atheists, I ask them to give an account of their metaphysics, their knowledge, right? And they always like fall flat on their face. And look, Danny, this is symptomatic, right? You're part of the problem. Yours is symptomatic of the incoherence of atheism, right? I'm like, well, okay, maybe we suck at answering these questions, maybe not, right? But I've had experiences where I press Trinitarians, and I've never heard a coherent account of the Trinity ever. I think they fall flat on their face all the time. But if I say that, look, every Trinitarian that I talk to just fails to give an account, that only will get me to, it's very probable that this doctrine is incoherent.
Correct.
Right?
And I talked about that.
But the topic of the debate is not about probability, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this symptomatic stuff really doesn't matter to
the Malpass argument.
Well,
this is another Malpass argument. Malpass wrote a paper making this argument.
Well, it's fine. I mean, Eli's fine. He's not arguing for probability. It's no problem there. He's trying to posit that to him, but Eli will reject that.
He wants to turn the argument into an inductive survey where we have to debunk every single worldview. That's not what the argument is.
Right.
First of all, again, I think it does in the sense that if you're going to say something if you're just making the claim that something's possible and you can't demonstrate it, then that's a failure of the burden that you have in your prompt. But what I have also given a demonstration for why this is the case. And honestly, I actually do think that when it comes to not being able to give the account for the possibility of knowledge, that is a logical impossibility because it always ends in vicious circularity every time. Inescapable.
There's nothing in logic, right, that condemns circularity, right? Like
vicious circularity, fallacious circularity.
See, that's good there, Eli. You're speaking. He's listening because I think sometimes he's not listening to you, but you're speaking his language there, right, including the logical impossibility. So that was good.
Well, their fallacy is more of a rhetorical sense of fallacy. So if I beg, because question-begging arguments are valid.
Yeah, I know. But again, when we're talking about the soundness of something, I'm saying that vicious circularity does, and especially here's the problem, is that the thing that is viciously circular in your worldview is supposedly the foundation of the worldview. So how can the foundation...
When he says question-begging arguments are valid, that's technically true. But like, he's
just saying. Well, they can be invalid too. You can make it a question begging.
No, because they have to do with the form validity. Have to do with the form.
I understand. You can make a bad form circular argument as well. Improper form and circular. You could do it all ways.
there's formal fallacies and informal fallacies. So he's saying it's an informal fallacy, which just means the fallacy has to do with the content, not the form of the argument. But like
Soundness.
says, I just feel like it's really deceptive to the audience, like as a layperson. If you go, circular arguments are technically valid, it's like, oh, I don't know.
Well,
This is really like some sophism.
I think that's a bad look for him and the atheists, actually, for him to say that way. I'm sure he confused a bunch of his own audience in the way he said that.
That you're claiming this is the thing that I have to have in order to get to everything else in my worldview. But that's viciously
Is that what you
circular.
think
Don't
atheism
question it,
is?
and it's
Is that what you think atheism is? Because look, I don't think atheism is a substantive worldview. I mean, this is a mistake that I think a lot of
autonomous epistemology, saying that I
that's
can
just-
have
that's just-
knowledge.
you're just saying atheistic epistemology.
Sure, I'm saying I'm using this frame to not. I understand atheism is just a rejection of a claim, but again, nobody is presuppositionless. Nobody is worldview-less. There's no neutral worldview that doesn't come.
Excellent point. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah.
But the type of claim matters. It's a rejection of a metaphysical claim. So
Sure.
atheism is making a metaphysical claim about that there's no like necessary mind at base reality.
Right. It's like the crackers. Yeah, it's like the crackers in the pantry idea. Like that's a devastating negation. It's not just, I don't agree with this, or that there's no salt on the table. Like that's a devastating negation.
It is a worldview. It's not an exhaustive worldview because there's many flavors of atheism.
Right.
You could cash it out a million different ways, but it is a worldview, Danny.
Even if you want to say it's not a worldview, you can still work with that and say it's part of your worldview, dude. Like it's fundamental. How's he going to not agree to there's a God world and a not God world? Right? Darth does that. What happens when your interlocutor won't agree to that dichotomy? How do they get around it? Do you have any idea?
How is it not a worldview? It's an ontological claim. You're saying that Jesus doesn't sustain existence. That's obviously a worldview.
I feel like that was not a response to what I was asking you.
Sorry, my bad. I'm like trying to think about Danny, or I'm like focusing on Danny. What did you ask?
I think I forgot. I'm getting tired.
With a slew of metaphysical and epistemic baggage in order to make the positive claim.
I don't know if I agree with that. I don't really think that everybody has to have a quote robust worldview about everything. I think that's
I never said robust. I just said there's nobody that's positionless.
But then what do you mean is like having like, let's say you think that we should have a monarchy or something like that. Is that a worldview?
Yeah, it's part of a worldview.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
What goes into a worldview is metaphysics, ethics, and epistemology, and monarchy would be under the ethics.
Okay, so basically worldview just means a philosophical position or something.
But again, this is all coming back to like...
Oh, did Danny just learn that he actually has a philosophical position, or that everyone does? Congratulations.
How do we not know what worldviews are? And you've been doing this for how long, Danny? Oh my gosh.
My goodness.
You believe you have a self. You believe that you're a occupying a body. Maybe you have a different thing about that. You believe there's an external world, or maybe you don't, and it's all idealism. And nobody is neutral to this. They're accessing metaphysics. They're using reasoning, and maybe they have an account for it. Maybe they don't. But their account of the metaphysics in the world ultimately has to inform, like, how can I say this? Like,
I remember what I was talking about because Eli's comment reminded me. Darth, I've heard Darth go into the not God world and the world, the world with God as a dichotomy. He tries to get that agreement up front. Mm. And I was wondering, like, what is the case? Have you witnessed somebody trying to disagree with that or not agreeing with that?
Oh,
more so effectively. Like, I don't know how somebody could get out of
well, not
that.
effectively. I think people try to, yeah, a lot of people try to say they're neutral.
You try to say they're neutral, so that's a question of epistemology, not of what exists necessarily. As far as the dichotomy, right? They're saying I don't know,
Right.
but I
Oh,
think some people.
it is a dichotomy. Yeah, it's a dichotomy for sure. Like God exists or not. That's it. Any dichotomy is just like or not, right? God exists or not.
Either or, yeah. I think sometimes what may happen is someone say, well, what about other gods? Which puts them in a position
Well, that'd be
of
in God.
knowledge of other gods, which is like, if you're going to bring that in to try to throw off the dichotomy,
Well, in one of the that would be in the God category. So that's still in the category.
well, no, because even so, they say multiple gods.
Are you saying specifically Jesus? Like,
That's the point of the dichotomy,
oh,
right?
well then we would say the triune God exists or not, and
Yeah,
then so
that's
multiple gods would fit in the not triune God category.
or I would say idol. It's just an idol. But I'm saying even when they try to um, sort of try to bring that in, because they try to reject the dichotomy with that information. Well, don't they have to have epistemic justification of those things they're bringing in, that knowledge? You can call them.
Well, they're supposed to argue their view. They're not supposed to do this thing Danny's doing where he's saying like I have all views. Like that's
Well,
not
what do you expect? He just learned what a worldview is today. He just said he didn't know.
because if they're not talking about their view, we have that's kind of the maybe that's the Achilles heel of precept is that they have to give us a view for us to like should be like, look, you yourself, we have to confront them like, look, dude, you don't know the truth. I can make skeptical arguments to you and destroy any truth claim you make. I could show that we don't really know it's true for any truth claim you make. You have to like
Yeah.
confront them with that about their view, not about some other view, And then when they
Right.
realize that, oh shoot, I really can't make a valid truth claim or justified truth claim, and then it's like, look, don't worry, I got a savior. Like Jesus can save science, Jesus can save philosophy, truth, morality. So
Yes.
Jesus doesn't save your soul; he saves all these things.
Yeah. That's a good point. It's like you're not just coming in there and destroying them. You're showing their foundation lacks, and you're offering something.
And so if they don't like what Danny's doing, I would just maybe point out the contradiction in pluralism over and over, or say something like my opponent's refusing to make a commitment, my opponent's refusing to offer a candidate for the foundation for logic, which demonstrates the conclusion of my argument. Keep pointing out that they're not putting a candidate on the table and that you are.
Yeah. See, I'm seeing something in what you're saying here in the reference back to the bringing up the non-arbitrary claims at the start. And when you get a little further down the road, you have like a little counter on your screen, maybe at that point in particular, maybe 3 key points. And then you just put, like a check mark with a ding sound, like ding, every time they violate that, which is a visual display and an auditory display that will bring you back to pointing out, no, now you said up front you weren't going to make arbitrary claims, yet here you are again, and then you're visually keeping account of that on the screen. That would be something I think should come into play.
All Danny's doing is the second like the temperature is turned up on whatever he's saying, he just switches to something else, and that's all he's been doing.
Right, that's like T-jump as well. Like, well, I have a bunch of knowledge I keep studying, so I know how to just keep jumping around. And then optics, my audience can't really follow the content of this anyway, so they're looking for confidence.
Yeah, they don't care because it's just tribal. It's all tribal.
Yeah. So when you do just stick to the same thing over and over again, it gets redundant, but it forces the focus. And when you explain why you're doing it and what you're doing clearly, and why you need to talk to him about his worldview exclusively, well, that's the best. I mean, I guess that's the best you can do with that. Like if he's gonna continue to be dishonest, oh well. But it's really about narrowing in, on just metaphysics, epistemology, ethics, and your particular worldview as of right now.
Say I lived on a planet where there was no water whatsoever, and then it's like you wouldn't have the belief that you could drown because there's no water. Or someone could say, I believe I could drown, but then that's unjustified because there's no water in the planet. So this is the tie between a belief and the metaphysic that actually makes something possible in the real world, right? But ultimately, I'm trying to focus in on the fact that your first principle, your starting point, which I don't even think you can actually get to a starting point.
And I don't see can you give me the argument for why we need a starting point? Like, what's your
Give him an argument why you need a starting point. Okay. So
It's just kind of insane to even say it. That's just insane. It's like at this, I feel like it's hard. It's just such a dumb question. I feel like
I've noticed the habit of when he's getting devastated, he's going to resort to, can you put that into a syllogism? But, it becomes the idea of the crackers in the pantry as well, that he's not getting, like, to not have a starting point is devastating. It's not just a surface level point that you can disagree or agree with. Like the fact that you need an argument for a foundation or a standard that you rely on to make claims in general is troubling in itself. Aside from me putting together a syllogism for you here, Danny, like listen to what you're actually asking.
That your first principle, your starting point, which I don't even think you can actually get to a starting point.
And I don't see can you give me the argument for why we need a starting point? Like, what's your argument against infinity?
Because you claim to have knowledge. Does it just fall from the sky? Does it beam into your head? Is it magical knowledge berries?
Just for example, how do you personally rule out infinitism?
Well, okay.
What is
Can we
it?
save that for the after?
It's a totally different. He's jumping all over. Why do we need a starting point? And then what does that have to do with infinitism? Oh, so like there's no starting point. Oh, I see what he's saying. Never mind. My bad.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
it's just a way for him to not answer.
Yeah. So I guess I see what he's saying now. He's saying like infinitism. There would be no starting point.
How did you learn about infinitism then?
In infinitism, there would still be a starting point. There just wouldn't be an ending point, right? So I think he's
no. I think true infinity is neither. But
no. Infinitism says so that has to do with like infinite. How do you justify things? And then he says, well, the justification's an infinite regress, but there's still a starting point in the justification.
Okay, yeah.
Point. So he's like, I think he's equivocating here on infinitism says there's no ending point, not that there's no starting point. So I don't see how that's a defeater for, if he's trying to present that as a defeater for starting point.
No, I think he's trying to think of clever things to distract the problem he's in. Is really all that he's doing.
I don't know what the hell. They don't make any damn sense.
I mean, if you want to argue and allow for regresses, then I guess it goes to the guy who lasts the longest, who stays awake the longest, right? Well, what about that?
He says an infinite regress just obfuscates that there's no justification. That's what Bonson says. So I go with Bonson. He's smarter than me. Yeah.
It's all obfuscation for the most part from Danny. When you have someone who's studied philosophy, it's a easier navigation if obfuscation is what you choose, because you just resource different things. So what about this? What about that? What about your worldview, Danny? Don't give me the what aboutisms.
panel. I'm really wanting to. This is your positive.
No.
I've done
It's
a
not-
little bit for context. I've done a lot of positive.
I'm pointing out that you're kind of presupposing a type of foundationalism, which I have not
Well,
signed up on.
I'm saying
You know, I would say to Danny at this point, like, just tell me flatly and plainly anything I'm doing wrong, like that you can give an account for and give reasons for.
Danny's correct here. He is proposing a type of foundationalism, but it's not like classical foundationalism.
Right, and a type of coherency, which is not coherentism. Yes, this is the transcendental argument is in its own category.
It's so. Are you familiar with the Munchausen trilemma or Agrippa's dilemma?
Right, the foundation is going to be dogmatic and infinite regress.
So there's
Or
the brute so a foundationalism in philosophy would be brute dogmatic, right? We're not brute. We're revealed dogmatic. You see what I'm saying?
yes,
So that's the difference. So we're saying there's actually a fourth option to the trilemma. It's a revealed foundation, or instead of a brute foundation.
well, we would say it's you could call it a fourth option to the trilemma, although we don't hold Agrippa as any authority of what is and is the case. You have a philosopher who might have stumbled onto an interesting idea. However, that's as far as we posit that.
The trilemma is like a critique of anyone. It's a critique. So it would apply to anyone. It's like a question, but we have an answer to it. No one has an answer except for Christians. So that's what we would say. Only Christians have an answer to the critique.
Well, the trilemma assumes that dogmatism is a problem, does it not?
It is brute. Brute. It doesn't take into account revealed dogmatism. It takes into account brute dogmatism. So we agree with the trilemma. We just think there's another option, which is the defeat.
Yeah.
So, but we would run anyone who's not a Christian. We would run the trilemma on them. They would fall victim to the trilemma, and
Yes.
we would say no. There's a fourth horn, a fourth option. Revelation, or a revealed dogma, revealed foundation, as opposed to I'm just going to arbitrarily assert a foundation, and then it's historically verified too. So.
Yeah, and they're going to try to point out that you're falling. They tend to try to point out that you're falling in the circularity category and the dogmatic assertion of the trilemma, and you're going to say, "Well, yes, that does seem to be the case." However,
straw manning us. They're not steel manning us then.
Well, right. That's when you get into the idea of the paradigmatic argument, the meta level argument, qualities of both inductive and deductive arguments. Like you said, it's in a category of its own, a fourth category.
Everybody presupposes some type of foundation.
Okay, but then that means you've ruled out infinitism.
Sure, but this isn't about whether or not Orthodox Christianity is possible. This is about whether or not atheism is possible. Why are you wanting to move away? I want to talk about the circularity of your foundation.
You're confused. You are asserting to me that foundationalism is true. I don't accept that.
Well, hold on. Just because I say that you have to have some starting point doesn't mean that strictly I'm saying foundationalism
what do you mean by
is true.
Starting point?
I mean that if you're going to say that I have knowledge and knowledge is possible, there's got to be some type of system, some type of starting somewhere to make. You can't just baldly assert that this is the case and then give no.
Because Danny's using foundationalism in the philosophical sense of the word, but Eli's using foundationalism in a Christian sense, so they're kind of talking past each other there.
Yeah, right. And you can use ideas from Kant. Doesn't mean you're a Kantian. You can use
words. Everything has a different meaning in the context of the
worldview,
the death, burial, and resurrection of Christ. Christ changes everything. So they keep trying to use our human mind to judge scripture, and we're saying no, we use scripture to judge our mind.
Yeah. You asked them sometimes, like, what authority do you think you have opening up the Bible and questioning it?
Good reasons or explanations for how that is the case, and then expect for you to win the problem that atheism is possible.
My only claim is that I don't see any contradiction in atheism. And I don't really accept the whole. I remember I asked you.
Okay, you have validity.
His only claim is he doesn't see a contradiction.
I
Really?
swear, Danny must practice these poses and stuff. Like,
Yeah,
he's like,
he is getting a little bit dramatic.
I'm such a thinking man.
Positing that you don't see something as an argument is interesting too. He likes to ask you what's the argument, because it's saying I don't see a contradiction is just merely stating like a current state of affairs. Like, so what? Is there an argument?
A contradiction is going to depend on a worldview, which he won't.
Oh yeah, that too.
Validity in a dysteleological world.
Okay, again, by dysteleological world, you mean a world
Purposeless.
But you mean a world without intention.
Correct. Or purpose.
Okay, but I think we're in a world with intentions. You have intentions, I have intentions.
Where is the intention in the world?
You have them, I have them.
Okay, so it's
The problem isn't that we can agree we have intentions. The problem is the arbitrariness of your explanation of what that entails, Danny.
I have them. Where's God? I have him in my heart. Therefore, I win the debate.
Yeah, the pointing to the concession on these matters too, right?
validity of a system is relative.
Where are you getting that?
Because I said you're appealing to validity in a dysteleological world. You're saying it is teleological, it comes from ourselves. So, okay, so
No,
the validity of
I
our
didn't say-
systems come from
I didn't
ourselves.
say-
and
I didn't
truth is
say
completely
validity.
relative, Danny.
I didn't say validity came from our intentions. You just said you accept validity, Danny, and
Yeah.
yet you also think there are no intentions. But I think there are intentions.
Okay, so that's maybe fine. But what I'm saying is that is now relativism. So if I wanted to modify, go, okay, maybe you do have validity in a teleological system. It's just within your little bubble.
No.
And then my little bubble that says atheism is impossible is just as valid as your little bubble that says that it is possible.
What you said was something
You're
like
reducing to relativism and you can't get out of this, bro.
Yeah, that's a great point. Ultimately, he is reducing. So this is all just shouting match of opinions at best.
Look, man, God tabernacles in my heart. Do you want me to rip it out and show it to you?
Nice.
you just to me what you amount to what you said amounts to something like this. Danny, you think they're chickens in an atheological world. Well, no, I think they're chickens, and I think there's intentions.
You can't
Okay.
have validity. Validity is connected directly to the teleology.
Right. This is the Cartesian education system that wants to separate everything. The Christian worldview wants to unify these things. They know that intention and validity are interrelated. In a moment like this, Danny has separated them, and for some reason can't even see the connectivity.
By intent, you mean intentions.
Yeah, intentions or purpose.
So, on your view, validity is dependent on intentions.
Yeah, validity is only possible with intentionality.
It sounds like,
Absolutely.
if anything, you're the relativist or whatever, or
No.
the subjectivist.
No,
That's a dumb move. Come on, dude. Seriously.
because no, that would be the case if I was saying autonomous epistemology. I'm not arguing for autonomous epistemology. I'm arguing for an objective revelatory source of knowledge, Danny. That's my position.
No.
Your position, I'm trying to figure out where your validity comes from, and you said it's Danny's teleology. That's relativism.
I didn't say that.
Yeah,
Yeah, he did. See, I didn't say that. I didn't say it. I'm rewording what you're partially saying, the broken fragments of answers that you're giving me, the implications you're making. I'm summing it up and pitching it back to you. I'm serving it back to you. For you to argue, I didn't say that. I just pointed out why you are essentially claiming that
Yeah, it's
without
like, I never
outright
make any
saying.
claims. I never make any claims. Atheism's not a worldview. I didn't say that. I don't know. What are you doing?
Yeah, right.
Nope.
Okay, then where is the teleology coming from?
Where are my intentions coming from?
Yeah.
You're asking where my desires come from.
Oh no. Okay, wait. First of all, let's back up. Do you agree with me that that validity would be directly tied to teleology?
No.
Okay, so how do you have
So, invalid purpose is a thing.
validity absent teleology, Danny?
I just don't think that, for instance, the principle of explosion is made true by a preference.
Well, you're just making knowledge claims. You're making knowledge claims. And what I'm asking for, where do you get the validity to make the knowledge claims that you make? And you're like, I don't know, incredulity. It's not going to work. Oh, yeah, I'm scratching that. That's awesome. No, it's just frustrating because you're asserting validity without backing up the possibility of validity in your worldview. And I'm saying the reason for that is because there is no objective teleology to give you the validity. And you can't get around this. No atheist can get around this. That's why tag is the kill shot to atheism.
There's no.
Boom. This is where they typically want to go to quo que. When they get pressed against the wall this hard, they're like, well, you have the same problem. You have the same problem.
Tuco gay.
Oh, yeah. And Danny, yes.
That's why tag is the kill shot to atheism.
There's no objective intentions. Is that what you just said?
In your worldview, if you want to say that there is, that'd be great.
What's an objective intention?
I would say that in my worldview, we have the logi, which is the divine ideas for the world.
Your intentions objective?
It's objective.
But he's pressing on the fact that we're subjective vessels. So to have the idea of an objective intent, it might be problematic, which is a valid question. We'll see how he answers.
True that I have subjective intentions.
Okay, so that's all you meant. That so by objectively.
Okay, what you're missing here is that the principles of validity that you're saying is like we can come to, you and I having a debate, we can come to like objective truth conclusions. But how is that possible if the intentionality that is supporting your validity comes from you? Now it's relativism. I don't see how you're missing this.
If the intentions come from me, it's relatively.
Everybody wants to stop seeing Danny get red.
If you're saying that if the intentions come from me, it's relativism, but if it comes from God, it's not relativism?
Well, yeah, because ultimately truth would be grounded in his nature. But again, we can get into that in the after panel. You took the affirmative tonight, Danny.
No, I just don't understand your view. I'm trying to understand it.
I'm happy to get more into it in the after panel.
Again, all my claim is that I don't see a contradiction in atheism. You sort of agree.
Well, that's assuming that saying that contradictions are bad is a valid place to be. It's assuming that contradictions exist and that there's truth and there's falsehood. And I'm trying to figure out how you get to all that. And you're just like, well, I'm trying to get all the way down to the foundation of your worldview. And you don't want to go there. And it's evident that you don't want to go there because it exposes the vicious circularity that you can't come to any objective, legitimate knowledge in your worldview. And I don't know. I know it sucks, but this is something you need to think about. Autonomous epistemology fails every time.
When you say I can't do that, what's the modality?
Nice, bold claims. Well stated here by Eli. Well done.
There?
I would say that as far as giving a justification, that would be logical if the circularity is fallacious.
So then there would be a contradiction.
It's prior to modality, so it's all modalities. But he's just asking this question to trip him up. It's stupid.
Yeah.
And you give him one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because eventually it comes to it's a trivial tautology saying that knowledge exists because knowledge exists. The system is valid because the system is valid. The axioms are valid because the axioms are valid. You can't get out of this.
But none of that is contradictory.
Again, it's fallacious.
So he's got this weighted position of what is contradictory in his worldview. Like if you want the task of like walking him through his worldview, like you can say all sorts of things, but when it comes down to it, like a contradiction is like the ultimate sin in Danny's worldview for some reason. But when you ask why that's the case, can he actually make a case for that? Eli's saying you can't. You can't do all these things I'm requesting them for a reason because I know you can't give an account for it. It's been demonstrated tonight. Why are we still talking?
Just in that do you think that vicious circles are are fallacious at all?
Fallacious in the rhetorical sense?
I guess so. I mean, I understand like it's not like strict P and not P, but it doesn't tell anybody anything. So you can't make an inference out of something. You can't make an inference out of something that doesn't tell you anything.
Your claim isn't simply that my view leads to circularity. It's that there's a contradiction in me giving an account, right? And so you showing that there's circularity in my view doesn't substantiate the claim.
Because what you're doing is you're wanting to, and again, I'm not trying to get into strict P and not P. I can find them in certain claims that atheists make, but what we're talking about right now, like, do you agree that vicious circularity is something one ought not to do when giving an argument for something?
Oh, good. It's getting into the moral question. I'm guessing this is going to be a dodge. Let's see.
Just circularity is something one ought not to do when giving an argument for something.
Well, you might want to deceive someone, in which case you should.
Okay, yes, you might want to do that. But I mean, if you're
So he just said, yeah, if you want to lie, you should do that, which doesn't really address the question. It just points out that he's all about himself. It's all about what you want to do. The fall of man. Well, I love moral questions. There's so much exposure within the answer.
Because what you're doing is you're wanting to, and again, I'm not trying to get into strict P and not P. I can find them in certain claims that atheists make, but what we're talking about right now, like, do you agree that vicious circularity is something one ought not to do when giving an argument for something?
Well, you might want to deceive someone, in which case you should.
Okay, yes, you might want to do that. But I mean, if you're trying to support your position, appealing to vicious circularity, it would be, I'm not sure if fallacious is the right word, but it would be a bad move to do that.
Devastating is the word.
Think what he just revealed. If you want to deceive someone, you should argue and you should cheat, he said. What has he been doing this whole debate?
I know. It's beautiful when you start asking moral questions. It's awesome.
Because it doesn't actually support what you're trying to say if what you're leaning on is vicious circularity.
What does it have to do with there being a contradiction in saying that I gave an account?
Again, I'm saying I'm not sure if it's a strict P and not P, but what I'm saying is that any attempt at an account is leaning on vicious circularity. And
okay,
your whole worldview is basically, well, that's okay because I can't think of anything else. But
yeah, that's it. That's what he's been presenting. I don't see this. I don't know this to be the case. That's all. He's given a personal state of affairs, a psychological report, and then when asked to give an account for anything else, why do I have to? I don't see why I have to. Just more personal psychological states. It's just a guy telling you, like, I don't really know anything, but I'm existing and I want to argue, and here I am.
I wish you would have pointed out the contradiction in pluralism right now. That would have been good to see. I would like to see Danny's response to that. But I think he's doing good. Eli's doing good.
Contradiction in
pluralism, because like I was thinking, what even is Danny's worldview? And I don't really know. He's offered like a million different things.
Well, the thing about claiming pluralism is it's not even a matter of the cleverness of being consistent. Is you can't argue. I would stop somebody at the gate. Like, you can't engage with arguments in pluralism.
Well, you asked me about a contradiction, though. I brought up the contradiction earlier about you're saying there are no exclusive truth claims, which would exclude exclusive truth claims.
Right. So when you're engaging with somebody like that, you just start going, "Oh, so that's true." And he's like, "No, it's false." "Oh, okay, so it's true." You start playing that game to get them to register what they're actually promoting.
Now, wait a minute. That statement is now reliant on something. So it's like you're just, it's epistemic bootstrapping, dude.
All right, let me grant that, but we do agree. Then it's not contradictory.
Oh my God, they grant that.
Yeah, that grant did seem authoritative right there.
But
He's like, that's what's screwing you. And he's like, I'll grant that.
not contradictory doesn't really do anything. Like, it's not a contradiction that I could jump to the moon. I don't know. That doesn't really do anything, but whatever.
Yeah, right. You can say things that are not contradictory but seem far-fetched. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I could say again in the same way that it's not contradictory to say Superman exists, but if we're talking about reality,
so we agree that no one here can provide an argument or substantiate the claim that atheism is logically impossible.
See, it's another thing too, is like they work off dialectics, logical agreement. So when they get you to agree, another disclaimer you can make, like the arbitrary disclaimer, is I'll agree with you, but remember that I can always challenge the agreement itself and how you got to that place. You leave that open because they want to lock that in and hold you to it and move forward, right?
He wants like a P and not P, it seems like to me. And
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
Eli said in the chat he wasn't prepared with a P and not P, but now he is. So, yeah, there is a P. You could frame it a P and not P. You would say, like, I think Father Deacon Ananias, remember, he said, you assume the preconditions for intelligibility and you deny the preconditions for intelligibility.
Yeah. All right.
well, again, I was speaking more strict when I was talking about impossibility. And hold on, I want to think about that for a second, but let me get out. I'm talking strictly about that the type of universe, like you were talking about teleology, but you don't believe the universe, like the world external to yourself, possesses teleology, right?
Bracketing aliens, yeah.
Wait, what? Okay, we could get into a whole other thing about that. But I mean, so again, I'm looking for where objective, like, and even to say you have your own personal teleology, where is that coming from? If you are actually a biological mechanism of external reality in your worldview, you are created by it, you come out of it. And yet you have this, it's special pleading because you have this whole category of a universe which you're a part of. And you're saying, as a set, this universe possesses no teleology. But as soon as Danny shows up, now Danny has teleology enough to give principles of validity to discern the true or falsity of the dysteleological universe. This is contradictory because it's special pleading.
Yeah, nice.
Special pleading doesn't mean contradictory.
It can, especially if you're saying that.
Yeah, not necessarily, but it is in the realm of logical fallacies. So,
that on one hand, the universe is dysteleological. Danny is in the universe. Danny is not dysteleological. Doesn't make any sense.
But you could special plead. You could say there's one.
Yeah, just special pleading. Exactly.
You know, you could say that, hey, there's this principle. Let's say everyone must, I don't know, have a driver's license, and then but Danny.
This is a perfect demonstration that the atheist has to system build on the fly and create systems ad hoc and arbitrarily in order to make anything else work. That is, and here's the thing, is that if what your foundation is relative or ad hoc or arbitrary, you can't then say that the facts that you deduce from your system are somehow objective now.
Yes. You get some excellent points here, Eli.
I think it's more begging the question than special pleading, or maybe I misheard that.
Well, what are you thinking? Because sometimes they intertwine. In fact, like most fallacies are non sequiturs, but then they get, specifications like red herring, tuquoque. It doesn't follow.
What he said, did he say like the universe has no teleology, but humans do? That's special.
Posit Danny in that place without teleology. And then
he's like special pleading that like teleology can come from non-teleology, like, or that it's just emerges out of nothing. That's like kind of a special, or begging the question. He's assuming it,
right.
and account for it.
It could fall under both. I could see it both. The overall point is that it's completely devastating to what he's bringing forward at that point. There's nothing off the table. It's like he's saying, like, what about this? What about that? Anything can happen. I have this this worldview that what is the term? The poly, not what was the term that he used for truth?
Corresponds to reality, or
no, the poly.
Pluralism. Pluralism.
Plural, right? When he takes that route, like,
true, yeah,
it's constantly reversed back to him whenever you're having a problem, right? Like, you're just not understanding it or seeing eye to eye, but it falls under.
Well, it's like pluralism except Christianity, right?
Well, yeah, right. Except that one, and then it gets into like, oh, if that's the case, then
that would be special pleading.
Yeah,
that's special pleading because he wants to say like, well, I'm a pluralist. Well, then why do you exclude Christianity?
Yeah, he's an exclusionist somewhere in that pluralism. Just for now, just for the purposes of this conversation, yeah. So this is what it becomes. It becomes. I think Eli's doing a good job here. I think he's very focused. When you get good at navigating these conversations, you become someone who needs to learn how to point out logical fallacies to the audience.
It's easier for us. It's harder when you're in the moment, right? Like it's easier.
Absolutely.
Stop.
But you're like you yourself. I've heard you do this, and you're getting better too. Like you're saying, okay, you see what he's doing here, and you lay it out to the audience because you get tired of talking to him and him giving you BS answers. You start talking to the audience, point out what he's doing. And I think most of the conversations are going to result in this, like you becoming a teacher of what happens when you're dealing with someone who's being dishonest, who won't actually engage. You're having to do all the work.
Yeah. I made a little graphic where it's like the atheist is just sitting in a lazy boy with his feet up. He's got a drink. Meanwhile, we're like trying to like roll this huge boulder up a hill like Sisyphus.
Yeah, right.
Like that's not going to work.
I can grant that, but that doesn't mean it's contradictory.
It is, again, if you're saying that the universe is not teleological, I'm a part of the universe, I'm teleological. Where is that coming from? What possesses ultimately the teleology?
You can't infer that if a part of the universe is teleological to therefore the universe is teleological. You can't infer.
But if you come from, so how do you get, how is the accidental flux non-teleological producing teleology?
What turns on that question?
You substantiating the claim that you possess teleology.
You want me to substantiate the claim that I have intentions?
Yeah, if you come from a universe with no intentions and you're a product of that, how is the non-intentional producing the intentional?
That's a very good question. What does that have to do with
That's a very good question. Look at his pose again. All of his poses. But so the way I would put that is like, so if ultimately reality is disteleological.
Yeah.
I'm not very good with words. If ultimately reality is disteleological, then or I'll say purpose. What we see as purpose would be an illusion. If ultimately there's no purpose, then purpose is an illusion because ultimately it reduces to no purpose. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah. So he's saying, okay, so you're promoting your own subjective illusion. And you're going to do what with that? You want me to take that seriously? Why?
the debate?
Because if your intentionality is ultimately on the ladder to your knowledge, okay, and you're saying you possess this thing called knowledge with your intentionality, it's again wanting to know how you get to the things you're claiming to have. And if it's possible, and if atheism is possible, and if it's possible that autonomous epistemology is true, you have to be able to support that claim, wouldn't you think?
Would I have to support the claim that what?
Like
that
if the universe has no purpose, then purpose doesn't map onto reality. See what I'm saying? Like it's not
I
that
like how he's acting like he can't understand when he's
but
getting defeated here.
He's like literally every time you pause it, it's like he's in this like I'm in deep thought. Look at me, like I'm so thoughtful and
well, yeah, he might be though. He might actually be going, okay, I'm kind of screwed here.
Like he's practiced these. He's looked in the mirror and he's like, how can I look like I'm thinking? I swear to God.
Autonomous epistemology is, and if it's possible that autonomous epistemology is true, you have to be able to support that claim, wouldn't you think?
Would I have to support the claim that what?
That autonomous epistemology is possible.
Yeah, I don't see a contradiction.
Yeah, like his whole explanation is the contradiction. He's mapping it out for him, but then when he says the statement itself, he wants to focus in on that and go, I don't see it.
Okay, but he hasn't given an account on like are contradictions absolute? What guarantees that the law of non-contradiction is true?
Right. That's where you want to go into questions like, ought we follow things that are not contradictory and why? That's where you go into ethics.
Onto reality. Well, if we have an absolute truth, what in reality is absolute that the absolute truth maps onto?
Okay, but so you're just baldly asserting that it's possible, but you have no good reason to believe that it's possible.
I told you, I don't see any. I know what those terms mean. I don't see a conceptual entailment that where I get a P and not P, unless you can demonstrate otherwise.
But again, the problem is
the demonstration is what he's been giving you.
He's trying
to hone in on just the statement itself, saying, "Oh, look, it's not a contradictory statement." He won't go to the concepts. He won't go to the worldview. Same problem.
They keep saying PP. I'm gonna have to take a bathroom break.
Oh, you.
It's talking about like the invalidity of a contradiction is just presupposing that you have this system of validity in the first place. That's why it's a more fundamental question.
Yes, thank you.
What does that have to do with anything?
What does that have to do with anything is the response.
I don't see how that follows. That's the Jack Eng strike. I don't see how that follows.
Well, your unwillingness or inability to see seems to be the problem then, and we're going to have to either stop or I'm going to have to just keep repeating it until you do see it. Certainly, it's not solving the question.
So far, I'm seeing like he's got using Alex Malpass arguments and Jack Engstrike rhetoric. I don't see how that follows. What's the argument for that?
Yeah, I guess it's one of those things like the arbitrariness, the non-arbitrariness you need to bring up at the beginning, maybe if you know you're dealing with that type of person. Like when you come to points in this conversation where you say, I can't see that, or I don't understand why that's important, that you're going to move away from those questions into the content of what's being asked instead of responding with a personal state of affairs or a personal evaluation of your psychological state at this time.
I think Danny senses weakness with this P and not P thing, right? Because remember what Eli said in the chat about how he wasn't really prepared for that. And so he senses weakness, and that's what he's honing. Give me the P and not P. And so the audience, it looks like now he's got Eli kind of flustered with this a bit.
Well, true, but this is where it comes handy to reverse his line of reasoning back to him, where you say, why does it need to be in P and not P? Why does it exclusively need to be that way?
Yeah, that would be a good move. You could say, well, we don't normally reason about things like this in formal debate. I don't know, but I guess the prompt like atheism isn't logically impossible. I think that's what Danny's feels like. The prompt is about like he has to prove that atheism is logically impossible, and so he wants the contradiction.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, I'm noticing is he just wants the contradiction of that statement itself. He abandons the conceptual framework repeatedly and refuses to engage with his framework, aka his worldview, with Eli. He's like, no, I want to focus on that statement alone.
So within the system of atheism, there'd be no contradiction of atheism or something. Is that what he's saying?
Yeah, I think that would work.
I don't know.
I mean, not work, but in his mind.
You're saying that, I don't see a contradiction, but my methodology to get to being able to distinguish between the contradictory and the non-contradictory, I have no explanation for that. So
Yes, that's great. That's another thing too, is like when they're acting like they don't know or they don't need a reason for how they got to what they're asserting, or they won't argue it. It's a hiddenness there, like a hidden argument. It's like certainly in your head prior, you use some sort of reasoning and some sort of system to get to the point of where you saying, I don't see it any other way. I want to know what that line of reasoning was, because it happened at some point.
Yeah. Eli's making a good point here, but Danny will probably try to wiggle out, I'm sure.
Yeah.
how can you even know what a contradiction is or what truth and falsehood is if you can't even give an account for its possibility?
So in order to, you're saying for me to know what a contradiction is, I have to show that it's possible that one.
Well, you have to give an account for all of these things.
Why?
Because other than that, you're just saying nonsensical things. I could say, like, what's that thing Planet Peterson says, that Noam Chomsky, like the green toad is fried bacon.
It's a contradiction to say there's no contradiction in atheism if you have no account of contradiction. It's a performative contradiction.
Yeah.
Taken 5 times on Sunday. It doesn't. Where is the meaning of your term? Well, this is true and this is not true. And my position isn't saying that something is false and true at the same time. And I know this. And I'm like, okay, where is the validity of you deciphering what truth even is come from? I don't know. I have no freaking clue. Don't ask me that. But I know that it's non-contradictory. Come on.
I mean, but don't we agree?
That's as far as he's got. I know that this thing is in the form of A equals A. Like that's basically as far as he's gotten.
Agree that it's not contradictory?
Oh, good.
I mean,
so he moves to the agreement, right? But he still misses the point. He's like, I can agree with you that contradictions are a problem. However, I'm challenging how you arrived there, dude. The argument that you had, the reason you know these things and have come here today to discuss them, because you're not discussing them.
But don't we agree that it's not contradictory?
No, again, I think that the contradiction comes from appealing to teleology in a dysteleological universe.
And again, atheism is not something that
Interesting how he said, no, I don't agree, which is good because he's going to the overall perspective, like the Christian versus the atheist worldview. Like we actually don't agree on anything because the starting point is, as we're seeing here with Danny, not present, not known, disregarded. So even if we do agree on things, you can't make sense of how you got there. So for me to say I agree with you, well, no, not in totalness or totality.
implies anything about intentions.
Now you don't have intention anymore.
No, I'm saying that
in a dysteleological universe.
Again, atheism.
So tag is a performative contradiction, which is distinct from a logical contradiction. So I think maybe Danny's game here is he's demanding logical contradiction and rejecting the performative contradiction or something like that. That could be his game.
Yeah, I see that because he's conceptually avoiding all the questions over and over and wanting to resort back to basic logic. So yeah, I think so.
Atheism is not something that implies anything about intentions.
Now you don't have intention anymore.
No, I'm saying the term atheism, you don't.
Is that right? Do you think it doesn't imply any intention?
No, because there's unity. It's a unified description of reality. So unity requires intention because so there has to there's all these objects, right? And they have properties that are the same. That's unity. So if nothing intends properties to have the same properties, then everything would be random, right? So then like there'd be no reason to think that anything would have the same property if nothing intends it to. You know what I mean?
It sounds more like the problem of the one and the many, or nominalism.
Yeah. You could have an infinite amount of properties. Like you could weigh an infinite amount of weight because weight goes to the fractions, right?
The wave, you said?
Weight. Your weight you could weigh an infinite amount of weights because weight, you can fraction it. Like there's an infinite amount of numbers between 1 and 2.
Sure.
Any object has an infinite amount of properties it could have. So without intentionality, there'd be no unity. There'd be no reason to think anything's connected. So
Right.
atheism relies on there to be connections. So it's unity so that it is, anyways, it's a unified description of reality with no unifier.
Yeah. He's not seeing the assumption baked in there.
Unity is intentional.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Because again, you're claiming that now you don't have intention anymore.
No, I'm saying the term atheism, you don't derive.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Because again, you're claiming that you know it's possible that there's no God. That's knowledge. So now you have a theory of knowledge, and that precludes dysteleology. You need intentionality for there to be a knower to evaluate claims.
Why would anyone think that?
Okay, because
If
there's no intention.
That's just the Jack Angstreich. I don't see why that follows. Why should I believe that? What's the argument for that?
Yeah, I think that might be a move for you into ethics, right? If they're going to play that game, because it's basically an ought issue, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's a moving goalpost.
They say should. Why should I?
Yeah. It becomes a moving goalpost. Like anything I don't like, I can just say, well, I don't see why that's important. Why ought I, why would anyone think that? That kind of thing. Say, oh, so you want to get into ethics? Perfect.
Behind evaluation, then you don't have evaluation anymore, Danny.
But atheism does not imply there are no intentions.
What first you said atheism doesn't imply intention. Now you're saying atheism doesn't imply non-intention.
Right.
That's a contradiction.
Right, exactly. It doesn't imply either.
No,
he's throwing out intention. That's back to what you said, right?
Talking past. So Eli's talking about ultimate intention, and Danny's talking about like I'm a human being with intention.
Right.
You're applying knowledge.
And part of that disconnect is the folly of man, right? The autonomous reasoning. Like he might not even be able to follow Eli down this road because of that lack. He's like, of course, intention is person relative, even though he won't admit that either for some reason.
You're implying intention.
No, the position of atheism that there
is a knowledge claim.
That there is no God doesn't imply that they're agents in the world, and doesn't imply that they're.
Yes, it does.
No.
Okay, then who's making the proposition, Danny?
No, we're talking about atheism in terms of the statement, the sentence.
Yeah.
What? We're talking about atheism, the statement. See, that's what I'm talking about. Like, when it gets into conceptual framework, he just wants to go back to like words on a page and say, no, this valid, this consistent.
He's denying like the web of beliefs, and he's saying that like we can just isolate the proposition.
Yeah.
All it says is like, I don't know who even knows what the word means, because they are, they have a million different whatever it means.
You just said it doesn't imply. Oh wait, I'm sorry, I misheard you. You're saying it doesn't imply there's no agents in the world. That's fine. I grant that it's implying that there's agency in the world, but that's implying. What? Huh? Wait.
It doesn't imply either, right? Look, you can have a world where.
Yeah. Oh my God, dude. I'm saying that.
He's like, I wanted you to come here today and fight with some words on a page alone, without referring to anything prior to the words or connected to the words. Like, that's the level he's on. He's like, I can win this argument.
Yeah. Danny's like hiding in the shadows, and every time Eli swings, he just hits the shadow.
Yeah.
You're making a knowledge claim, which cannot be divorced from intentionality.
Again,
this is very simple.
There's a difference between an atheist and an atheism.
Okay. But all of this presupposes autonomous epistemology, which is a knowledge claim.
Now,
Yes.
I thought we were talking about the teleology stuff. Have we moved on?
Yeah.
Wait, have you moved on? This is always part of the conversation. The interlocutor's autonomous epistemology is always on the table. He's like, oh, I thought we were talking about something else.
Oh my God, this is embarrassing.
Yeah, it's painful, dude.
No, this is all interconnected, dude. I haven't brought up one thing that isn't interconnected. They don't exist in vacuums, okay? You're saying it's possible there's no God and that you know this. Knowledge claim comes with intention. The world around me is teleological, and I come out of the world around me. Contradiction.
So, again, if the sentence, there are no gods, from that sentence, can you derive that they're agents or they're not?
In order to say there is no God is implying
Now what I'm asking.
that. Wait, okay, hold on.
Yeah, see, this is what they don't want to do, is go to prior to. They want to just grant the words, the claim, and then move forward. And he's saying you can't just do that. You're not making sense. There's not just words in a vacuum that I have to answer to. There has to be an agent, some sort of agency that came up with these words and put them together and is supposed to be arguing. Oh, and guess what? You're the guy who's supposed to be arguing from your worldview. I don't know if you've caught on yet, Danny.
Well, the proposition would be about something, so that would require aboutness, and that's intentionality.
Yes.
Ask it one more time. I'm sorry.
From the sentence, there
Yeah.
are no gods.
Yeah.
Does that sentence imply that they're agents in the world or not?
Yes, any proposition implies an agent.
Obviously.
That sentence implies that they're agents?
What?
So Danny's really just learning this for the first time. Really?
Look at his look on his face. Oh my gosh.
Man.
Okay, like you being able to make the proposition. Okay, I get what you're saying. Like you're saying there's no gods, but yeah, that's a knowledge claim, which implies a knower.
The sentence, there are no, like if I say here, how about this? If the sentence, there are no gods.
Even in his handwork, like the sentence. He's trying to separate the interlocutor, the worldview, the agency into a sentence that's neutral, right? And Eli's here trying to show him that it's arbitrary because it's connected to agency, to a person, to a claim. He wants to keep disconnecting it.
Is a sentence about something? What is he going to say?
Yeah, the aboutness and the intentionality are key. It's a good point.
Imply that there are chickens?
Right. Okay. Right. It's not making a statement about chickens.
Right.
But the problem is the proposition, there are no gods.
Does that imply that they're agents?
Yes.
Or that they're not? It's like, it doesn't imply that they're chickens. Or
I don't know. Maybe he's fallen into it at this point, but what is there are no gods by itself? Where does that exist? Is this what is he trying to move to? That exist independently?
This is his inner chicken.
Nice.
There's not the same thing.
Okay, I it's not a claim about chickens, but propositions
And
are
atheism
unique.
is not a claim about teleology or intentions. It's just
It's a knowledge. Is it a knowledge claim?
not even. Some people will say that I'm an atheist.
Oh God.
Some people will say responses.
Man,
Let me-
it's not so
let
that
me
when you
explain. Right there, some of the most famous atheists will say, "I'm rational in believing that there is no God, but I don't know." There are atheists that say that.
you're missing that all of that.
I wonder what Danny says. Does anyone have any idea?
No, that'd be interesting if he said what he thinks. But we can't ask for everything.
Whether you're agnostic and on the fence, or you're a strict hard atheist, you're saying that it's possible for me to make this knowledge claim without a God, which means it's possible to have knowledge without a God.
All I'm
Right, that your facts are the facts in your worldview do not depend on God is another way of saying that. You're assuming, even though you're not explicitly saying so, that you can know things, that you can derive facts from a not God world.
saying is atheism as a position, meaning the sentence, "There are no gods."
Now he's really narrowing it down. I'm just talking about a sentence now. I don't want you to bring in any concepts, any prior knowledge. I just want to talk about letters.
Is it even a proposition? Like, what is this? Does the sentence say anything about reality?
Yeah.
Is there a reality? Where does a sentence exist? I mean,
This is where Eli pitches back to him. What is the argument?
Doesn't
Yeah, it's a
imply
knowledge.
anything.
It's a knowledge claim. Knowledge implies
It's
a
not
knower.
by definition. Again, atheism.
Wait. There is no gods is not a first order knowledge claim.
No, again, there are atheists that say they don't know, but they are nonetheless atheists because they think it's rational.
Well, but those people aren't saying there is no gods. They're saying they don't know if there's gods.
No.
Now that's different.
No. They're saying there are no gods. They think it's reasonable, but they don't think they know. There are many atheists that believe that.
Well, but then you wouldn't be accurate saying declaratively there are no gods. The more accurate statement would be, I don't know if there's any gods.
Okay, fine. Maybe they're making a mistake, but that's a counterexample to your view.
Okay, still saying that any knowledge claim implies a whole slew of things, including that knowledge exists and is possible, a knower, evaluation, which inquires intention, which requires teleology. But the atheist in saying that there's no God is saying that there's that the world arose teleologically.
No, they're atheists that don't believe that, right?
Well, look, they can make these claims all they want. I'm saying I can reduct you ad absurdum and show that teleology is mind dependent.
Like, for example, Plato's view. Now, Plato had a weird view of God, but let's say he didn't believe.
Yeah. So now he's getting comfortable, right? He's going to try to do a full philosophy lesson here.
Believe that. You can imagine was that. Well, do you know Plato's view about you? Do you know how long, according to Plato, you've existed?
Do I know how? No, can you ask it again?
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Plato thinks that we're all eternal. We've always existed.
Okay.
So he accepts a kind of reincarnation. So there's a view where there's always been intentions, right? And you could take, right? You could take Plato's view and just take out theism, and I don't see.
No, because you
just cut and paste a worldview if you need to. I don't see a problem with that. Do you see a problem with that? No, sure.
Where's the mind independent teleology? I need an account for this. Otherwise, it's just a bald assertion.
Wait, that's contradictory. You said teleology just means intentions. All intentions are mind dependent, trivially.
Yeah, no, I'm agreeing that they're mind dependent. What I'm saying is that you can't have a dysteleological world and then somehow produce teleological minds out of a dysteleological world. So the Platonists, the Platonists would have to give an account for the metaphysics of reality such that the world possesses intention, and then it would make sense that I have. If the world is prior to humans, show me how you get mind independent
Plato's view,
teleology.
I don't see. Okay, suppose you're right. Okay, you need intentions. Intentions can't just.
And intentions are mind dependent.
yeah. But let's suppose you're right that there has to always have been intentions, right? Suppose
Yeah.
you're right about that. Then I would just take Plato's view. I mean, I think
No, I'm saying, and I'm
Oh,
reducing.
he's gonna take his view. I'm gonna take that worldview right now.
It to absurdity by saying you have to now show me that intention can be mind independent. How does that work?
Plato doesn't think that intentions are mind independent.
Okay, if he's saying that there's intentionality in the world, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and that would be a world that existed theoretically prior to humans.
Yeah, there were, yeah.
This segment of the debate is what we call grasping for a worldview.
Okay, so that's mind independent intention. That's a bald assertion. I need that supported.
Independent intention? I'm
Yeah,
not following you.
dude,
So look at the question on the screen. Can you confidently say there are no Lamborghinis in the abyss of the Marinas Trench? And he says, yes, I can say that. And then he says it. That's kind of the level Danny's on. And he's like, well, yeah, that's a correct answer. He said it. Like, that's the level of thought that Danny seems to be on.
just said that Plato's view says that there's intention baked into reality. Then you agreed that that reality existed prior to humans. Now you have mind independent intention. How do you get there?
Okay, I see the confusion. Plato thinks that the world can be
You
defined.
mean it's confusing that you're now a Platonist suddenly within the conversation and you're arguing for Platonism? That's confusing? Is that the confusing part, Danny?
Divided, right? There's the realm of form.
Yes.
Okay, so
Okay.
reality is divided. You as a soul, as an intentional being, right, has always existed. Right there. Okay, so
hold on. Here's the problem with Plato's forms is that these are conceptual notions that are also mind-dependent notions, and he's making assertions about conceptual things without a mind to ground them in, and that's where it falls apart.
The point is that you could think that
The point is that's where it falls apart. So you don't continue talking about it, but you just want to ignore him and continue talking and saying the point is. If somebody pulls the rug out, shows how the worldview, that you're borrowing for the moment, by the way, collapses, you don't continue on. It's like, I mean, what's an analogy of that? Like you come to a boxing match, but you're rolled in there in a coma, I guess. So it's like, okay, well, he's there, he's at the match, but he's in a coma. Danny, you seem to be in a coma in response to the multiple times he's trying to show you that you have a priori commitments to make any claims to come into this debate, but you want to pretend you're on neutral territory. Now you're borrowing Platonism and arguing for Plato. I guess Eli's good sport. He's sticking with it.
all the Plato's example,
I'm refuting Platonism.
The reason why I brought up Plato was that there's a view that you could take that's compatible.
That I can dismantle, and now we're back.
Compatible with atheism. That's compatible with atheism.
Yeah.
Where teleology has always existed. That's all.
Yeah, and I'm saying that it's not that teleology cannot exist mind independently.
But I'm not making that claim, nor did Plato.
Dude, like
me and Plato he's teaming up with Plato here. Grasping for a worldview.
If you're saying that the forms are out there, first of all, so where is the intention coming from in the Platonic view?
The soul. Or something.
Okay.
You say the soul or something?
Intention coming from in the Platonic view?
The soul or something?
Okay. Now we have, but you also said that it asserts that intentionality is baked into reality. Are you taking that back now? Because you did agree to that.
No.
He should have said the monad, I think.
Yeah. I recall that term, but that's about it.
What that means is that there's always been.
There's a form of intentionality.
No. Plato thinks that you have always existed. You being.
Okay, that I'm eternal. Okay. Well, I would
It'd be like some essence energy, perhaps, that you're moving forms. but right now you're in this human realm or human experience.
Again, these are just assertions, and I'm
Yeah,
looking for
no,
the justifications for these
You're
assertions.
not tracking.
These are just assertions. These are someone else's worldview. I was actually looking for your worldview and the justification for your assertions, but since I can't get that after 2 hours, I guess I'll go with this. Just to.
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
The point is that it's a counterexample to the position that atheists are committed, right, necessarily to the fact that the world was at some point ateleological or no intent.
Or dysteleological. Okay, well, that's even if I granted that. Okay, that's why I'm trying to argue your position here. But even if I granted that, I would just.
Oh, you know what, Eli? That's cool. With Mark Reed, that might be worth watching.
Mark Reed.
Yeah, Mark Reed. You know who that is?
Yeah, he's totally goofy.
Yeah.
I would watch that. It's probably a disaster, I bet.
Yeah. How long is that part, Eli? Because this has been a long one. We're hitting the 5-hour mark.
Next time. I'd want to watch that if I catch you live.
Well, I'm just asking Eli how long is that you interact with them? Because if it's just 5 minutes, I might just skip ahead to that.
Yeah, good point.
Danny is just
he's just
talking out of
going
his ass.
and being dumb. It's just the same stuff every time. Well, how does that follow? I'm a Platonist Muslim now.
Yeah, what are you gonna do about that?
Well, no, I'm an epistemic nihilist.
Mark Reed's usually on camera.
Look for the big thumb or toe.
He looks like a big baby, actually. Some people say it kind of fits in.
Yeah.
But I saw the thumb when you said that with Matt Dillahunty. It was so vivid.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because of the apophatic nature of the faith claim, right? If we can only know the energies and we can't know the essence, then we can't know that there's a ground of logic on like Gregory of Palamas's position, right? And
Is that a faith claim?
Like that derives the fundamental contradiction here, right? We don't know the essence ever on EO. We only know the.
You say something?
I kind of
well, the energies aren't giving us direct access.
I agree with what Kurt is saying, and he's saying that essence energies distinctions. They say that we can know God's energies and we can't know His essence. I think that's problematic. That's what Kurt's saying, because then it's like, well, then how could we know God if we can't know His essence?
Well, it's based on Paul's teaching that we never fully know the mind of God, but we do have revealed knowledge.
Yeah, well, I think it's based on Plato, actually, but.
Oh. Well, then, we'll hash that out at some point. Let's see.
Direct access to the divine conception.
Is that a faith claim, what you just
When you say it's based on Plato, is that like someone saying, I think that Van Til is based on Immanuel Kant?
Well, it's like, I just don't think it's biblical. It's like it resembles the essence and the forms. From what I understand is like Eastern Orthodox.
You can borrow an idea that's not in its completeness and position it with what Paul is saying. It doesn't mean you're a Platonist or it's a Platonist idea exclusively. Like if Plato comes up with something that's not biblical, it doesn't mean that it doesn't apply to the Bible necessarily, right?
I don't think it's logical, like, because
Which part?
His energies would be a part of his essence, because his energies are uncreated and eternal and all that. So it doesn't make sense. There's no division in God. Like,
It's not a division. It's like the sun and the sun's rays. Like we rely on the sun, but we never make contact with the sun, which would be the analogy of never knowing what the sun is, but we rely on its energies that reach us. And the energy and the sun's rays are part of the sun, even though there's distinction.
A
Is this
non-wrong position.
Oh,
We
Mark,
already have to hear him talk. I don't want to hear
Mark,
you
hey up,
then
my
talk
man.
for him.
Mark, can you say something real
Some
quick?
kind of
Oh,
some.
cool.
I'm an AI image projected by.
I'm just
Hello?
making sure. I'm just shit happens.
Somebody was going to ask me a question. I thought. I don't know if that was going to happen.
You said the rules of chess, right? And I want to link this with the Superman being possible. Like they used rules to conclude that Superman is possible, just like how you can use the rules of chess to win chess. I kept on asking him, use those same rules and explain how Superman is possible. But in that same set of rules, atheism is impossible. He wouldn't do that.
You should skip to Mark talking.
Well, yeah, I got to Mark. I didn't.
Yeah.
Let's
He's gonna
see.
start talking right away. You think he looks like he's
True, it could go on a long time where he doesn't talk. Let me see.
It does look like he's
Epistemic first principle. 4 things that have validity, teleology. Yeah, of course. I can't even get through this.
My bad.
without
Just
somebody else.
Eli.
I could, yeah,
Just want to make sure. Look,
Okay, he's raising his hand there.
There's
so-
a finite set of
Any points for any individual to address? There's no, but like for most people on the panel, I'm just saying that's a lot of points. Like,
I think he's talking to Mark now. It looks like Mark's writing down what he's saying.
Yeah.
I would generally try to go 1 point by one, right? And then Big Bad Mama says, mute bubblegum for 3 minutes, let the adults speak. Thank you very much. And not trying to interrupt you there. It's just, I feel like that's too much for most.
Of course.
Points. Thank you. So principle, a methodological question. We are talking about a methodological question. So basically we're asking where does logic come from? And you're saying a God. That is a methodological question. So you're sort of trying to appeal to some methodological question, which is nonsense. What? You're basically just not answering the question. The principle of validity, it basically says if something is valid, and you're not arguing that other things are invalid. You're arguing that yours has some possibility, which wasn't the question you were asked. You were basically asked, why is God the only possibility of where logic comes from? So you didn't actually answer that. You just said that it meets the principle of validity, which, yeah, there's a ton of things that do. The universal immaterial mind, you haven't actually determined, even if immaterial mind exists, much less that logic comes from this immaterial mind. You've just stated that all of these things require a universal immaterial mind. You haven't actually said why. It's just basically dogmatic assertion. You've just asserted it and keep asserting it. The problem of the one and the many, it hasn't really been solved by any particular worldview over why is why are we one thing but also composed of many cells? Like, why are we one and many at the same time? Nothing that you've said actually addresses this problem, and nothing that you've relayed actually says why logic comes from a God. You've just gone into a different problem.
Well, I guess it is. Never mind. It kind of, yeah. I don't
gone into a different philosophical branch rather than metaphysics. The essence energy distinction, I have no idea what you mean by that. All I can sort of say to that one is perhaps you're talking about matter versus energy or something like that. I have no idea what the hell you're talking about, because I've never heard of this essence energy distinction, and you've not explained why.
Why is he arguing against something he's never heard of? It's kind of weird for him to take that of all the examples.
Explaining a distinction that doesn't appear to exist is actually necessary. Historical. Excuse me. I was supposed to have the time to address all of these points you brought up.
Go ahead.
Historical. I don't know why. Yeah, someone was trying to cut in. I don't know why that something being historical is necessary for it to be true. It's very strange because, like, there's a ton of religions that are historical. I believe that Hinduism is the oldest religion. It actually outdates all of yours. So if we're going by historical, then Hinduism actually has the edge on that one, doesn't explain why it is the orthodox God that is the reason. Revelation to humanity, I don't know why that would be a criteria for any necessary logic comes from a God. It just seems to be a dogmatic assertion. Impossibility of the contrary, through none of this you've shown an impossibility of the contrary. And I don't think you know what impossibility means. Now, this reminds me of Joel Sutter-Case, who basically says, oh, impossibility of the contrary. But what he doesn't do, what Joel does, is he says that, hey, I presuppose God is responsible for all of these things. Because God is responsible, any contrary is impossible. So it's a circular argument. It's basically everything else is impossible because there's a God, and God is the only possibility because everything else is impossible. So that one is just pure circularity. And that was all the points that you brought up.
Let me address this, and I would really appreciate if everybody would let me get this out, okay? Because the problem here is we're on an open panel. I've been told by Kurt to refute Islam, deism, pantheism, a series of other religions, including atheism. I cannot, as a finite human being, make a singular argument in one go to refute all of these other positions. As I noted, there's going to be different arguments. Now, hold on. You didn't interrupt, Mark. I'd like to respond to what Mark's saying. I would need to make unique, tailored arguments depending on the type of assertion that breaks away from the necessary precondition from these things, okay? So, to what you're saying, first of all, the essence-energy distinction, that's within Orthodox Christian theology. You're right that historicity alone doesn't get you to, like, just because something's older doesn't make it true. I'm talking about the continuity, that it's not coming from one particular person. That, look, ultimately what I'm getting at is that this is why when you hear people make the transcendental argument, that it's used in order to refute any worldview it's a comparison of paradigms. Here's the Orthodox Christian paradigm. Everything fits into place perfectly, and if you remove anything from the system, you've made logic, knowledge, truth, meaning, information impossible.
Hey, wait. Yeah. Eli, in your worldview, Cornelius Van Til did not have justification and grounding for the principles of presuppositionalist apologetics. Correct?
So what? Yeah, so what?
So they are ungrounded.
Yeah, he had an unjustified belief. So what?
You saying
So
you do?
You're using them.
I know he doesn't. Right.
Okay, prove it.
No, Van Til used them.
That's a genetic fallacy, Kurt. Do you know what a genetic fallacy is?
Yeah, I do.
So
what's the difference between?
Look it up before you come at me with stupid fallacies, Kurt.
It's not stupid, because what is the difference between Van Til's and your argument? No, what's the difference?
Arguing for Orthodox Christianity. That's the difference, Kurt.
All right. Okay. Settle down. Both of you.
Yeah, why is Van Til wrong and why are you right?
So wait, Van Til's arguing from Orthodox Christianity?
Why is Van Til wrong and why are you right?
All right. Everybody stop for a second. Everybody stop for a second. You're saying that there's a genetic fallacy occurring. What is the genetic fallacy, Eli?
He's saying that because
Van
Til is.
We have different epistemology, Orthodox, and like I would subscribe to more like Van Til's view. So it's two different. They're different. They're not the same. So it's arguing for different metaphysics.
I don't know if they're. Wait, in what way?
Like the essence energies. So you appeal to like mystery. I don't. I appeal to God's self-disclosed revelation of Himself.
There are mysteries within most any view that I've experienced, like the fact that God has determined this entire world, has all knowledge of it.
Okay, but I'm talking about epistemology. Like, we ultimately appeal to. I don't appeal to essence energies.
How does that? But what is an example of where he's appealing to essence energies in his epistemology? That's
part of his epistemology.
Yeah. How is it combative to yours? Is what I'm asking.
Because they say God's essence is unknowable, and they have a negative theology. I wholly reject that.
Paul,
negative.
Paul says that too. That,
Okay,
that
but I don't. Okay, but I interpret the Bible differently than Eastern Orthodox because they go by whatever their wizards say and stuff, and I reject the wizards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And on what grounds do you reject these wizards?
Because I'm sola scriptura. I say the Bible's the ultimate authority. So they don't do that. They say like there's an apostolic authority that goes to humans. And so I think that's a cult.
The authority that goes to humans is still based on the scriptures, no?
That's what they say, but I mean, so
but what? You can refute
the church is the authority because the scripture says so.
Well, are you the authority on who's the authority because the scriptures say so, PMars?
Yeah, but like, is the church authoritative over the scripture, or is the scripture authoritative over the church?
No, the ecclesia is going to be in line with the scriptures. That's the aim of the church fathers.
Well, what answers? Which one answers to who? Do the church fathers answer to the scripture? Does the scripture answer to the church fathers?
Well, the church fathers answers to the scriptures.
Okay. Well, then then the scripture is the ultimate authority. That's what I believe.
Well, the problem with that is also epistemological because you're assuming that the church fathers system is outside of the teachings of the scriptures just because it's not specifically written as such and that you have the correct interpretation.
I'm not bound to what this. Well, so are you saying that the Bible isn't clear and that we need the church to interpret the scripture?
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay, well, I can just read what the Bible says and know what it means.
Have you ever read it and then reinterpreted it?
I don't know what you're saying.
Because you're saying you can just read it and interpret it. So I'm asking if you ever had a reevaluation where you were ever wrong.
I've learned things, sure.
But the question is specifically about learning something new about what you thought was priorly the case.
What?
The question was, have you learned something that you thought was not the case prior to regarding the scriptures?
I'm not an expert on scripture. I'm learning scripture. I don't know. I don't really understand. Like,
that doesn't quite directly answer, but it gets to the point that I think the church fathers are set there because they're dedicated men who would be doing that over time and passing that down. Whereas you're saying it should just be the individual, that's not necessary for there to be a lineage of church fathers.
I'm saying the church fathers are dog shit at interpreting scripture, and they're like always.
But you're saying the church fathers are.
And so we got to go to with the reformers who actually do good textual analysis and study and are blow the church fathers' ass out of the water. So
you found that reasoning in the scripture? Because you originally asked if the church fathers coming together was found.
Church fathers are goofy. Okay, so I don't really.
You know, you're not making arguments now.
What?
Anyway.
Well, what do you want me to say? That the church fathers, for one, there's no consensus. There's all sorts of heresies. It's whatever, dude. Who cares? And they went away. They turned the church into a cult. They introduced paganism. I mean, what do you mean?
I mean, I guess you're just throwing out all the church fathers because some things happen following them.
It's just I recognize what they are. I don't need anything outside the Bible. Why you don't think the Bible's enough?
No, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying you are the authority and the interpreter in that scenario.
Jesus is the authority.
You're the interpreter in that scenario, though, and you're for some reason you think, well, okay, if there's no interpretation, that's where the conversation gets interesting.
So Jesus is the authority, and Jesus interprets scripture in scripture. He debates the Pharisees, and he uses grammar, context, and reason. And then Jesus gives me authority to interpret his word and the responsibility to interpret it correctly using grammar, context, and reason. Does that mean I'm perfect? No.
But you're saying the church fathers can't embark in what you're embarking in. They couldn't have.
They have no authority over me.
Well, that's a personal decision. You have no authority over them.
Only the Bible has authority. You don't have.
I think the church fathers actually agree with that. But then there's subsidiaries of the ecclesia, where there's people who have studied the Bible for 40 years. So we go to them to talk about certain matters. It's not a matter of they are extra biblical and separate with separate ideas. It's just that they happen to spend the most time in the scriptures. I don't really see what the argument is here. You sounds like you don't like them. You don't like the church fathers.
Well, what the hell? I mean, they have ecclesia that disagree. So what ecclesia is the true ecclesia? I mean, this is just goofy reasoning. So I just go, the Bible's
You're assuming that you have the true reasoning, though.
Oh my God.
Are you not? I mean, how are you not?
I go to the Bible. I say the Bible is the ultimate authority. I can trust the Bible, and I can't trust anything outside of the Bible. Only the Bible is infallible. That's what I believe.
So in other words, you don't trust Darth. You don't trust me. You don't trust anybody. You don't even, but you do trust yourself somehow?
I don't understand, dude.
Well, what are you, Danny, now?
Okay, who's infallible outside Scripture?
Nobody.
Okay, so where do we disagree?
Well, you seem to think that your decision about who you're rejecting.
Rejecting?
Yeah.
Like, okay, who's my boss? Who do I have to obey? What are we talking about? Who's my daddy? Who's the boss? Who am I rejecting?
You're rejecting the church fathers. I'm trying to figure out exactly why. That's all.
The church fathers. Are they my boss? Are they my authority?
Was that the argument, that the church fathers are your boss?
Are they my dad? Why do I have to listen to them?
You don't have to listen to them, PMars.
Well,
why are you getting so unhinged?
I don't need them. I just go to the Bible.
Okay, you can say you don't need a lot of things, but you said that they were wrong, or at least you implied they were.
Obviously, they disagree. They can't be right because they all disagree. So if they were all right, there's a contradiction.
It depends on the matters you're speaking of.
They contradict themselves, each other.
Right, that would be a problem if they contradicted themselves.
The
on
church
certain
fathers
matters.
are goofy.
So back to the goofy. Okay,
They are. They have the.
I wonder what they think about you. You know what I mean? I guess that's my response.
What are we talking about?
I wonder what they would say about you. I guess that warrants that type of response.
Let's be real. I mean,
when it comes to Mark Reed, this is the go-to, I think.
Who wasn't ready for this response?
I, Andrew Wilson, am the arbiter of all things which are moral on planet Earth. Me personally.
You personally.
Me personally.
So what is your goal that you're working towards then?
The elimination of all secular humanists.
Okay.
And can you tell me why that's wrong, Mark?
It goes against what I want, which is human well-being.
It goes against what you want. So what you want goes against what I want goes against what I'm glad that we were able to clear that up, Mark.
I think more humans will be on my side.
Oh, so it's
you
consensus?
Can't just get rid of me.
So it's consensus, Mark?
You don't think society is run by consensus?
Well, whether it's run by consensus or not, you think you derive your moral oughts from consensus?
No.
Oh, well then where do you get them from, Mark?
I get them from deciding and feeling that humans are important.
And who gets to determine what that is? You?
I do, yeah.
Oh, so then you're the ultimate arbiter of morality, just like me.
are you suggesting that applies to me or something?
No. I was just playing it because it was Mark Reed. I think it's the best way to handle him. Go for the ethical system. He's ultimately arguing that his feelings and his experience are the reason for the debate, for all the arguments coming forth, and that you ought to consider him. And then Andrew Wilson is pointing out that that's just an arbitrary stance based on feelings. Ultimately, it's an excellent point. No, I'm not really trying to argue with you, dude. I'm trying to unify. There's not many of us around. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, like one of the church fathers ended up being a fraud, and like the Eastern Orthodox taught he was a first century church father, and it turned out he was a 6th century Syrian monk. I can get his name. So it's like, how do you know the church father's not a fraud? Because that's possible, It happened.
Yeah.
I mean, so these are contingent facts. So I'm interested in like the necessary facts of the Bible, not the contingent facts.
Right.
Well, I mean, that's true. The Eastern Orthodox taught, I can get his name.
Yeah, so that established the fact that if you're part of the Eastern Orthodox tradition, you're biblically in error of following a false authority. I guess that's where you're leading.
No, Dionysius. Well, I think it's a cult. So to me, Christianity is where you have a direct relationship with Jesus, and what
So
Catholic,
Eastern Orthodox can't have a direct relationship with Jesus because they're in a cult.
So what Catholic and Orthodox do is they set up a priest class. You have to go to the priest class to know God. That's a cult to me. It's Dionysius the Areopagite. Dionysius the Areopagite. So they taught he was like a 1st century church father, but he ended up being a 6th century Syrian monk. And it was so for centuries he was revered as a church father, but now he's like a fraud.
Yeah.
So it's like that's why I don't trust that stuff. Like what if I believe in this church father and then I find out in the future he's a fraud?
Well, it's not about believing in a church father. It's about like in your ordinary life, you would have people in the church that you would look to, the wisdom of the elders, and they could be fraud. They could turn out to be frauds or erroneous, but ultimately you're going to fall back on the teachings of the scripture.
Yeah, we don't need them.
Like an elder in your church, like if you disagree with him, you're like, well, we don't need you anyway. What are you getting at?
Well, I don't go, hey, pastor, what do you think?
Really?
Like, pastor, what is
go and listen to the pastor on Sunday? You're not already asking him that?
No, we talk about what
he tells you what he thinks, though, when you sit and learn from him, right?
No.
You don't?
We talk about like what the Bible says.
Right. So you're evaluating what he's doing and falling back on the scripture. But there's a man in between. Like you don't want any intermediary, right? Like you don't want anybody in between you and the scriptures, I think is what you're saying.
He's not. What are you talking about, dude?
What do you mean, what am I talking about? I was having a conversation with you.
Jay, I think
I'm trying to understand your argument, dude. Hi, Kevin. How you doing, man?
So PMars, essentially, you're saying sola scriptura is the answer, right?
Yeah, only the Bible's infallible. That's our authority. So, like, my pastor's not the authority over me.
Right. Your pastor only has an authority as long as he is lining up with God's word. But when he starts deviating, that's when he no longer has an authority.
Well, he's a spiritual leader within the church, but he's not my authority.
Well, he's not infallible, but he is. He does certainly. God has given him charge over you as an actual pastor.
But like the Catholics teach the Pope is infallible when he's like on the throne.
Right. See, and that's the difference. We don't believe our leaders are infallible. We're subject to error, which is why we have to test the leaders with the Bible, with Scripture.
So what's infallible?
What's infallible? The
only
Bible.
Scripture.
Only the Scripture. Right.
Right.
So I was going to ask JG, are you a Protestant, buddy?
No, I'm a Bible believer, but I lean towards Eastern Orthodoxy, and I learn a lot from Calvinists.
Can I ask why? Like if I had to ask you, like, what do you think? Like, what is the gospel? How would you answer that question?
I mean, the gospel is just the death, burial, resurrection of Christ, the good news for all, salvation of all, forgiveness of sin.
And do we receive what Christ did for us on our behalf by faith alone, or do we earn it by our works?
Oh, it wouldn't be by works, it'd be by faith.
Right.
Grace.
Then you can't be Eastern Orthodox because they teach a works gospel like Rome does.
It's not to my understanding they teach that your work gets you into heaven unless you want to start saying that having faith is a work and so forth.
Well, no, they do more than that. I don't know how much you've looked into EO, but they teach that the sacraments are necessary for salvation.
Yeah, that's true.
Did you know that?
No.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
I might have heard that and tried not to hear it, but that seems kind of wild to me.
They teach that the snake wasn't lying to Adam and Eve because they have a doctrine of theosis.
Well, I mean, PMars, we can get into that. But the core issue is I just want him to understand, like, and if you don't believe me, Jay, you can Google it, like look it up. The EOs and the Roman Catholics all agree that, you have to eat the Eucharist, and they believe it's literally the body and blood of Christ. They believe you have to be water baptized to get saved. They believe you have to confess your sins to a priest. So they have a complete agreement with Rome on the sacraments. Where they disagree is where the authority is, right? Like Rome points to the Pope. EO has their own guys that they set up. That's not the Pope.
They split over the filioque or something. That was
but how you get saved, they have an agreement. They believe it's faith plus the sacraments. So either way, I think both are cults.
Plus the sacraments is interesting because I mean, I do need to look into that because you would say, or you have maybe evidence or clips of people saying, yes, you absolutely need to participate in this Eucharist. You will not be saved.
Yes, Jay Dyer, William. Do you know who William Albrecht is?
No.
So William Albrecht is a Roman Catholic YouTube apologist. I've had a few back and forths with him before. He has a pretty big channel. I think he's got like 40,000 subs or something. And he always talks about how the EO and the Roman Catholic Church have agreement. Back when he was buddies with Sam Shamoon and Sam was leaning towards Eastern Orthodoxy, he was trying to say, "Oh, we're both brothers. We agree on the sacraments for salvation." And this, oh yeah, they all agree on that, buddy. The differences they have are so minor that it's really, it's like petty. Like they want to pretend they're both the one true church. Like it's, oh my gosh. Like I like listening to Idol Killer, right? He has a lot of good videos against Calvinism, but then when he starts talking about, oh, I lean Eastern Orthodoxy and I might convert to it sometime in the future, that raises a few red flags. I get concerned, and I've left comments. I'm like, but Warren, don't you know they preach a works salvation? And sometimes we'll respond like, how so? And I'll say, well, they believe the Eucharist, water baptism, like I just said to you, is necessary for salvation. And then he just ignores my comment. He doesn't. I don't get it. I'm like,
well, yeah, it's a defeater. Really, that's what it's gonna be.
Yeah. See, because like you can reject Calvinism. See, this is where people go too far. They're like, well, if I believe I'm saved by grace alone, through faith alone, in Christ alone, then I have to be a Calvinist. Right. And what the Calvinist adds to that is that the faith alone is actually irresistibly granted by God, right? He causes you to believe irresistibly. Right. And that's what they mean by faith alone. Because then there's this straw man that if you're able to believe without God shoving the faith into you, then you've earned your salvation, right? They call you a synergist. Well, I agree with the Calvinists who were saved by faith alone, but I don't believe God has to irresistibly cause me to believe, and that doesn't make me work salvation, because I think the Bible defines faith as not a work. In Ephesians chapter 2, it contrasts faith and works. For by grace are you saved through faith, and this not of your own doing, it's the gift of God, not of works. So we see faith can't be a work, because then you couldn't be saved through faith. And then also Romans 4:4 and 5, it says, not by works of righteousness which we have done, but by his mercy he has saved us. To him that works is the reward not counted as of grace, but a debt. But to him that works not, but believes on him who justifies the ungodly, his faith is counted as righteousness. So I have at least two examples where faith is not considered a work, right? So the Calvinist argument falls apart. And if they try to go to the Greek on Ephesians 2, and they say, well, the faith itself is the gift, that's an abuse of the Greek, because the word gift and the word faith are not the same gender. They're in different genders. So that means they can't be related in the subject there. So the faith is not the gift in Ephesians 2, it's salvation. But
Interesting.
anyway, sorry, I'm not trying to rant on your. I'm sorry.
No, that's cool. I never heard the connection between the wrong gender of the use of faith there, because that just reminds me of like Ace Theo is always promoting that faith is a gift.
Well,
And that would-
in a general sense, it is just like my eyes are a gift, my nose is a gift, life in general is a gift, the ability to walk is a gift. Everything ultimately is a gift of God. But what they mean by that is that God has to be the one that causes you to believe, right? Like he does something to manipulate your will to cause you to believe. I don't believe that.
Yeah, that would be moving towards a deterministic view, right?
Right, exactly. So then in that system, the people that go to hell do so because God neglected or purposely withheld faith from them.
Yeah.
I don't believe that.
Do you take a particular denomination?
I'm a traditional Baptist. You can call me a provisionist, like Leighton Flowers.
Okay.
I was going to a Southern Baptist church, but my my job changed. I lost my job. I found another job, and now I work Sundays. So it's hard for me to. I don't know what I'm going to do about that, but I got to get back to church, man. I haven't been to church in a few months. Yeah, but I was going to a Southern Baptist church. Yep.
Right on. And is it the case maybe that recently you've been moving towards into like presuppositional ideas and adding it to your arguments? It seems like that might be the case for you.
No, of course. I think precept is correct. And I don't think you have to be a determinist to use presuppositionalism. You know, when like Van Til would say, like, oh, our Arminian brothers, use this argument wrongly because they believe they're autonomous operators or whatever. And it's like, well, no, because I can ground my free will within the mind of God. He sustains it. Like I had my brief conversation with Ace earlier. You don't have to be a determinist to understand presuppositionalism. I can account for libertarian free will within the mind of God as well.
Yeah. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, welcome, Eli, man. You've been the
argue with Van Til about that.
Heck yeah.
I'd probably go
How's-
next, but
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, man. Good to see you. You've been the man of the last 4 hours, I think.
I know, dude. I wanted to say I really appreciate y'all's commentary because that's why I did that whole stream with re-exam. That debate didn't catch a lot of traction, and I'm not sure why. Maybe it was just too heavy. But, on other debates, people hit me up. They send me clips, and they're like, oh, W, whatever. But then nobody did it with this one. I was like, oh, did I do poorly? I'm not entirely sure. And so I asked re-exam, like, hey, let's look at this because I don't think Danny did very good. But, I didn't know how to feel about it. And y'all's commentary specifically, I was like, oh, man, he really was cooked. I could have gone for the jugular a bit better. And I left a lot on the table that I shouldn't have, but I'm just trying to learn how to get better, But I really appreciate y'all. You guys really backed me up there. And I was like, oh, fuck yeah, dude. Like, this was pretty bad, So, but I did want to come up and maybe address some of the orthodoxy stuff. And then we, if you wanted to, we could get back into this. Mark Reed is a big dumb thumb, but yeah, I heard some stuff I wanted to address for sure.
Let me say something. That's cool, man. I'm glad that you get some use out of the commentary because sometimes I don't know why I'm doing what I'm doing. I feel like there's nothing happening, but it's good to hear that like you're picking up on it. I think even people that use the presuppositional method, even though it's the same method, you can learn from just the way they describe it. PMars and I've learned a lot from PMars, which are essentially saying the same thing.
I was gonna say it's like I'm probably gotta take off. It's like 1:20 in the morning, but before I leave, thanks for having me. And it's fun. And Eli, I think you did a really good job, and I was pretty impressed. And
thank you.
Danny's pretty weaselly.
Yeah. Well, and I wanted to say, if you guys want to, I need to do some prep for this Monkey Boy debate. So if you got a second, PMars, and seriously, your commentary was really awesome. I actually learned some really good arguments, especially what you said about pluralism, because I know Monkey Boy is the same thing. Let me tell you the lore about this debate, so you'll know the context. So basically, I called into his show, and I asked him, hey, let's look at this. Because I know Monkey Boy is the same thing. Let me tell you the lore about this debate, so you'll know the context. So basically, I called into his show, and I asked him, hey, let's look at this. Because I know Monkey Boy is the same thing. And if you want, hit me up on Discord at Eli Nix Live, and I'll send you the video and the timestamp where I called in. And you're familiar, you know, PMars. We've been in a lot. We've been shoulder to shoulder on some TikTok panels before. That's how I know you.
Okay.
So I was like, I know this guy. I've defended him on some TikTok panels before. But anyway, Monkey Boy, you know, he does this really strict formal logic thing, you know, like where he tries to bind you into this super formal thing. And I called in there. And, you know, a couple things I maybe slipped on because I don't know as much about that. But ultimately, I got them, you know, in the point where they admitted that concepts don't have truth value. Propositions are concepts. So your propositions don't have truth value. There's no point in debating with you. And that pissed them the fuck off and they kicked me. And so, you know, I went into the comments and was debating with people. And then Monkey Boy, the algorithm kept showing me him, and he showed his birthday, and he like just turned 20. And no offense if any of you guys are young, I'm 29, but I was like, oh, that explains a lot, just to fuck with him, you know, because I like to troll him. And we got into a big YouTube comment war, and I was like, do a moderated debate with me, you know, let's go do it.
Do you claim to be a Christian, sir?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
So why do you keep using foul language?
Oh, give me a break. Come on. That's a social taboo. Do you not understand that when Christ called the Pharisees broods of vipers, that was akin to cussing today?
No, that's not true. There's a difference between being insulting or offensive and using foul language.
I think you're piety signaling myself, but you know,
Well,
I just think that
let me ask
you this.
It's a violation of the book of Ephesians where it says not to let any corrupt communication proceed forth from your mouth.
Well, you know what? At the end of the day, I am a sinner, and I'm glad that I'm in the church, which is a hospital for sinners like me. But thank you for pointing out my sins. I should repent of that. You're a good man. Thank you for the tone policing.
No,
anyway,
I'm just saying. I'm not trying to police you. I'm just saying we're online. We're representing Christ. I think it's important that we represent him properly and not, you know.
I think that in my personal opinion, that attitude that you have pushes people away. Because people who cuss feel like they can't go to church because people like you are going to act like that towards them at church. So I actually think that I think it is true. So anyway,
you think it's appropriate for people to be cussing at church during a worship service?
I think that there's a lot deeper passions to worry about than cussing.
Well,
especially
sure,
when I was, you know, in the middle of telling a story. I think you're being kind of autistic right now a little bit.
Wow.
Yeah. So anyway,
it's good to see you guys are getting along.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what the fuck is your problem, dude? Anyway, so
all right. Jay,
anyway,
I'll catch you later, buddy.
Yeah. Anyway, good deal. So, sorry, I didn't mean to cause fights on my first 5 minutes up here, but I mean, give me a break, okay? Anyway, so
he has the same criticism of me too.
Oh, okay, good. At least I'm not alone. But so I got in this comment war with him. And the day that I went on his stream, I DM'd him on TikTok and said, hey, man, let's set up a moderated debate. And I got no response. So in the comments, I was like, yeah, I asked you a month ago if you wanted to debate, and I understand why you don't want to. And he's like, I never got a DM. And I was like, bullshit, I DM'd you on TikTok. Well, then he was live today, and I just was fucking with him, trolling him. And I'm like, he's a runner. He's a track star. He won't check his DMs. And, you know, everybody was getting riled up on his panel. Like, who's this guy saying you're running? And he's like, I've never got a DM from him. I don't know what he's talking about. So I posted on my TikTok the screenshot of my DM. And I'm like, this guy's either lying or he doesn't know how to use TikTok. But I want him to back up his arguments without a mute button because they muted me like constantly. So long story short, later this evening, I get one from him. He goes, sure. So I hit up Breakfast Tacos. So the moderator is preferential to him, so he won't think it's a setup, you know. And I threw out some prompt ideas, and I was like, you know, it should at least be a double affirmative, like what better explains reality, theism or atheism? That way, no one's interrogating the other person. And mind you, in the YouTube comments, he goes, yeah, I'll have a debate, but I expect you to make arguments and not ask questions. And I was like, what? I don't get to ask questions in the debate?
Yeah. I saw him say this on his live like 2 days ago, and I was going to join. That is a stupid comment. He goes, a question can't be part of an argument, but the Socratic method, for one,
right,
is using questions to make an argument. And for two, in any debate, you do a cross exam.
Yeah, I was going to say a cross examination, right? Exactly. So I roasted him on that. And anyway, but Tacos hits me back up and goes, no, he wants the prompt to be, can Eli render a sound argument for God? And then I thought about it. I went, fuck, I'm kind of at a checkmate here. Because
he's going to decide what sound, right? He's the arbiter.
Well, exactly. But here's the problem. If I say no to that, then I was the one, because I was trolling him hard. I was kind of like, because I don't know, the algorithm kept giving him to me, and his little face pissed me off. So I'm like, debate me, mother, whatever. And but it's like if I say no, though, if I say no to his prompt, then he'll just go and go, oh, see, Eli's running. You know what I mean? And then he won't have to debate me. So I said, sure. So I took the prompt. But the problem is I know that he knows more formal logic than me.
Well, I think you're fucked because that prompt is you're kind of
fucked. That's what I thought at first. But let me ask you this. That's why I wanted to brainstorm, because isn't that prompt just basically what any debate is? Like, I'm like making a sound. If I go into a debate, is God real? My job's to make a sound argument for God. It's called the transcendental argument for God. We're not saying our argument's not sound at the end of the day. Now, he's going to question what that means, but here's the difference.
It's sound.
Go ahead.
Well, right. It's a debate about is the argument sound. So it's like,
well, that's what's in question. So like you said in this debate, how Danny tried to be the authority? I'm not going to let him be the authority of what sound is. I'm going to, this is what he does. He goes, okay, so what's your argument for that? And then, you say something and he goes, okay, what's the second stage argument for premise one? And he does all that stuff. Well, I'm going to make it. And then whenever he counters it, I'm just going to do it right back and go, oh, you just made a counter argument. What's your argument for that? What's the second stage argument to premise one? I'm just going to repeat everything he does to his counter arguments.
You're smuggling in that arguments exist without reference to God. You can say like, so what is it? What exactly is the prompt?
Can Eli make a sound argument for God? That's the prompt.
But that should actually be easy because
but look, I didn't want to be a pussy. I was calling him a pussy, so I'm like, look, he accepted the debate. Fuck it, I'll accept his prompt. If I can't make a sound argument for God, then what the fuck am I doing? And here's what I came onto his live with. Okay, so I'll have to flesh it out more formally.
It's too vague.
Yeah. It is, but you know what? Fuck it. I just want time with him. I want time with him in the fucking ring. Because like these videos, if I can just get him to say stupid shit, that's all that matters at the end of the day. Because we can look at it and go after the fact, as long as I don't completely contradict myself, which again, we know that at the end of the day, they can't back this up. And this was the argument I brought to his live. This is what I say. He said, what's your argument for God? And I go, oh, so it would be the transcendental argument, an immaterial universal mind is a necessary precondition for immaterial universal concepts. We have immaterial universal concepts, therefore an immaterial universal mind. And he goes, okay, what's your argument for premise one? Well, okay, immaterial universal concepts, definitionally, concepts come from minds. The type of mind is going to dictate the type of concept. So a particular mind can only generate a particular concept. It can't generate a universal concept. So you need a universal mind to do that. And then he goes into saying, what's your argument that concepts come from minds? The definition of concept, it's an idea or a thought. Colloquially and definitionally, thoughts come from minds. Yeah, you're just presupposing that there's plenty of theories that say that concepts don't come from minds. I said, okay, can you give me a proprietary definition of a concept that doesn't come from a mind? That's irrelevant to the conversation. No, if you're going to make a counter argument, I get to examine your counter argument. Okay, you're saying that concepts don't come from minds. Back that argument up. What's your stage 2 argument for premise 1 of that argument? I'll just give it right fucking back to him.
You mean you're going to start asking him to put every rebuttal in the form of a deductive syllogism?
I'll just what I'm going to do. It's going to be funny because I'm going to mock what he said, what he does. This little formal thing he does, where he thinks, just like with Danny, he thinks he's like this fucking like animus, like glowing orb of logic, and he's like, I will test your logic, and if you are wrong, I will know. And it's like, okay, but if you make one counter argument, which he has to do in the debate, every type of question he asked me, and I'm going to be prepared for, because I'm going to go back and listen to all his streams and understand the type of questions he asked. I'm going to be prepared for every one. And then whenever he goes, concepts don't necessarily come from minds. Oh, you just made a positive claim. What's your argument for that? Okay, what's the stage 2 argument for premise 1? I'm just going to repeat all the same kind of things and then put him back on the spot. And then if he tries to flip it around, I'm going to go, oh, so you can ask me questions about my argument, but I can't question your counter argument? And just take it that way.
Yeah, that sounds like the right idea, because
and I'm going to really mock the way he does it. I'm going to make sure that I verbatim ask him the same way because he tries to box people in to this set of rules. And it's like, dude, I'm going to lean on the fact that we're both making positive claims. Again, he wants to be the interviewer. He wants to be the one doing the sole cross-examination. That's literally not how debates work. It's I make an argument, you make a counter argument, and we evaluate each other's arguments. That's how this works. And ultimately, I think it's super strong. I mean, they have to literally make the argument that logic and even truth in their worldview, which, by the way, he says both don't exist. This is my favorite argument I wanted to run on him, is he goes, I don't believe that logic exists. I don't believe that truth exists. It's like, okay, so you have this category in your mind called the non-existent, and unicorns, fairies, goblins, God, and truth and logic all subsist within this category. How is it not special pleading that in the category of non-existent, one of these things you use as a tool to tell me that the other thing in the category is also non-existent? How is that not special pleading? That all these other things are total fairy tales, but one of them has util that you use every single day to tell me that the other things are non-existent. That doesn't make any sense. That's definitionally special pleading.
You have to focus on like does logic track reality? Like, does it map onto reality? Because if it doesn't, then how could you use it to make claims about reality? Right?
Sure.
Is logic floating, detached from reality, or is logic anchored and grounded in some absolute? Like Jesus?
Well, again, I don't think I've never seen an atheist be able to get past, and I didn't use this for Danny because you're right, PMars. I read Reason for Reason, and I was like, man, if Danny reviewed any of my debates, he knows that I go with this immaterial universal mind has to ground immaterial universal concepts, which I wish I'd brought up more because there's also a logical contradiction in denying that. But I went for the Reason for Reason. I wanted to try it out, and I think it really helped me get a more full grasp. But in this case with Monkey Boy, in the same instance that I was doing on his TikTok, but he had 3 other guys yelling at me and muting me, I didn't get to get anything out. I don't see how you can deny the conceptual status of logic, Like, are you saying it's not conceptual? Okay, you have to replace this now. If you're going to challenge that it's conceptual, then, and I respond to it, then at some point you have to give a rebuttal for what it is then, or how it's not conceptual, because you're making a positive claim. I do have the affirmative, sure. But as long as I make an argument, then you have to make a counter argument that I also get to examine.
He's going to want to say, like, I've talked to him, Monkey Boy, several times. He wants to say that, like, logic isn't true or false, that it's not a proposition. But that doesn't matter because it's still like there's still some structure. So there's still you have structured relations between elements under stable rules. And so
wait, that's just dumb to say it's not a proposition in a one-to-one way, but does it utilize propositions?
Formulate it as a proposition. It doesn't matter whether it's a proposition or not. That's just like he wants to bicker about that. You could say fine, it's not. It doesn't matter because it's still, whether it's a proposition or not, it's still going to be, you're going to have structured relations between elements under stable rules. So you have to like give an account for that? Does that map onto reality? So you can make claims about reality, or it doesn't. So we have like necessary rules,
right? Principles of validity
that make to get to necessary claims about reality. Well, if the necessary rules don't track, then you can't use like fake rules to make claims about reality. The rules have to be real. So they can't get to necessity because necessity would have to be revealed. You can't observe necessity. You can't necessity because you have to assume necessity to even reason.
Well, and that's where I go into the teleological argument. Like, necessity is a teleological term which precludes accidentalism, and teleology is only possible with a universal mind. And I can make plenty of arguments for that. So again, the problem is I'm not going to let him just get around on technicalities. I'm going to force him to make a counter argument. If there's anything I've learned in debate, the whole affirmative negative thing, even though you have to kind of establish it beforehand with the prompt, at the end of the day, it's all kind of bullshit. Like, both parties are making positive claims. Both parties are making negative claims. Now, one person is kind of the spotlight of the night, that their job is to ultimately be king of the hill of their affirmative. But again, the atheist loves to, that Kurt guy, I debated him on Breakfast Tacos. You can check that out. And he literally said this, the prompt was, does Christianity justify knowledge? I think is what it was. And he's like, look, I'm not making any arguments. I'm in the negative. You're in the affirmative. I'm like, you're not making any arguments in this debate. And he's like, no. I'm like, then what am I debating, dude? Like, you can't just say because you're the negative, you're not making arguments. You're challenging mine with a counter argument.
Yeah. Debates are supposed to test whether someone can justify and defend premises.
Mm-hmm.
So that is both people. So it's almost like, I feel like, am I a teacher? Am I here to teach you, or am I debating you?
Right. Well, exactly. And it's just like, you can't counter my argument without your own positive, affirmative angle to that. You don't just get to jump. I mean, you can theoretically cross-examine with a few different. I'm not saying that legalistically you can't like try different angles. I guess that is the job of the cross-examiner. But ultimately, when they do so, I can't avoid making an argument first. I have to first, good faith, answer their questions, make a strong argument, and then go, okay, now what do you have to say to that? You don't just get to blow past it,
You have to first show that their worldview is absurd.
Right.
We have to get them to a point where, like, okay, truth doesn't exist, and then we offer them like a savior or a solution. Look, step on my worldview. If we can't, they have to come to that realization. It's about making them aware of what they're subconsciously suppressing. It's not like we're trying to convince them this is true. They already believe it's true because they're arguing with us. If they didn't believe the Bible, why would you argue with me? So it's a performative contradiction. And
yep, 100%. And something that I've been doing because of people like Monkey Boy. I found on YouTube, there's several different ones, but I found a really good professor who uploaded his actual college level intro to logic course. And he even linked the textbook online, and you can follow along and do the homework through the YouTube videos. And I got through like half of the first semester, like I basically went to college from my living room, and I went to trade school. I'm an HVAC technician. And one thing I learned that Monkey Boy does, his whole entire TikTok is premised on this, is that he's so rigid to the formality, right? Like, I want you to give me this in a structured, formal way. But you know what Intro to Logic teaches you to do? It teaches you to take people's informal sentences, because people make, micro arguments every day in their normative language. And they go, here's an exercise we're going to do. We're going to take these generic statements, and then you're going to turn them into a formal argument with premises and conclusions. But what Monkey Boy does is he goes, no, before you debate me, you need to know how to do this. And one counter you can say is go, wait a minute, if you're so smart about logic, shouldn't you be able to turn my informal statement into a formal thing?
Yeah.
Like, you're supposedly the logic genius. You should just be able to convert it.
Well, what I do is I take like the humble route and I go, look, I'm just a simple Christian.
Yeah.
I read the Bible.
Yeah.
You take the jargon.
Yeah.
Even if I understand the jargon, I
Right.
like them to take the jargon out, because a lot of times when you remove the jargon, it makes their position sound really dumb.
Exactly. And he's all jargon. He's all formality. That's
Yeah.
his whole thing.
Well, another thing I thought of, and I just wrote this in my notes like yesterday or something. It says, or actually it was 4 days ago. By limiting the rules to that of a formal debate, we are completely ignoring how we naturally justify most of our knowledge.
Correct.
It equates rational, justified belief with only what can be successfully argued in a highly structured adversarial debate. But the simple inability to win a debate versus super skilled opponent doesn't follow that your belief is unjustified.
Correct. And like I said, like, if he's really this, like, I pissed him off because when I was talking shit, he about his 20th birthday, I was like, oh, this explains a lot. He's like, oh, you're just mad that a 20-year-old can smoke you. And I was just like, okay, Jimmy Neutron. I don't think he likes Jimmy Neutron as a comeback. But that's the whole thing. Like you said with Danny, he puts himself in this authoritative position because he knows that most people don't know what he knows. And then out of kind of nervousness, you go, okay, I'm going to defer to you. But if you do that and defer to them, I fact check 90% of what he was saying, and it's all bullshit. Like, he'll say this stuff, and then you go after the fact on Google, and you're like, oh, this is like highly contested fringe philosophical stuff. Like,
the one I noticed was when he goes, where do you get intentionality in Platonism? And he goes, the soul or something like that. Like, he didn't.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's bullshitting. He should have said the monad, if anything.
Man, I've got screenshots of the first YouTube comment war we had, and he was bringing up these first of all, he also does appeal to consensus. He goes, it's most common in philosophers today use this method, and it's like, you're this logic dude, and you're appealing to consensus.
Yeah, we now know my position's true.
Yeah, but it's like, I thought you were the mega logic guy, and that's like one of the most simple blunders. It's like, okay, if all the philosophers in the world agreed that you were a fucking retard, does that make it true? No? Okay, then why are you bringing this up in this debate? That has not. And then he was like, oh, I lean towards this type of theory of truth, and it wasn't pluralism, it was something else. And I Googled it, and basically what I found out is this is like one of the...
But that's why he said, I lean towards. That's still pluralism, right?
But
he's not committing to it.
Sure. But the problem was, before that, he was telling me about the consensus of philosophers. Then he says he leans toward this other thing. And when I Googled it and went into the philosophy forums of guys who study this, it's like one of the most contested thought processes ever.
Was it infinitism?
No, it wasn't infinitism. I've got the screenshot somewhere. It was called
infinitism is super French. Yeah, they're always bringing up like super French.
Yeah, and maybe if I can find it in the screenshot really quick.
Dialetheism, where contradictions exist.
Nihilism,
nominalism. Nominalism is the one they bring up a lot.
I know he's probably a nominalist. I bet you I have it here if you give me just a sec.
Yeah, for sure.
I know I sent it in Discord.
He's actually like nothing, because as you saw in the debate, he's willing to just go, well, I could be a Platonist. Well, I could be an empiricist. Well, I could be a rationalist. Well, I could be a foundationalist.
Yeah, they're a chameleon, like you said.
Now, is a nominalist going to subjectivize logic itself?
Nominalism is well, for one, it says there's no universals, which is a universal claim.
Right. So now you've got logic in a sort of subjective category, don't you?
Yeah, it makes logic.
Oh, yeah, I found it. Hold on. Let's see what he said.
Logic is optional.
Yeah, you guys should. Oh, come on. Tell me. Yeah, I talk shit to this guy. Where is this fucking claim, dude? No.
He was on Pierce Morgan.
Monkey Boy?
Oh no, Danny.
Oh, Danny. Yeah. The Gaytheist. That was freaking hilarious.
That was funny.
And you know, I asked him too. I don't know if you guys saw it, but one of the things I called out, and he at least had a good answer that he wasn't prepared for the conversation, and he admitted that he disagreed with Parker. But in the debate, Parker goes, you know, oh, I think saying the word retard is like the N-word. Like you shouldn't even say it alone in the shower. It's just I can't imagine why somebody would do that. Yeah. And then Danny's like backing him up. Well, Jay goes, oh, you know, I love the word retard. I'd get it tattooed across my back. And Danny goes, oh, that's really fitting. Well, he said it's really fitting, but Parker was saying if you use it in a derogatory way, that's like saying the N-word. But moments ago, Danny says that's really fitting to Jay Dyer in a derogatory way. I was like, nobody caught this. Like, the guy literally did it right there in front of his friend, you know? Yeah, oh my gosh. I love this. And I love the one, you got to find the one where Jay does the laugh back at Parker, where they're talking about subjective, and then he's like, and then Jay's like,
that was really funny.
That sent me, dude. I fell out of my fucking chair.
And I champion all the comedians. But that became something that was taboo in society because it was deemed to be very offensive to black people. The R word, I don't think it is. The use of the R word is deemed to be very offensive to people who are genuinely mentally impaired, and they don't like it.
He's making a soy face.
People used to use the N.
Man, I gotta go to bed. I'll talk to you later, man. I added you on Discord.
Oh yeah, dude, hit me up, man. Let's freaking prep for this. And if you get the chance to come on that open panel, I'd be freaking honored, man.
When is your debate with Monkey Boy?
Next Saturday.
Okay. All right.
All right. Thanks for everything, man. Damn it, I'm trying to find that system he said he leaned towards. Fuck, where is it? Here we go, because it's on this comment section. Yeah, here we go. Here it is. Eliminativism. That's what it was. He says, I am actually sympathetic towards eliminativism about propositions. So let me go to Discord and add PMars and say, accept. PMars. All right. Can you see me? Can you hear me, man?
Yeah, man, I'm just chilling. I've been on for 6 hours. You know
oh,
what I mean?
Shit. Yeah, sorry. And my internet sucks. So whenever I hear it go silent, I'm like, oh, fuck, I'm crashing. Here we go. But, dude, I wanted to say thanks for reviewing my stuff, man. That I was really, Re-Exam sent me the link, and I was like, no shit. Somebody's out here spending their time listening to me jabber on. That really means a lot, man, because I'm just a nobody who does this stuff. I don't make content. I don't do any of this. I do it for the love of the game and for, you know, hopefully if one person sitting on the fence comes over to God and to Christ, it's worth it to me, you know. And when I see people enjoying this and getting into it, that's just, I'm really honored. I know it sounds corny, but like, thanks for doing this with your time, man.
Yeah, man. I like doing the critiques, not so much the debates, but I like coming in after, when things out and debates.
For sure. And PMars is really smart guy, man. I really was into the stuff that he was doing on TikTok. I wanted to come on. I was hoping we could have a little back and forth about what he was saying with the Sola Scriptura thing, but we'll save that for another day. And I want everybody to know, like, I'm the kind of guy, even that conversation I had with that one dude up here, like, I can duke it out verbally and then turn around and go have a beer with you. You know, I did construction, and you probably heard me say this in the re-exam debate, but like, you know, I grew up with guys, we would just say the most god-awful shit to each other and turn around and just be best of friends. So it's all love here, you know?
Yeah, I think so. I guess you could refrain from the god-awful things and be best friends too. There's that method.
You could. I guess it's a cultural thing. I don't know, man. Probably should I cuss less? Yes, I should cuss less. I just think that ultimately, like, the disposition of the heart is the most final thing, right? And I think that there's probably people with, you know, extremely righteous dispositions of heart, but from the outside, you might look at them and go, oh, you know, they cuss, they act a certain way, but only God knows the heart. And ultimately, that's what we should be looking inward towards, you know?
Yeah, but there also is the idea that if you take it to the more extreme, you are going to be able to suggest that people aren't following God quite easily. I'm not saying that's the cussing is, but if we move it more towards more and more vile behavior, it's going to be quite definitive that that man's not living for God.
Fair enough, I guess. To me, anytime we're in this arena, like, I'm really good at compartmentalizing, right? And the way, this is my view, and I could be wrong, but, and you know, and again, it's funny, I say all this, yet I was super passive with Danny, but I also knew he was a formidable opponent, so I was trying to be careful. But you know, whenever it gets to somebody like Mark Reed, it's a bit different. But like, if a boxer, like somebody on Mike Tyson's level, converted to Christianity and they took it to their heart, they wouldn't start turning the other cheek in the ring, because there's something about the ring of boxing where it's like, no, you're supposed to give it your all and knock your opponent out. And especially, like, I've come up in my argumentation in the bowels of discord where the most vile, decrepit atheists, you know, they'll say stuff about your wife, your mom, they'll call you every name in the book. And if I'm trying to, like, take this super ethical approach and go, I'm not going to stoop to their level, the optics is going to switch away from me. And then whoever's listening might actually be swayed towards the falsity. But if I'm going, okay, I'm in the boxing ring now, it's my job to be rhetorical back to them. And I know that I can, because, you know, I had buddies growing up. We talk smack. I'm going to call you a fucking retard. I'm going to say, yeah, I'm going to make my argument and say, you don't get this, you idiot, you know, because that's going to drive home the argument for the people that are listening that might actually convert based on the logic of the conversation. But that doesn't mean that, okay, I'm going down the street and walking around.
It's almost like you're saying you have to use the pejorative retard to get the retards to understand what you're doing, that being the audience.
Well, they call it a Chad homonym. So an ad hominem is fallacious when you're saying, okay, well, you're wrong because you're stupid. You know, like, well, you're too stupid to understand even the words you're saying. So you're saying that the person is wrong based on the insult. That's fallacious. That's an ad hominem. A Chad homonym is where you prove them wrong with logic, and then as a punctuation mark, you go, you fucking idiot. That's a Chad homonym, and it's not fallacious. I thought that was funny, Chad homonym. But, you know, I just... Yeah, it's where you make the proper argument first and then punctuate it to get them off their feet with something else. But, you know, when people, and here's the other thing about cussing too, Jay Dyer talks about this. It was only viewed as a bad thing in, like, what, not colonial, but, you know, before we came on the Mayflower, that time of British culture. It was separated between the lower class, the working class. When they would talk about intercourse, they would use a word like fuck that was a quick slang term. And the high people with the hats and the dresses would go, you're referring to intercourse with such a crass word. Oh, and that's where cussing came from. It was seen as a class thing. And I agree, cussing's not classy. But look at me. I'm in a heavily medicated for your safety cutoff. I'm not a classy guy. But there's sin, all of it. But to say it's a sin, it's like, wait a minute. Why is it a sin because I use lower class slang terms? You know what I mean? That's not. Now, if you the word, we called it curse words because when people started saying, go to hell, F you and your mother. See how I censored that because I wouldn't say that about somebody. Now you're kind of like wishing bad things on somebody. So that would be cursing them, wishing ill on them. Right. But if I'm like using it as an adjective, like, man, you fucking idiot. Like, I'm talking the way the sailors on the docks talked, and it was slang words. Ultimately, when did slang become a sin?
Do you feel like you're just unable to not do it? I guess
a little bit. I mean, I've been doing it since I was probably 9. So, like maybe a little bit. It's it does work as filler said. Now, okay, if I was like
hold on, that's
or something,
not accurate though, because you don't do that in job interviews and when you're
correct. Yes, fair enough. I have some control over it. It's not. I don't have Tourette's, But ultimately, like whenever, especially again in the context of the panels, in the context of the debate verse, which.
In the context of arguing for Christianity is what the other guy was trying to point out.
I get it. But like I'm saying, it's just like, I don't think, and it's fun. Here's what's funny too, to be devil's advocate.
You like it. I get it. You want it and you like it and you want to use it.
Well, no, not just.
Like you're going to be shorting yourself against these rabid, vicious atheists.
Not even just that. I just don't think it has anything to do with virtue. I think you can be a virtuous person and cuss. I think you can be an evil person and not cuss. I don't think it has anything to do with personal virtue.
So you can be virtuous and not cuss, but what about cursing?
Well, again, it depends on what you're saying. If you're saying something, if you're saying F you and your mother, or go to hell, or taking the Lord's name in vain, that's one of that has implications.
Your mom is fat and ugly. But you can't curse her.
I think that is cursing them, because if she is fat and ugly, well, you're just bringing up her curse. No, it's the type of curse. I mean, and again, it's weird because when did this become like witchcraft? Like we're like casting spells on people. I don't think that's. I just think that ultimately, like you shouldn't say, it's probably not good, and it becomes sinful to say things like, I'm right about the fact that I'm a sinner, and on Taco's panels I have said some pretty off-color stuff to the guys who completely spurred out on me, which was a sin. I would take it to confession 100%, and I did. But like using it as a conjunctive, like adjective, that I just don't think that that's sinful. I don't think there's any evidence that it's sinful. And again, he said no, but in all seriousness, you have to take yourself back in time, in a time machine, to the time of the Pharisees. These were very self-righteous men of deep tradition, that if you said anything, even like questioning them in their direction, they thought you were making an offense against God. And Jesus called them a brood of vipers and called a Canaanite woman a dog. During this time, ancient times, where these things held so much weight, I don't see that it's like the offense of that word and the disrespect of that word is akin to F you. I think there's a very strong case for that. But again, we go back to the British culture thing. Higher societies made it a taboo to say these words, and then in the modern day that transformed into parents saying these are quote unquote bad words. But what is the bad a part of their ontology or something? I mean, again, fuck is a slang term from the slums for sex. Shit is a slang term from the slums for fecal material. But that's not just because it's slang and higher class people winced at it because they don't talk like that. I'm failing to see where the sin is. It's a classism thing.
There's a connection, like an overall connection that perhaps could be there could be failure to see is when you get into those moments you said where you do sin or you do go too far, you ask the question, is your language, your demeanor in general leading you to that point as it gets longer and more heated?
Yeah.
So it's not sin by itself, but you can start to see a pattern of where that type of pejorative language leads.
Well, for sure. And if you notice, in my Danny debate, I didn't cuss. Now, again, what I do in these spheres, and this is again the compartmentalization of seeing it as a boxing arena, is what Danny and I was doing was fencing, argument, do. But I never tried, I don't want to say never, but I try to never, probably haven't thrown the first rhetorical punch. I always wait till they do it first. And then it's like, okay, you are swaying the optics because everybody, again, I'm not trying to change your mind. I'm trying to change the one person in the audience who's sitting on the fence. And we cannot deny the fact that when people have that rhetorical savviness, it aids to them. So it's like, oh, you just opened the gate. I'm going to match that energy the same way that if I was a boxer, I'm going to respond to your left and right hooks and uppercut. So, but again, I still think
careful too what you're going to allow them to respond to. You can be marginalized from someone knowing that you'll respond that way. They can go in saying, look, he's calm, his demeanor is good. I know if I take it up a notch that he'll respond and I can take him off where
yeah, but I mean, well, it's not, I don't even have to be pissed. It's just like, if he starts going, it's like, if I'm making arguments and I'm being good faith the way I tried to do in the Danny debate, and then if Danny were to turn around and go, yeah, you fucking idiot, I'd be like, oh, okay, we're going there. Says the guy who can't even blah, 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 blah. And I'm the fucking idiot. You're the fucking idiot, just for the sake of optics. And I think that optics is insanely important in a debate, So again, I don't want to.
When somebody does that, like they say, like you're an idiot. Say, well, look, I don't appreciate you talking to me like that. It's not really a concern, but the more of the concern is when I move to make a point, which I will, and I already have, and I'm going to reiterate it about where you're wrong. You're going to have to learn that from a fucking idiot, and you're going to be less receptive.
That's fair. But it's the problem with Trent Horn. Have you seen this issue with like Jay Dyer and Trent Horn? Trent Horn gets all hung up about, oh, Jay's mean and he says cuss words. Again, I don't understand where in Christianity we're called to not use lower class vernacular. Like it's language. And ultimately what that shows people, because I was a person who, I'm very open about this. Before I was a Christian, I was a drug addict. I was a, heathenistic, degenerate person. Okay. And when we want people to come to church, one of the biggest things I hear is people saying, it's not for me. These people will look down on where I come from. I've got tattoos. I do this kind of way. And we want people to see the church like a hospital, not something where you need to be in, already there before you walk through the door, but almost come as you are mentality, but not unrepentant, but with an open heart for change. But ultimately, like, I think that people are more receptive to somebody they can relate to and go, oh, this guy is somebody that I would hang out with, because if a cuss word drops, he's not going to, piety chastise me like a nun at the Catholic school like that guy did. I thought that, this is my honest opinion, I thought what that guy did while I was up here trying to discuss with you guys, him going, you call yourself a Christian and you're using that language? It's like, dude, do you know how many people you would have just turned off from the idea? It's like, oh, that's what's going to happen if I show up and talk to them about the trauma in my life and my struggles with God. And if I drop the F word, they're going to beat me over the head about it. Who's gonna want to show up when that's how we act? Versus somebody that's like, oh, this guy is zealous about his faith and he uses this kind of language. I could have a conversation with him and he's gonna understand where I'm coming from because we talk the same way. And again, I don't think that vernacular instantly equals sin if it's a slang term, not something that's meant to direct harm or wish harm on a person.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of subjectivity there for sure. I guess I would move to think of Christ sitting and eating with sinners. I don't think Christ acted more like a sinner or like a degenerate because he was intervening with them. I think he remained consistent in his character. So I think there's something to be said for consistency wherever you
But
go.
again,
And
I don't
understand
think that
optics
cussing
and
has anything to do
mirroring.
with your character.
I
I
understand
just
that
don't.
optics and mirroring can get in the way of what you want to do. Like, oh, he's upping the ante, so I got to up the ante. But I still think there's something for consistency and addressing him upping the degeneracy without engaging in degeneracy itself. And I think that's where Proverbs 26, 4 and 5 come into play, which they do through the presuppositional method, is like answering the fool according to his folly. You don't want to act like the fool just because his energy is enticing the crowd.
Right, but I just don't see how any of it follows. That again, I don't see why lower class dock working vernacular that was offensive to higher class Puritans is a sin. I don't see what that has to do with my character. I think that somebody can have excellent character and cuss. I think somebody can have terrible character and never cuss. I don't think there's any correlation to cussing and character. I just don't.
Well, how could you say that? I mean,
because
why
is it a sin for me to follow the rules of snooty Puritans from London?
Well, you're framing that as the case. I don't think that's the only case.
That's where cussing. That is historically.
Look,
Look up the history of the F word.
That might be.
It was just a word that the Cockneys, they'd go, "Oh, hey girl, you want to fuck tonight?" And then the girls in the I can't believe he refers to the act of intercourse in such a derogatory way.
I'm asking. I'm trying to figure out why you're isolating this whole conceptual idea.
Well, how's that a sin? How is it a sin? What word I choose to use to refer to intercourse? Where is that sinful? Where have I made a move away from God because I chose to speak like a sailor instead of a Puritan?
I'm not really sure what the specific question is, or the specific question is
about saying the word fuck. Why is it sinful?
Well, you can make a case in your own mind, if you think about it for a minute, where it would be problematic, first of all, and then you could apply that to being sinful. Like if you said it in a certain way, you could reach that category.
Again, but with the sin is not the word, it's the intention of wishing harm and having a disposition of heart where because again, we'll be accounted for every word. So it's the same thing as like, if I say, go to hell. Well, I go, well, I didn't really mean I want him to be damned forever, but it's like, hey, the implications of that. You don't tell somebody to go to hell because we believe hell is real and we don't want that for that person. But me just saying like, oh my God, what a fucking joke. What am I referring to with hatred in my heart? I'm using vernacular.
Well, if you just listen to yourself, you use the Lord's name in vain.
Wait, what do you mean?
You said, oh my God.
Fair enough. Now, again, I'll be real. That right there, I think that there's a better case that I should not do that. But I mean, it's again, I'm using you're totally, I'll concede right then and there. You're 100% right. I do try not to do that. And in fact, people think I'm weird because I'll be around customers and I'll say that as a habit. Because again, I've not been a Christian my whole life. Part of it is bad habit. And I'll actually say, Lord, have mercy after I catch myself doing it. I didn't catch myself this time, but you're 100% right. That was not good. But ultimately, I think that, saying the word shit, saying the word fuck, crap, whatever, maybe even damn, I actually try to avoid that one if I can, because I think that damnation has an implication. But, ultimately, I think that like our God is smart. Our God understands the hearts of man. I think that when it comes down to the character of a person, that's why in Orthodoxy we have fools for Christ. And those are people who, like St. Gabriel of Georgia, who he would go hang out with drunkards, the way Christ would hang with sinners, but he would like walk around swaying, and the whole town thought he was drunk. And then people would investigate and find out he didn't have a drop. He was reaching these people. He was trying to, he would hang with a group of thieves, and he would sit there and talk to them about the gospel and about God and the church. And people told stories that they'd walk by this group of thieves And if they hadn't looked twice, they wouldn't have even noticed that St. Gabriel was sitting there with his hood up, with his shoulders hunched, scowling the same way the saints do. He molded himself without changing his inner heart's disposition to God, because he's trying to reach these people. Because if he just showed up and started attacking them for the vernacular they used, how are they ever going to get to the more core issue of the person's heart? It's a pick your battles thing, man. It's like, okay, it's a pick your battles thing. Are we trying to win a culture war here, or are we trying to like wrap each other's wrists with rulers like nuns in an 80s movie? You know what I mean?
Yeah. There's a lot of things to consider there. Absolutely.
You gotta to some. I mean, I'm not telling somebody to compromise on their values, but it's like, if you're valuing whether or not the person next to you is cussing versus whether or not the person next to you actually is fighting for a paradigm that will change the trajectory of the country. Yeah, I think we could pick our battles a little bit more carefully, you know?
There's things you might not ever know, like a 15, 14-year-old listening to you, learning your presuppositional method, the mom in the other room hearing what he's listening to and asking you to turn it off. You would never know that.
That's
Stuff
fair,
like that.
but I don't think a 15-year-old should have fucking access to the internet. That's just me, but I'm a strict traditionalist, you know.
Yeah, his mom agrees when she listens to you, so you guys are.
Then that's her problem as a parent. So I'm speaking to an adult audience.
I find morals and ethics to be most interesting, and of course, it comes into play in the presuppositional argument. It doesn't get pointed out as much as metaphysics and epistemology, but I think that's where the goods are. Like, in that clip of Wilson and Mark Reed, he's just like, who says what's right and wrong, you know? And he gets them to admit that I do. And it's like, well, no, I'm right. And it's just back and forth. But that ultimately follows and bleeds through their entire worldview. So no matter how damaging the point they bring to you is, or how informationally accurate it is, ultimately you're asking them, why ought I take this seriously? Why should I follow this, what you're professing? And all they have is, I kind of just want you to. I would like you to. That's
sure.
best, you know. So I find it quite powerful. Although we live in such a relativistic minded society that people, I find, don't even pick up on this. It's so strange. It's so strange the way people think about ethics.
And you had some really, really good insight when I was when I first tuned in. I got off work really late tonight. I got off at like 9 p.m. I had like 3 jobs, 3 house calls. I do HVAC work. And I was so glad to tune in, because I was like, man, getting a fresh perspective was awesome. So really appreciate it, man. I am going to probably hop off here myself. I got to take a shower. I haven't even showered yet, but I wanted to come and talk to you guys, say thank you. I appreciate the insight. I definitely need to not take the Lord's name in vain. But ultimately, again, I think that it's just, come on, man. We're here on the front lines of the culture war, trying to make a difference. I just think we could.
I know, man. I appreciate you getting out there and talking to these guys. I really don't have that. I don't have that type of personality to even want to engage with some of these people. I appreciate you just getting out there and doing it. And I'll follow you around and critique you when I see you, and you come back here and visit.
Please do.
You know?
And I'll always take it too. I love it, because I think so many of these people like Danny, they're not in good faith because they don't want to take the L. That's why I took the prompt with Monkey Boy, because you know what? I do this as a hobby. If Monkey Boy humiliates me, I don't care, because guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to come on a review with you and Re-Exam and all my buddies. I'm going to figure out how to do it better next time, because I see this like a sport, a game of chess. And I think that a lot of debaters want this persona, like, I spawned into the game as a master debater. You know what I mean? Like, I just showed up, and man, I'm debate incarnate. It's like, that's not how any skill set on earth works, unless you're Mozart or something. You know what I mean? Unless you're like an autistic savant. You know what I mean? I've got to figure it out somehow. There's clips of me on Mega Bloodbath when I first started. I sucked. I didn't barely understand tag. I was trying and flailing around. And that's why I constantly, why I was up Monkey Boy's ass? Because I actually respect the fact I would never say he's stupid. I think that his conclusions are stupid, but I don't think that he's an unintelligent human being. And I do I like debating people that I think are I can beat easily? Yes, and I do that on TikTok. That's my TikTok guilty pleasure, is to go on panels and just slap around people that haven't even thought of this stuff. But when it comes to the moderated debate, I want to shoot for somebody maybe a little bit higher in intelligence than me, because guess what's going to happen? I'm going to go up the level doing that every time. So to your point, yes, I want the criticism. I'm hungry for it. I'll never be offended. Again, I worked construction. It's impossible to offend me. Bring it on. I'm here for it, and let's do it, and let's freaking win some souls,
Yeah, right on, man. You're dialed in, you're ready to go, you're young. It's good. It's good, man.
Oh, I don't
look
feel
forward to
young,
it.
man. I don't feel young. Ow, man, my back
Well, this
hurts.
stuff will make you feel older for sure, but
I
old
read
slow.
something the other day that said a man's cognitive abilities peak around 27 or 28. I'm 29 now. Well, yeah, because everything else is going down. Like, your metabolism starts to head off the cliff. Your brain development stops about 25. But I was reading something that's like there's a spike in cognitive processing between your late 20s and early 30s, and then it starts to go down. And why that is, I don't know. But I was like, oh, I've been feeling that lately, because I've just been into this, where probably 10 years ago I would have been like, what are these people talking about? I don't care. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, I don't know, because I'm older than you. I'm a good deal older than you. I think that
you sound younger.
People are like overlooking the wisdom. Like if you're talking about speed and processing when you're younger, sure, but when it comes into like slowing down and being wise, like you're not gonna lose. I mean, I guess you can over time with Alzheimer's, dementia. You could actually physically lose ideas and gray matter and white matter, but no, you should get sharper as you study, and speed, and quickness. I don't think there's much value. I understand in the debate world that those things are valued, but I look to have like a calm discussion where people are trying to learn and not trying to win.
Right, which is what I was really trying to do. You guys kept saying, and it almost disservices me, because we're reviewing my debate, and there's all these places I could have went for the jugular. But in all sincerity, I try to start as good faith as possible. Like, hey, I really believe this. I really want to know what you're talking about, so I can show you why this is actually the case. People like to all optics, it's like, I'm not going to answer the question, because if I do, it's going to make it. It's like, well, who cares? Like, who cares if you're wrong? Like, bring me your honest thing here. I even sent him a DM after, and I was like, hey man, if you ever want to get on a call and talk about this, I believe I could learn from you. I suspect that maybe one day, if I run into him again and I'm a little more abrasive, he might bring up the DM and like, oh, is this you trying to say you can learn from me? It's like, yeah, dude, I'll admit I can learn something from you, so whatever. But it's I really am in this for, and this is what people don't get too. If an atheist could actually make an argument where I sat there and went, oh my gosh, like, I'm wrong about this. Not that my faith is so easily unshaken, but like, we don't just come, and maybe this is a difference between Orthodoxy and Protestantism, but it's not blind faith like they like to frame us as, like we're like zombie cultists, like we have good reasons to believe this. And actually most of mankind had some form of theism, because the concept of atheism is a modern invention that just got psyoped into modernity as, oh, well, clearly this is the obvious position. It's not that obvious. In fact, it's the opposite. It's kind of ridiculous, But I'm kind of out here going, I have thought about this day and night, breathed, ate, and slept it. I know this to be true. I'm looking for you to tell me why I'm wrong. And then every time it all falls apart for them, it just further adds to the fact that, like, okay, this is vindication,
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I continue to pursue it as well. I can't overcome the tag even when I try to. Like, ultimately, I can't can't come up with an argument that's going to establish metaphysics, epistemology, ethics in a way that's going to be coherent above the tag. The best I can come up with is some sort of duplication method, which is what a lot of atheists try to do eventually. They try to formulate their own version of tag in some way. Sometimes they do. It's messy. It's
yeah. And I've heard of that, and that's easily refutable. I think that what happens is, like, it's a really common thing for Western people. It's a story we've all heard, and I'm one of them, is that you're raised Christian, and maybe in a lukewarm kind of way, maybe your parents took you to church and it was just a cultural thing to do. And then around like 15, you started asking questions. And then, maybe you smoked a little pot, you hung out with your friends, and you're like, my pastor's kind of a hypocrite and my parents are full of it. And I came to this conclusion that God's not real anymore. Well, if you take that same spirit of truth, because you should question even your own thing, question it, come to new answers. But what the atheist does is they have this dogmatic thing where they cling to that youthful rebelliousness, and they're like, oh, I'm living in this, and now it's anything but God. And they close their mind and they go, it's got to be it can't be God. I'll go to Platonism, I'll go to infinitism, I'll go to monism, whatever. Anything but God, anything but God. And I'm sitting here like, I was a Christian Lutheran growing up. Then I was a hardcore atheist. Then I did a bunch of drugs. I got into some new age stuff. And then I came full circle around back to Christianity because I never stopped asking questions. And I believe that anybody who never stops asking questions will end up in Christianity. But what the atheist has dogmatically and religiously clung on to atheism out of a sense of like intellectual superiority, hedonism. They don't want accountability because if there's a God, then you're responsible for your actions. It's what what Jay Dyer says. It's not an intellectual issue; it's a spiritual issue. That's right. Fundamentally, it can't be God, because if I'm wrong, then I might as it's so devastating to be wrong.
Right. It's a moral problem. It's the moral fall of Adam.
Right. Well, what's wrong with being wrong? That's what I wanted to say. It's like, I think a lot of it's sunken cost fallacy too. This is what I think is the saddest thing. Is like I said, I'd change my opinion if I recognized it to be the truth. But you get a lot of atheists, and I have to say this even is a problem. I think as an Orthodox Christian for Protestants, it's like all your friends are atheists, or maybe all your friends are Protestant. I go to these groups, and I guess what? I've got a YouTube channel that's monetized about talking shit on Christianity or whatever. If you actually, I think so many of these atheists, like, they know that there's something wrong with their position, but I almost sympathize with them, because how are you going to walk that back? You're going to deactivate your monetized channel. And I
so
feel
much
for them.
investment.
Right. I sympathize with them. Like, that would be a courageous thing to do, to go, hey, all my followers, I've been convinced by tag, it would be insane, which is why I try not to put too much stock into, content creation, all this stuff. I mean, it's just like, I think they're driven by the beast that they've created for themselves. They're like, well, I'm this far in, I can't go back now. I got to figure out how I'm right somehow. You know what I mean? It's like, well, you're not on a quest for truth anymore. You're on a defend my little island at all cost, even if I die doing it,
It's like a damage control.
Yeah. Sunken cost fallacy. That's what re-exam said.
Yeah, I say a similar thing. I say, look, I'm promoting and arguing and standing by tag, and I still try to refute it myself. I still try to chip away at it, and I really don't know how to. I can only come up with similar things, but I leave that open too. I don't think that refutation of tag is going to undercut my faith, but I argue it in that way. So if I did find a refutation, I would at least have to stop arguing. And that's what I particularly aim to do with people, because I approach it a little differently. I don't really grant things. I just get right into it and tell them, like, if you're going to have a metaphysic that claims it just is, an epistemology that says I don't really know anything for certain, and an ethic that says whatever I feel I'm going to be able to stop you in one of those three categories, wherever you go. And that's just the way it's going to be. Now, it doesn't make for good conversation, but it stops them to a point where they're like, well, I guess I can't really interlock with that. And I'm hoping they can carry it over and stop badgering like what they consider low hanging fruit with bad arguments, because they've really thought these. So I see it as a way to stifle and perhaps stop the attack on Christianity from a lot of these guys. But like you said, the ones who are heavily invested, monetizing it, they're at a point of no return. And the fact that they've ridiculed all throughout the years, well, they face a mirror if they turn back on that. Now they're ridiculed by themselves.
If I saw somebody do that, and I think we should all have this view, we should rally behind them with force. You know what I mean? Like come and show up and be like, you just did something courageous. You know what I mean? And it's hard, you know. So I'm with you, man. And that, I think that this is historic. I know this is going to sound cringe, but I really do believe that, like, you know, God's hands in history, and the transcendental argument, you know, it goes to Van Til, but even Aristotle made a type of transcendental argument. These are just philosophical realities, right? But now we've got a lot of movers and shakers that are moving the needle with this. And it's not like we invented it, like we created something of ourselves. We're just pointing out realities because there is a type of progress to humanity, that we have the internet. We all have access to an abundance of information. And now we've kind of taken the ball back from atheism that in the early 2000s, you know, is the fedora tipping logic and all this, God, you know, the Nietzschean God is dead on the cover of Time magazine. And now the needle's going the other way and going, wait a minute, we all came together and thought about it, and now we're pushing the other direction. And I think in some kind of microcosm, this is a historic thing, because atheists don't know what to do. And I'm just, you know, I think I'm proud to be a part of it. And that's why I've made my niche atheism. I do Protestant debates too. I'll even debate Muslims, but primarily it's atheism, because that's the paradigm of modernity. It's the paradigm of secularism. It's the paradigm of every degenerate media thing you see that is, it's the foundation of all this bullshit ultimately, you know?
Yeah, and you can also see that the ruling class prefers an atheistic society because it puts man as the highest power, which puts them in that light. And there's all sorts of things that go along with atheism that are worth
when Jay gets, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but when Jay gets into the globalist thing, that he's like, oh, this is all by design. It's not just coincidental. But you're right. There are powers that be that go, oh, yeah, you know, people are much easier to control, and we can have a type of government system that benefits us when all of their meaning and purpose is out the window. You know, if everybody has an inherent subconscious nihilism, then we create a consumer class, and we're all pigs at the trough, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
So
it's the lack of commitment. Really, the lack of commitment to truth, the lack of commitment to Christ opens the door to being shaped,
right,
and influenced by the world, which we ultimately are commanded to reject, the things of this world. That's what you'd be doing, getting out there, going into the trenches with these atheists. So yeah, man, I hope you keep going. You've got a good,
that's why I do it on
grasp of
TikTok.
it already. You're on
Thank
point.
You, man. Thank you.
It's good to listen to that tonight, man. And you know, come back whenever you want. And if I catch your stuff, I'll definitely feature it, man.
For sure. Like I said, I'm on TikTok. I'll probably go on tonight. I try to be the counter to the people like Joel Reads Bible and Justin Deconstruction Zone and Monkey Boy. And then I do these ones. I got this one on Saturday. I'm on Speakeasy's channel a lot. I don't know if you're familiar with him. You should come on there, man. You'd be a good addition to Verbal Combat. You ever heard of that?
No, it's the channel Speakeasy.
Yeah, dude. It's called Speak Easy with a Z, EAZY, and he hosts every single Friday night a debate tournament called Verbal Combat, where it's a panel, just like, you know, StreamYard, whatever, and there's a different topic for each night, and then the chat will pay money to put people 1v1, and then the chat votes, or somebody can pay to be a solo judge. So it is biased to the chat, but that's how Speakeasy makes his money. And obviously, I'm going to respect the hustle, but it's a total wild card. And at the end, whoever wins, they get a character to go on the show. At the bottom, they have all the winners' characters, like verbal combat characters. He'll make one specifically for you, and you get $150 cash prize. And sometimes the chat will vote to roll it over, and if they do that over like a few weeks, it'll be like it's been up to $1,000 before. It's somebody's won $1,000 cash prize, and it goes all night. It's an all night thing, but every Friday, Re-Exam's been on there. Me and my buddy Steelborn are on there. And hey, dude, you're good. You've got some good takes. I think you'd be a good addition over there.
Okay, I found the channel. Yeah, I'll check it out, man. It sounds good.
And I got my debate against Planet Peterson on there. To this day, I think that was my most objective W. If you wanted to see me like really like, they say wreck somebody, I put Planet Peterson on his toes. And this is just my theory. I wanted to get this out there. I don't know this. I'm putting on my tinfoil hat here. But I found it very interesting that and our topic was Tag debunks atheism, okay? And he was not ready. He was not prepared, and it was very objective win. And then like less than a month later, and this guy has never brought up Jay Dyer on his channel ever, but he does this like 15-minute hit piece video on Jay Dyer about how he's the biggest piece of shit person who ever existed, and all this like digging up dirt from his past. And I was just sitting here like, wait a minute. I don't think it's a coincidence that you lost a debate to Tag and you go find like the godfather of internet Tag and do a hit piece on him. I was commenting like, this was me. Like I'm responsible for like, damn, dude, is this a cope stream? What's going on? And so that's my pet theory, is that I caused him to break his mind and freak out on Jay Dyer.
Oh yeah, that might be true.
I don't know. I could be wrong. He could have had that scheduled for months. I don't know. But I was like, I don't know. I think it's kind of a coincidence that you get wrecked on Tag and you got to make a hit piece video on Jay Dyer a month later.
Yeah, Jay sat down and critiqued that himself too.
Yeah. Okay, so you saw that. Right.
Yeah.
That was less than a month after my debate with him.
Yeah, making some waves, man. That's good.
We'll see what happens.
All right.
Anyway, I'm gonna go do one of them TikTok streams just because I'm in the mood. Not every night I'm in the mood for it. Some nights I don't want to debate ever again, but I'm in the mood right now, so I'm gonna go slay some fools.
Good to meet you, man. I'll see you around.
You God too, man. And thank you. Seriously, thank you. You did not have to spend your time listening to me talk. So thank you so much.
I enjoyed it, man. Take care.
Take it easy. God bless you.
And I am out. We are over time. There's some good things happening within that stream with PMars up here. And that was Eli. He was debating Danny Philtalk earlier. A lot of errors going on. Repeated errors coming from Danny. Just keeps glossing over stuff. But Eli, he's got a lot of energy. The guy's he's something else. I hope he keeps going. And I wanted to say to him too that I agree with him that I think that he's onto something with turning of the tides in a sense, because the way that the transcendental argument and the idea of transcendental categories make people think is in a way that most people, they're definitely atheists, have just been assuming all their life. And when you go back and you get them to question what's obvious, it becomes a very different conversation. And also, not just that it happens to be a time of change, but we're moving into a technology phase here where deep fakes and people stealing identity is going to become prominent, which is going to be very confusing. People captured in videos saying things that they didn't really say, problematic things where you can't distinguish if that's them or not. So what I'm trying to get at is the idea of a philosophy that's a tight-knit philosophy, if you will, or that which is close to the truth and that which is unchanging is going to be ideal and so valuable in moving into a technological age where technology and AI systems themselves, and I say themselves, but they're always motivated and controlled by humans, are going to, and they already are, make people dependent on them, which means they can change, they can shift, they can move around, they become shapeshifters in a sense. They can gaslight people with information, give information one day, change it subtly the next day, make people question what they're listening to, what they're understanding. But back to the idea of having the transcendental argument in place and a committed argument, a commitment towards God, ultimately, is that we're moving into a place where people are not going to be able to discern truth from fiction on a new level. People are going to be at a place where they don't even want to watch things that they used to enjoy, YouTube videos, like amazing things happening, like an athletic event or an amazing animal event, because there's gonna be so many fake things that it takes away from the enjoyment of the reality of what you're viewing. So entertainment, I think, in a sense, is going to be pushed to the wayside. And what that effectively will do, because it's not just being pushed to the wayside because people don't want to be entertained, they still do, but it's because they can't figure out what's true versus what is false. And that takes away from the enjoyment of reality itself. So I think this moves people in a direction where they want to know what is true, what is real. And that's where having these discussions that's what it's centered around ultimately. So we're moving into an interesting phase there. It's good to see younger people picking up on these arguments and being able to verbalize them so well too. So I have been on here long enough and I've got to get off. It's the 7-hour mark. God bless you guys.